Madam Mayor, the meeting is now live on YouTube.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the September 20th, 2022 regular city commission meeting. Can we call the roll, please?
Yes, Mayor Betty Resch,
Here.
Vice Mayor Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Kimberly Stokes,
Here.
Commissioner Reynaldo Diaz.
Here.
Madam Clerk, is there a way that we could keep Commissioner Maliga visual? It's really hard when she's just a name on a black. I don't know if there's a way to do it.
Her camera's on.
Okay.
I have my camera off, Madam Mayor. I've been in bed with a migraine and bad neck pain all day. Unfortunately, I suffer.
Okay. All right. But make sure we can't really see your hand raised, so just pipe in when you want to say something.
I
I
promise.
can see it though.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we have the moment of silence or invocation by Commissioner Diaz.
Okay. I feel like I'm never good at these, but there's quite a few things on our agenda that I feel are really important issues, violent crimes, division, all the housing, all these issues are so important. So in your own way, let's have a moment of silence to honor or think about those who you may know close to you who are victims and dealing with these issues. Amen. Thank you.
Amen. And the Commissioner Stokes is going to lead the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Whoops. Madam Clerk, the question of the evening, do we have any additions, deletions, or reordering?
Madam Mayor, I do have a response to that, and that is,
I'm sure you do.
I'm not going to say it. So we have 5 additions to the agenda for this evening. So a proclamation for Hispanic Heritage Month was added. It is now going to be presentation A. And then the former A, the presentation from Lourdes Figueroa will be B, and the housing update or the housing item will be C. And then for unfinished business A, which is the update and discussion regarding the housing crisis, will follow the last presentation.
Okay.
Because they're related and the presenter might have something to add to that. And then 4 items were added to new business F, discussion of a lineman apprenticeship program, new business G, creation of utility payment plan, new business H, resolution 78-2022, establishing an education fund, and new business F, resolution 29-2022, 12th amendment, which is related to the education fund, were added to the agenda.
So that's item I, which is the budget transfer.
Correct. So there's now F, G, H, and I.
All right, because we have nothing else to do. Okay. Do I have a motion to accept the agenda as added and deleted and reordered?
Motion to approve the new agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. All right, so we are going to start now with our presentations. And first, we have a proclamation declaring September 15th to October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month. And because we have an official Hispanic person here, I'm going to ask Commissioner Diaz to read it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor,
Yes.
your father Frank and Rolando should be in the audience to accept the proclamation.
Is anyone here to accept the proclamation?
Yep.
Oh, Ronaldo, not Ronaldo.
Rolando.
I'm old. I'm tired.
Okay.
Come on up. Here's a very esteemed member of our community, the owner of the Box Gallery, very active in politics, and I think currently a member of Leadership Palm Beach County. That's a great program. That's a great program. Thank you. So
Thank you so much. Then first time ever reading a proclamation in this new career of mine. So thank you. All right, City of Lake Worth Beach proclamation, whereas Hispanics of multiple nationalities have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of the city of Lake Worth Beach in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. And whereas the historical influence of Hispanic contributions is outweighed only by the vital and integral role of Hispanics currently playing in shaping the present and future of the city of Lake Worth Beach in business, education, law, science, technology, and numerous other fields. And whereas Hispanic Heritage Month is celebrated nationwide and begins on September 15, the anniversary of independence for Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua, with Mexico achieving independence on September 16 and Chile on September 18. Hispanic Heritage Month has been celebrated in the United States since 1974. And whereas the Hispanic population of Palm Beach County is more than 23% of the 1.5 million people who call the county home, and organizations such as the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, the Guatemalan Maya Center, the Farm Worker Coordinating Council of Palm Beach County, and many other organizations in Lake Worth Beach collaborate to promote and enhance the local Hispanic community and its culture, and continuing a history of working on multiple initiatives and partnerships to benefit the community. And whereas in celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month, we honor the contributions Hispanics have made in the city of Lake Worth Beach, and we highlight an important part of the rich diversity that keeps our community strong. Now, therefore, Betty Resch, Mayor of Lake Worth Beach, by virtue of authority vested in me as Mayor of City of Lake Worth Beach, and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby confirm September 15th to October 15th, 2022 as Hispanic Heritage Month. In witness whereof, I have set my hand and caused the seal of City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida to be affixed hereto this 20th day of September 2022.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And why don't you go down and have a photograph taken? Yeah, here's Ben with Rolando. Good to see you. I wish I could see you more often. I get no chance to leave, to get out.
Myself.
Could turn on the microphone.
Hello? Yeah. On behalf of myself and Father Frank, we extend our sincerest gratitude for this honor. Fortunately, he was not able to be here. But thank you so much. And on behalf of all the Hispanics in the county, residents, citizens, and yet to be documented people, we extend our gratitude to the city of Lake Worth Beach.
Thank you. And thank you for coming tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
There you go. And the Hispanic Chamber is a very active chamber of commerce in our county. Okay, next we have a presentation by Lourdes Figueroa, who's a victim advocate of the Violent Crimes Division of PBSO. And here she comes. I was a victim advocate when it was called the Sexual Assault Program. Back in the 80s, all we did was sexual assaults. And it's a wonderful program. I'm sure it's still a strong program. And welcome tonight.
Thank you.
Bring the microphone. You have to talk really into it so people at home can hear you as well.
Oops. This is alive. Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Lourdes Figueroa. I have a heavy accent. Yes, I am Hispanic. Part of that percent. So I would like to just. What is that?
It does not want to stay up there.
It's the third time. So I've been a victim advocate for the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office for 14 years. And before that, I was a legal advocate and an executive assistant for aid to victims of domestic abuse down in Delray. When I joined the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, it was specifically to work with domestic violence. And a few years ago, I was transferred to the Violence Crimes Division. They wanted to incorporate a victim advocate to work with victims that has been impacted by homicide, robbery, and stabbing. There's different type of crimes. I was the only one there, and fortunately, the fact of having an advocate there, it brought a really positive impact. So there are federal grants that the sheriff's office brought so we can clone me. So now they have few of them there. I was brought here to the city of Lake Worth Beach last year under the Fusion Project. I don't know how much you guys know about I'm sure I've seen you around. Unfortunately, it's gonna be ending in September 30th, but I'm happy to announce that I will be staying in the city of Lake Worth Beach, providing direct services to victims in this area. And also, I've been very happy because this is a beautiful community. Everybody's super involved. And I've been doing a lot of outreach for mental health. We actually had an event and we invited the Bridges and several community agencies that we have. And we wanted to just put out there all the resources that we have here available for victims of crime and those that are suffering with mental health and also, the stress of facing a violent crime. So first of all, I would like to, the slide, would like to define what is a victim. A victim is a person who has suffered a physical, sexual, financial, or emotional harm or death as a direct result of a crime. I would like to specify on crime because unfortunately, sometimes we work with victims that they were at the wrong time, at the wrong place, and they're committing a crime. And under the program that I was working with, those people with the Attorney General will not be able to receive some services because they were committing a crime. So in our eyes as law enforcement, you're a victim. But then unfortunately, if we're gonna help you with several federal funds, there are some issues there because they don't want to get involved with people that have committed a felony. However, the reason why I'm here is because also that will not make the person eligible for services. So I'm here to try to help them to the best of my ability.
The perpetrators
Yes,
of the violent crimes.
yes.
Okay.
Like, for example, if there's a victim, a homicide victim,
Mhm.
and the family needs help with their funeral. I'm going to talk about this later. Victim compensation with the Attorney General offers funeral reimbursement. But unfortunately, if that victim, the decedent, committed a crime or was a convicted felon, that will make him ineligible
Of any type of felony in the past.
in the state of Florida.
Oh, okay.
So that's when I believe I come into play because that family, they still probably need the funding. And I believe as an advocate, you try to utilize the resources to help them and just help them to overcome those challenges. So when I work with these victims, I like to go over the rights, the bills of rights. Victims have rights in here. And they have statutes that will help them to guide them through the criminal justice system. And that's what I'm here for. I explain to them, first I try to reduce their stress level and I guide them because not everybody is aware of our role as advocates and how we work with our deputies and our detectives so that the case can be a successful case. We try to work together. We are like liaison between victims and law enforcement.
Mhm.
Okay, so I don't want to go through all the bills of rights, but I'm so sorry. I need to breathe.
Take a deep breath. You're fine. Go slow.
It's okay. I'm good. So basically, that would be the first thing I do, just explain the bills of rights and what's available for them. And as part of that, as I was mentioning before, it's going through the victim compensation. Victim compensation is a program that we have, is a federal funding, is for restitution. And we try to help the victims when they have been impacted by a crime, and they have medical, they have mental health, loss of support, funeral reimbursement. If it's domestic violence, they help them with relocation. If it's sexual assault, relocation. Also, we work with human trafficking. The sheriff's office, as it is, we do have different programs and victims advocates that kind of, they're assigned to different type of crime. So, and I'm here to provide all the support that they need. We help, like I said, guidance through criminal justice. We provide referrals for individual therapy. If they don't have medical insurance and they are in deep need of emotional or individual therapy, there are programs that we are working with individually that have funding to help these victims with mental health. So we're not just, we don't leaving anybody behind. I assist them with filing the crime victim compensation. Also, I go over crime prevention, cyber stalking, and just go over immigration if they, especially, here in Florida, in Lake Worth, I have a lot of victims of crime that they are here undocumented. And because of that, there are things that we can explore as referring them to the Legal Aid Society or Florida Rural Services, just so I can, not me, but I can get the help to obtain some kind of U visas or something that can help them to integrate themselves to our community and they can feel accepted here and continue to contribute to the city. So next one. I'm going so fast. So this is the program that I was telling you guys about. It's called the victim compensation, and all of those services listed, I go over that with the victims. And even though if the person might or might not have a criminal background, I still like to file the claim. I don't want to be the one say, oh, you're not eligible because you did so and so. I let the state make any determination. So I like to just make my services available to anyone. Any questions about the victim compensation?
I do a kind of a quick one because it's come up quite a bit and I'm often curious of how this works, but you're mentioning that victims can be precluded from services because of a criminal past, right? Or whatever you want to describe it. And could that be something as simple as, let's say somebody has a really basic citation and they don't pay the citation, they missed their court date because maybe they're houseless and they don't have an address. Because I noticed one of the Bill of Rights, it said they have a right to be properly notified that they have a hearing. But we know in practicality that doesn't always happen. So something that could be as simple as a citation ends up being a bench warrant, right, over time? Or
That's
is
not a
that
felony. She only talked about felony.
only felonies?
Yeah.
Okay.
And as I said, I don't want to just determine that for them.
Right.
I always said there's nothing that we can lose. Let's see what they say. And there have been circumstances that the state have approved their claim and they've been able to receive the services. And
'Cause they-
also their
Because they look at
immigration.
it case by case, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's what is important to have an advocate, because the advocates serve as that liaison, so I can help to communicate with the state and with the victim, and I can try to get everything together to retrieve the assistance that I need for them. So, yeah, so basically, this federal program that this last grant that we got, that's what we want. We want to enhance the services that we have, and we have to introduce law enforcement to the community to reduce their impact and their negativity, because sometimes people are afraid and they're afraid to report. So that's why I believe it's important to have someone like me so I can provide that assistance for the people in the community.
I have a question.
Yes.
Do you still, at the time of the crime, is there still an advocate, whether it's you or some of the other assigned people? Do you have someone that goes out like to the police department, to the crime scene, to the hospital at
Yes,
the time?
yes,
Okay, and then do you follow them with like, when they go to depositions, when they go to trial, does somebody accompanies them?
yes, that was part of my, I just didn't go through all of them. So I tried to, they said only 10 minutes. So I was
Okay.
trying to
Go ahead. You're jumping
but
ahead of you.
yes, no, that's exactly my role. I like to be there from the beginning. However, I'm not an on-call out of scene.
Is anyone?
They have certain people, we have behavioral health that goes out to the scene. And right now it's something that is being incorporated. So we're just trying to, right?
Yeah, good evening, everybody. This is kind of new territory. District 14 Lakewood Beach is the first patrol district to have a victim advocate. Typically, the ones that would respond directly to the scene after it happens are going to be the violent crimes advocates, and there'll probably be a handoff of sorts. Beyond her basic roles that she does every day, we envision her also doing a lot of the things that were done during the 3, which turned into 4-year DOJ grant that ends in 10 days. And then we want her to be proactive as well. We envision, talking at neighborhood groups, working with the nonprofits, the city, and us on a day-to-day basis. So this is, again, something new, and we're going to hammer out the day-to-day assignments as we go. We're
And the
trying to
county-
firm
the
that up.
county has a victim advocate.
The county does for different crimes like sex crimes. I believe the county advocate comes
Right,
out,
yes.
robbery, homicide like that. Our victim advocates come out. Those are the on-calls that work every day with violent
Okay,
crimes.
that's-
So this is still, there's going to be some growing pains because she is the first one in a patrol district, but I like it. That's a good first.
Yeah, absolutely.
So.
We welcome that.
I have one question about, do victims ever come to you or know to come to you before they report a crime? If there are people who are reluctant to report, is there access or is it only through reporting?
When I used to work for domestic violence, and we were in headquarters, a lot of victims would show up at our lobby, and the lobby deputy will reach out to the victim advocates and we'll sit with them and go over what happened, and depending of what occurred, if a crime has occurred, I would actually call a deputy, a road patrol deputy, right to my office to make them feel comfortable, and so they can just report of what happened.
But they
And,
don't get your services if they don't report it, or do they?
I have helped a lot of people
Okay.
prior, and I have like the Guatemala Maya Center that you guys, I have a great relationship with them, and she has called me several times. Every time she has like a case that she doesn't know
So
what to
you have
do.
latitude. in
So
how
I'm here,
you
yeah,
handle
and
things. Okay.
like the captain said, I'm here to help and educate the community. Okay, and I love to go outside, out and give presentations. I'm actually going to be at the gang awareness event. We're having one on Friday. Also, the Bridges invited me to do another event for domestic violence at a park. So that's also part of my role. I'm going to be doing a lot of community outreach. And so I'm happy to whatever you guys would like to invite me to give a little bit of more in-depth education about victims
Is there
of
a phone
crime.
number that we would have to call you?
Yeah, I'll give
get
you my
you all the
card.
information.
Okay, Captain Bear's going to get it for us.
Okay.
We're interrupting your
It's
presentation.
fine. No, it's fine. I'm actually, I wanted to be brief. He was like, only 10
10
minutes. So I'm trying to be like,
It's gonna be a long night anyway.
so, but yeah, I'm very excited to be here, and thank you so much for having me. And if you have any other questions, not, can be.
Commissioner McFoy has a question or a comment?
I
Yes.
thought it was interesting and welcome
Mhm,
welcome
thank
to
you.
District 14 into Lakewood.
thank you.
We're very happy to know that this additional flavor of PBSO is here. So I think it's a good thing. This is a question sort of for both of you, and either can answer.
Yes.
But I thought you said something very interesting that in your experience of sort of doing some of this outreach that's a little bit different than what the main deputies do, your impression was that makes people in the community more likely to be willing to report things. And I'm seeing big nods. So
Mhm.
that's good because we're aware that that's a concern. And Thank you.
That's
And-
correct. Yeah, that's one of the benefits I believe of having me. And once I have that victim on my hand and there is a crime and they make an arrest and it goes to trial, all the way through the end of the trial and guide them through it. I'm keeping them informed and just,
And sit and wait for the
Straight.
verdict.
ugh,
The worst, the worst.
say the least. 6 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Thank you, Captain.
We're really pleased that the sheriff's office is extending this, and we hope that it'd be something that would be so successful that we would keep you here forever.
Oh,
We'll advocate for you.
I'm glad I still can keep a job. Oops. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Next up, we have a presentation from Suzanne Cabrera, who's the president and CEO of the Housing Leadership Council of Palm Beach County. And she's going to give us a status of affordable and workforce housing initiatives and study for Palm Beach County.
Good to be here tonight and talking about my favorite topic. And I'll go quickly, but you're always free to reach out to me if you have any questions. Because I am going to talk about the housing plan, but I'm going to start out with the bond issue because it's the most urgent for us. That comes up on November 8th. It will be on the ballot, a $200 million bond issue as question 1 and will appear right after the 2 statewide amendments. And to just give you, not that anybody really needs it, a reason why we're doing this is we did an assessment that came out in July of 2021 that showed between 2010 and 2019, we just fell behind by 2,000 units. We looked at how many people were coming, how many were leaving, how many units were being built, and just realized, and it kind of shocked me. I mean, I didn't, or 2,000 units a year, and now it's a total of more than 20,000 units. And we really, I don't always say throwing money at everything is the best first step. But for this one, we have a supply and demand imbalance. So this is really important. And this is one case, and we have to do so many other things with it. But the money is going to be really important because we're just missing 20,000 units. And that's why when a landlord raises the rent by $500,000, if the person asks for a break, they're like, I got 50 people behind you, and this is just what's going to happen. So we really have to fix that supply demand imbalance. And what you're going to see on the ballot, I wasn't real happy with this, but I've learned so much about this that we had 75 words and half of them were prescribed legal language. But basically, this will be just authorization to sell $200 million worth of housing bonds. And that's something the county can do. They have a AAA bond rating. It's really going to be advantageous and will allow us to really address this shortage, I think, head on. So try not to pay too much attention to the language, but it's just something that we have to live with because of our limitations with that. So tell people it's not vote yes, it's vote for. It's either for or against. So I have to make that clarification. That's what you'll see. And how will the bonds translate to units? And basically, this is the most important part where we're going to harness the market. We're also going to use our nonprofits and everybody else that can produce units and really work on affordable to essential workers. And I'm really talking about the folks 30,000 to about 100,000. In our community, it's up to 128,000, especially when we're trying to recruit new workers. We're getting people hired here, engineers starting at 80,000 a year. They come down here, look for housing and say, thanks, but no thanks. I'm rescinding, my acceptance of the offer. And Aerojet Rocketdyne tells me this happens all the time. So this is what we're going to be working on, is making sure we have housing for this group of folks. And it can go all the way down, but typically under 30,000, you need really subsidized housing. And this is really just, you'll hear more about it, how we're going to deed restrict it, but this will be more for our working folks, the people that make Palm Beach County a great place to live. And we know that's so important. You see these signs like I do. And this is something where we have over 50% of our workers in Palm Beach County in the service industry. And it's really affecting everybody. That first sign is from the CVS right down the street from me. They're routinely closed. And I talked to the manager and he's like, we just don't have an employee and I can't work 24/7. And I guess there's safety reasons why they have to have 2 employees and they can't get 2 employees. So, and then some other places, but it matters because the people that make Palm Beach County such a great place to live. I mean, we don't want to stagnate. We do want to attract those new higher paying jobs like the engineers, the tech folks, become the Wall Street of the South and all the jobs they will bring with them. But I really am concerned about the teachers, the people who take care of our kids, the elderly, and the people that are really struggling to make it work right now. So this is something that is just so important that we address this. And the bond is going to be one way we can do that. And the bond will work by basically, and I talked about the shortage, and you can look at that whole assessment, and it also talks about cost burden. Back when we did the study and it came out, we had 100,000 cost burden households. That has increased tremendously since the pandemic. That means people, they're paying more than 30% of their income, and half of those are paying more than 50% of their income. And I talk to people every day that if they have to take that housing increase or don't move in with someone, it would take their entire income. So we really have to work on this and make sure that we're employing everything we can at hand to really solve this problem. And basically, I showed you right there that starting teacher makes $51,400 and you can afford about kind of the rule of threes, 3 times your income. So they can afford $155,000 home per sale, which is a mythical thing in Palm Beach County. They can't afford to rent either. And then the folks that are really getting it, like a retail salesperson, even at $18 an hour, they can afford $910 for rent. And even with roommates or several roommates, that's becoming so challenging in Palm Beach County. And how the bonds will work is we're really focusing on production with this and trying to provide gap financing. We have other strategies in the housing plan I'll talk about briefly that will address other areas, but this is really how do we get more housing produced and make up, because the gap is growing every year. The problem is we're trying to make up the 20,000, but that gap is getting wider and wider. And some people have said, just shut the county down to everybody. I don't know how we do that, but so we have to deal with it. But what we're doing is gap financing. So I've learned so much about pro formas, and developers come to me, and money can be so expensive. Equity is really expensive. Debt is getting more expensive. So if we can replace that with loans, and everything is a loan in this from 0 to 3%. If you are a nonprofit and going to build for that 30% of AMI, you're going to get a 0% loan. And the most they get even for the for-profits is 3%, because we want them to use this loan money, because everything the loan money touches will be restricted. And it'll be deed restricted. And we're still working with the county, but a minimum of 20 years. So this is something that and they'll score higher points if they deed restrict it longer. So we're going to put as many incentives as we can to get the lower income housing and also the longer deed restriction on this. And it'll all be repaid. So we're going to end up with kind of a revolving loan fund to keep working on this, kind of like our NSP money that we got here in Lake Worth Beach. It's a gift that keeps on giving. So we will get that money back and recycle it and keep working on it, because as I said, the gap in housing is probably just going to increase. So that's basically how it'll work, is gap financing. And I want to make sure for boards and for the general public, it doesn't impact any of the process of approving these residential units. It still has to come before you. It just provides, if a developer is saying, I could build this, I could do this, if not for the cost, that will be something taken out of the way now. So we want to really assure everybody that it's got to be approved by the municipalities, and we encourage everybody to do anything they can to speed up the process. But It's still, everybody has all the rights they have always had when doing this process. And where will these units go? And that is a really good question, and something that some places are more built out. You guys in Lake Worth Beach, you don't have a whole lot of area, and I'm really excited about working with you on a program called Middle Neighborhoods to really shore up the housing that's here. But we're going to really look at one thing that's really important is adaptive reuse. There is retail, there's areas that what's there right now just is not working. So it's something where there's an opportunity to provide housing. And because of House Bill 1339 passed in 2020, everything has an underlying zoning for affordable housing. That's a vote you can just make. You can change the zoning. There's no public input required. Of course, I know you always want to do that and get input, but it's something that you have a lot of freedom to make sure that your community has affordable housing. We're going to also make sure that we use areas that are high density, can handle the traffic on bus lines. The new transit village in West Palm Beach, that'll be an example of an area that we're really going to try to put this housing in. And then the Glades, that's something I'm so excited about because they are getting businesses like FinFrock and their teachers out there. Everybody out there wants some decent, affordable housing. So this will be our opportunity to make deals work out there and have a little more ability with money on hand to deal with things like the MOC and everything else that comes out when you're trying to develop in the Glades. And how much it'll cost. This is the best part of it, is the power of community. It'll be $4.36 per $100,000 of assessed value. And that's really important that the average homeowner, and the average home is $550,000. When you take away their, what do you call that? And all of those, it'll turn out to just $14 a year. So that's something where, you know, it really is worth it. It's 20 years. It's all paid for after that. And as I said, it shows the power of community when we can do this, and the contribution is $14 a year. And that will go so much farther. I mean, you can get Housing Leadership Council that money, but it's going to go a lot farther if we can get everybody to contribute and pay for the bond issue. So we want to stress that it's not going to be a huge burden on taxpayers. And it's part of a larger plan. And I can't stress this enough that everything has to work together. I'm very, very hopeful we get it passed. We've been working hard on this, honestly, for years now, and really are trying to get the word out about it. And funding and financing is a really important part of the plan. And as I said, it's the most urgent, but I really want to talk to Lake Worth Beach more about the plan and how we can individualize it for this area, because there's so much we can do. But the funding and financing, obviously important. We're going to try to leverage other funds. And if we're not spending things like SHIP funds for the county on gap financing, then you can use it for rehab and things that you guys really need in this area. I get a call a week about someone who's losing their insurance due to the age of the roof. And if you don't have insurance, you don't have a mortgage anymore. You have forced place, very expensive. That's when you lead down the path to foreclosure and eviction. So it's really important that we have these tools available. And then planning and regulatory, I just told you about House Bill 1339. That's an important tool you'll have in your toolbox, expediting permitting, making sure that we're going to get the county to really look at impact fee waivers. It was on the agenda today, but they pulled it to do more research because we know you guys don't put that many fees in place. You're just paying it through to the county. So they're the ones we really have to target on that. And then neighborhood stabilization and revitalization, that's so important. And I've been so excited about a new group I've worked with called Middle Neighborhoods, where they really have some great strategies and things I've never thought of. And God, I've been in housing for over 30 years. I thought I'd heard it all. And I'm like, wow, those are such good ideas. So I can't wait. I've got to concentrate on getting this bond issue passed. But once I do, just like I committed with neighborhood stabilization, I have a spot in my heart for Lake Worth Beach, and I'll come back and work with you guys on the middle neighborhood strategies. And then we're doing this all through a lens of racial equity. It's so important that we look at this. I talked to FIU yesterday morning. They are doing an equity study for us so we can really understand the issues in all the communities, and you'll get down to census tract level information on home ownership rates, other things that are impacting equity in housing for neighborhoods that really have faced a lot of challenges. And we're going to see how that compounds, because equal doesn't necessarily mean equity. It really means that we have a lot of catching up to do. And this report will back that up. And that should be out by the end of October if everything goes well, according to Ned. So, and we're going to work on things like heirs properties rights to make sure that a home can be inherited by the family. It can stay in the family. We can keep people homeowners, and also valuation. That's something I didn't realize how badly appraisals are done, and we're working with LISC out of Jacksonville, and they're really trying to attack this problem to make sure that it doesn't matter what the color of your skin is, your appraisal is the same as it would be anywhere else, and the home is valued correctly, because that's very, very important. So all part of a larger plan. We have this plan available. We're tweaking it constantly. I have another meeting with the county this week, and I do want to join with y'all and do what we can to make that really work for you here locally and be a real help for you. And as I said, housing is critical to Palm Beach County. The resilience of the county, the health and well-being, the pandemic showed us that people need a home to go to. They don't need to be overcrowded. We really have to work on this issue, and I know how important it is, especially to Lake Worth Beach. So, and I'm just going to, again, over the Housing for All plan protections, we're going to make sure that they certify annually on this. If it's rental, there's going to be deeds filed. So it can't be sold. These can't be bought out. They will have to be recorded, the deed restriction, and we're going to be watching over this the whole time to make sure if we're not meeting our goals, what can we do to meet that and really be reporting back. So Housing Leadership Council is going to take on that task of really trying to be a monitor, and we need the help of everybody in the community at the meetings when we talk about the bonds to make sure that that's happening. So I tried to keep it very short, but I'm happy to answer any questions, whether it's here tonight or you can always get a hold of us. We do have a short video. We have these cards that we're handing out to try to make sure we get a yes on the bond issue. That's the most immediate need. Everyone asks me, do we have a backup plan? The backup plan is no, we're going to get this passed.
Yeah.
So working very hard on that. But can I answer any questions right now from the commission?
Mr. McVoy?
One practical one. I know that in past experience with,
Yeah, you need to speak up a little bit.
I know that in past experience in our city with municipal things on the ballot, the government can't even lobby really about it. Are we as a city municipality, and it might be for behind you, are we constrained at all and in what way are we constrained to help make people aware of the bond issue and to vote for it?
So as individuals, you can advocate, but not collectively. So the city itself cannot put something on the website that says vote yes, or even before you couldn't say vote yes. But with the new legislation, you're even restricted from educational campaigns that involve mailers or anything like that. So again, you still have your First Amendment rights as citizens.
So for example, I could put on Facebook, here's this deal, please vote for it.
Yes.
Right. Okay, but we can't as a city. And then thank you for what you're working on. I'm sure you're very well aware that we see, I think, as a commission, a lot of connection between way over on one extreme homelessness and on another extreme lack of housing, and it goes from attainable to affordable to workforce and everything in between. And we are very concerned about it. So thank you for.
I know, and you guys have worked very hard on this, and we are getting clarified on exactly what you can and can't do. And working with the county, because there was that new legislation that just went through July 1st, and we're gonna clarify. I know that you can ask for presentations, and if people ask, you can give out information. But I don't think you'll be able to do, mail these out or put anything on the website, but we'll give you clarity on that. I was just checking before the meeting started to see, because we don't want you guys to get in any trouble with this.
Any more trouble than.
Any, yeah. You
But
guys
we
are great.
certainly want to, help people be aware that this is a very important, this is just headed in the direction of a solution, and at $14 per year, it's a pretty good price.
It's a very good price. And I just asked everybody, I appreciate this opportunity to talk about it. And I tell people, if you can't vote yes or vote for it, I've been corrected on that, to give me a call, because I want to hear about it. It helps me with my presentations. It helps all of us think about things maybe we haven't thought about. So don't be afraid to ask questions or be tough on us, because it's really important that we get this right.
Commissioner Diaz.
Yeah, thank you. That was really informative. I've been following this bond for a while because I was a big advocate of the one that went up at the same time, the environmental bond.
And we're gonna get that one done too. It was so tough, because that was the same time, but believe me, that's still a really important one.
But they do have, the county had their reasons, and bonds can be a tough sell. And that's why my question is, and it's more curiosity, has your group done like focus groups? Do you have like kind of a finger of a pulse on how this, I feel like should be popular, but.
Absolutely. We have done polling, and I don't want to jinx myself. It looks good. It looks like we only need a simple majority with this. But the more we can educate and get people out to vote, the better. But we're very hopeful, although I learned not to listen to polling or anything else lately. But I think in focus groups that I've conducted, the most important thing is that people know all the facts, know it's only $14 a year, and that there'll be a lot of oversight with it. And every single dollar with this bond money will go to a deed restricted home. So we get to fix the supply and demand imbalance, plus any money this touches will be affordable or affordable
And
to a
revolving.
homeowner. And revolving, yeah, another great benefit.
I was pleased and honored to be invited by Commissioner Bernard, to join and to be a member of the hometown housing task force. I was at the first meeting the other day, and it was really exciting to hear that. And also, I've spoken with Suzanne. We're sort of built out, so we don't have a lot of places to build things, but Suzanne's very familiar with our city.
Oh, very. And I love it.
And loves our city. And understands that we have a huge need in terms of rehab, and we have a lot of old housing stock, my 1925, 1940, that we have, and people can't afford a new roof or a new air conditioner. So that kind of rehab is something that we're going to be working very closely together to look for different sources of funding. And I guess we're also working with the CRA, who was so successful with the neighborhood stabilization. So
we're going to find another 25 million, 30 million this time grant to put into this, because I think it is so important that you're a great solution. A lot of the people I do talk to would love to live in a place like Lake Worth Beach. In fact, when people can't find housing, I'm like, you really need to check this out. Millennials will really like being less than a mile from the beach and the culture and everything else. So you guys keep at it, and will be a wonderful place for those new jobs and new folks to come and live.
I look forward to working with you.
Yeah.
Thank you
Any
so
other
much. Anything
questions?
else?
Oh, no.
Well, thank you
Okay,
very much
call
for your
me
time.
anytime.
All right, we will. And I see you.
I just wanted to make a quick note that Father Frank is here, so he missed the proclamation, but I definitely want to, give props.
Father Frank, why don't you come up for a second?
Yeah.
Don't go home without it.
Good evening, Father.
My favorite political guy in Florida was a guy named Timer Powers up in Martin County. And his line always was, "Thank you for claiming us." So, good evening. Thank you for claiming us.
We had a proclamation read earlier. It's National Hispanic Month, recognizing the
They
country.
didn't tell you it's a Hispanic event, and we were bound to be late.
Well, there's that. There's. My German people wouldn't be late. But we're glad that you could make it, and we apologize, and we did have to go ahead with the proclamation. Ronaldo was able to read it. Not Ronaldo, Ronaldo was able to read it, and Rolando was here to accept it. And we appreciate the work that the Guatemalan Center does. It's a vital part of our community, and we very much appreciate what you do.
And everything you do is vital to us. So,
We're a team.
love it,
Team.
love it.
Yep.
And I always like to tell, who are the women working at the center were daughters of generals, which is not, if you're hiring, maybe that's not the way to go, but
Yeah.
anyway, Ruth Duran was a general's daughter and her brother was a general at the same time. And the very first United States Marine to give his life in the Gulf War for the United States was a Guatemalan kid, an orphan from Guatemala, whose mom and dad were killed in the atrocities in Guatemala. And somehow or another, this kid made his way into California. And the family that fostered him there imbued some real gratitude and patriotism in him. And so there he is, the very first man to give his life in the Gulf War. I was sending the generals to visit the VFW guys in town to try to persuade them that there was a monument in this event. But immigration is complicated, and they just couldn't get it.
It's tough.
And when you're living in a town that is trying to meet its bills with totally underpaid workers, with a system, an organized system of crooked immigration law, so that we can maintain workers at impossible rates without any kind of protections and income. You're in the middle of it. So give us a new immigration law for your friends who have a little more leverage than the city commission does. But give us some new immigration law. And thank you. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. It makes all the difference that you do claim us.
What little we
Madam
can
Mayor,
do. Yes.
I just wanted to let Father Frank know that we do have another copy of the proclamation for him, and I will drop it off to the GMC this week.
No problem. Thank you, Father.
And Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, if I could, on the,
Oh, there you are.
sorry, on the housing bond issue, we
Right.
talked about what the legislature has prohibited you. There are still things you can do. So one thing is you can post factual information on our website or print factual information. And I spoke with the county attorney's office, and my understanding is that they are working with county administration to come up with some factual information that cities can post. So
Okay.
maybe we follow up with the county and see where they are in providing that information.
Great, thank you very much. Oh, yeah, $14 a year. It's a bargain. So now, don't put your microphone down quite yet, Mr. Torsidio. We have unfinished business. We have an update from the city attorney about the housing crisis.
Want me up there or down here?
I think you should come up here.
Okay.
Why should you be comfortable?
Actually more comfortable standing, as you know.
Oh, there you
For a
go.
while, you get used
There
to
you
that.
go.
Good evening, Glenn Torsivi again. So you requested an update on the housing crisis, and I provided you with the letter with a lot of attachments. As you can see, it's not impossible, but an uphill battle to adopt a rent control ordinance if that's the direction we're going to go. Orange County has adopted one, and it's been challenged already. And we'll see, hopefully over the next few weeks or a couple of months, maybe we'll get some court rulings to see how that is playing out. But I think the Orlando attorney wrote a very informative, long memo explaining how difficult it is because there was this law passed in 1977, I believe, which said that you have to determine that there's a housing emergency so grave as to constitute a serious menace to the general public, not just those in housing, and such controls are necessary and proper to eliminate such grave housing emergency. And then, they cite to a 1920 U.S. Supreme Court decision that upheld the New York State housing crisis rent control law. But then there were some Florida opinions in the early 70s that struck down even before that statute was enacted. So that's one reason when we talked about in the letter is if you want to go down this path, we recommend that you do hire a consultant because you need facts to support your determinations. In general, when a legislative body, such as the commission, makes determinations and findings like a whereas clause, they're entitled to some presumption of correctness before a court. Not in this case. The opposite is true. You have to prove what you say. And that was part of the problem that is being attacked in Orange County, that while they made the correct findings, what was the data to back up those findings? You can't just simply say
Wasn't enough.
and it wasn't. Well, the claim is it wasn't enough, and we'll see what the courts say. But I think they've got an uphill battle too. So if you want to continue down that path, then our next suggestion is authorize, and I think we're already working on an RFP or an RFQ to get a consultant who can do a study. And whatever the facts are, the facts are. If they show that there is that grave emergency and it meets those high standards, then the next step is you adopt the ordinance. And the next step is you put it on a referendum. And if it passes in a referendum, then it's good for 1 year. And then you have to do it again. One thing that wasn't focused on very much is the definition of a luxury apartment complex. And that's a potential stumbling block because back in 1977, if you were renting for $250 a month, that was considered a luxury apartment complex. So the unanswered question, because there's been no cases on this at all since 1977, is how would a court today consider that? Do you apply the inflation, in which case it would be about $1,212 would be considered a luxury? That's the Orlando attorney's suggestion. A court could say, no, it's $250. The legislature said $250. It didn't index it for inflation. Does it only apply to apartments that were in effect in 1977? Or does it look at market value, what's considered luxury? So on that one little, as you can see, there's 4 or 5 questions right off the top of your head that you could think someone's going to challenge you on. And they're going to say, wait, even with inflation, it's only $1,200 a month. I think we all know $1,200 a month is not very affordable. So I just wanted to present the challenges and the opportunity, but the opportunities are you really have to get an expert who can quantify that this grave emergency exists and it's having these kind of impacts. So unless you say no, I think we're going to all proceed on the assumption you want to move forward and go out for this RFP and bring them back to you, and because all these decision points along the way. And you can almost guarantee that if you do pass the ordinance, there will be a lawsuit.
Right. And I think it's interesting when they cite the 72 case, City of Miami Beach versus Fleetwood Hotel. According to the Supreme Court of the United States, they rule that emergency has been narrowly defined and that this is very important. An increase in the cost of living and inflationary spiral alone is not a justification for rent control legislation, which limits the amount of rent which tenant may be required to pay. So
I have that language highlighted in the same way.
Yeah.
It's the challenge.
Did my little reading of this thing, and it is so narrow and so untested and so vulnerable. Anything we do is so vulnerable. We will have a lawsuit.
Mhm. And let me go back to 1920. Even the case that upheld it,
Levy. Yeah.
in that case, the legislature had conducted through committees elaborate and thorough investigations on housing conditions for almost 2 years before the rent control laws were enacted. So you have this high standard that it was approved 100 years ago, literally 100 years ago. But then ever since then, in the 70s, most of those few decisions were against it. And now this legislation became enacted, which really made it very difficult. So again, it's what we're hoping for is that there's some rulings from Orange County that provide some guidance.
Some more language that I gleaned.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I read this stuff, right? From the Orlando is A local government in enacting a rent control measure must make findings and recite them in the enactment of a housing emergency so grave, and you said this, I'm just going to reiterate it, as to constitute a serious menace to the general public. I don't think we have that here. I think we have a menace to people that are having very serious financial struggles in a certain area of our population, but I would be hard pressed to say that it's affecting the general public if you take numbers, which a study would have to do, to say it's the general public. And I'm very hesitant about this. Do you know where the Miami Beach case is these days? The status?
Miami Beach did not move forward.
They didn't move
They did
forward.
not move forward. No, Orange County. Excuse me. I believe Orange County. No.
And not to have the presumption of validity is a terrible, terrible problem.
It's, it is. And then, you know, obviously I don't sit in your shoes, but if I'm in your shoes, one thing I'm thinking about is if you're going to spend the money on a consultant and spend the money on litigation and spend the money on an election, whatever that amount of money is, whether it's 100,000, 200,000, is there a better place to address housing? You know, that's where I think you have a tough choice. Because obviously if you're successful, then you're going to have some kind of positive impact. But
And a year later, we'll have to go through the same study.
and you're going to go through another study again, right? So, but again, that's not my world. I don't go into that world.
Lucky.
But I do know that there's limited resources, both staff time and financially. So we, you know, we're looking for some direction. Yes, move forward. And time is not our friend because, you know, March is right around the corner. If you're looking at doing something like this, you have to do it relatively quickly. And courts don't usually rule that quickly. You know, I'm not expecting, I would hope the Orlando court would rule in 3 weeks, 4 weeks. They may not rule till Christmas, and that would be the trial court's first opinion. So I could see that case heating up when it gets closer to March, January, February. I could see a decision and a quick appeal and all that, and we may have some guidance, but by then you would have already made your decision that you're spending the money, you're getting the study done, you're going forward on the ballot or not. You know, you have all these decision points along the way.
Do we have any idea who would do a study like that and how much would it cost?
Well, we put out a request for proposals. I'm assuming it would probably be one of the universities, and we've identified at least one professor down at FIU that apparently has some area of expertise. You know, you're already dealing with FAU on redistricting. So I would think a university-based, or there might be a private company that does this kind of market research, but we would put that request for proposals and qualifications out there as soon as possible if you give us the green light, and we'll see who responds. And we try to have a response within 30 days so that by your, you know, hope realistically, or probably early November meeting, October 20th or early November is probably more realistic. You have a proposal in front of you to vote on whether you want to hire this person or firm. They do the study and back to you, hopefully by early January. It's a tight time.
Thanksgiving.
Right.
And Christmas.
It's a tight timeline.
Yeah.
And to get something on the ballot, I haven't even mentioned
What's
this.
the deadline? It's.
Right, I think the supervisor elections, I'll double check, but I believe it's December. Melissa, I know if you work with the supervisor a lot, but I think for something on the March ballot, it's like December 10th or 20th.
Yes, it would be December 8th, actually. And Mayor Commissioner Maliga has her hand up.
Actually, I think Commissioner McVoy had his hand up, and then Commissioner Diaz, and then Sarah. Commissioner McVoy?
Thank you. I certainly hear, and I think we knew somewhat going into it, we're learning more that this has got a lot of obstacles along the way to go this route. And potentially cost as well, and it might not work. There's a couple of places where it could go south and, you know, we don't know. On the other hand, two things come to mind. One is I get a lot of contact from people who are dealing with, hey, I just got a notice that my rent's going up 500, my rent's going up 600 or more, some of them less. And I'm getting those people contacting me, not just from what you might think, you know, people at the lowest end of the economic scale. I'm getting them from a wide range. And I think that's similar to what Suzanne was telling us, that it's a wide range. So the question of is this a grave menace to the general public? Well, there's going to be some gray area in that. I think there's what I'm getting the sense of as we deal with this problem in our community is if, like me, you were lucky and you bought your house, in my case, I had a little bit of help from my parents and I bought it, I don't know, 20 years ago or something or other, and I missed one of the peaks and only was partway up another. And so it was affordable. So I'm okay. I got no problem in theory. But what if something happened? What if somehow or other I were to lose that house for some reason? I would be in exactly the same situation as all the people who are contacting. I wouldn't be able to find anything. I'd be seeing these high jumps in rent that certainly don't correspond to an increase in my salary or anybody else's salary. So I think there is room to make the argument of a broader impact of this. Might not be immediate, but I think there's room. It's clearly going to take some clever both research and thinking about the legal context that this research is going to, but that people can do that. It's possible to do. The other thought that I would bring to my colleagues on the commission is we have shown some leadership on addressing this issue. And interestingly, the county adopted our tenant notice on 60 days. I think they adopted something else that we did, but I don't remember what it was. We do have an opportunity to show some leadership, and that's not a bad thing. And the sort of related little piece to that is, and there's a question for you, is there a possibility, might be small, but a possibility that if we did proceed this direction, and if we did get a legal challenge, we did all the pieces, but we got legally challenged, that we might in fact break ground by winning that challenge and opening up possibilities for other communities to do the right thing. I'm not saying, I guess my question is the possibility of that zero, in which case we should definitely not go that direction. But if the possibility is somewhat non-zero, that's worth being aware of.
Right. To me, there is no zero. There's always a possibility. But it depends on the facts. And that's the biggest instruction. If you walk away with anything from whatever I said today, this is factually driven. It's not as much, it's legally driven in the sense that the courts and the legislature have set this high bar. Do you have the facts to jump over this high bar? We don't know that. I mean, we know that there's inflation. We know that rents have increased dramatically. We know there's a housing shortage, a housing crisis. But does it constitute the things a grave emergency to the general public? You know, does the fact that there's not housing available, as Suzanne talked about, does that mean that there's not going to be enough people to fill the jobs, to whatever, you know, whether it's pump the gas or mine the minerals or whatever it is that I'm not sure you're going to get that kind of a in-depth research in Lake Worth Beach, you know, because you're very
specific.
defined to here.
And
It's
also, if you
possible.
talk to realtors, houses are selling. You know, if you put a house on the market, I mean, now it's slowed down a little bit, but there's a shortage of inventory in houses right now. So that sort of goes counter. Commissioner Diaz was next.
Yeah, you know, I think the key word is untested, like for sure in Florida courts, of course, they're difficult to predict. You know, I was surprised to learn that this issue, that there isn't 100 attorney general opinions on it, right? I feel like this is an issue that probably has come up many times in the 100-year history of Florida. And it's like kind of surprising to me that it's not something that's better defined. But, you know, I tend to agree that, you know, looking at Orlando's conclusion, for example, on how you have those two questions and whether or not that can be determined, I think not only the timing isn't great to keep an eye on the Orlando case, but also, you know, we should probably also keep an eye on Tallahassee. I haven't really heard any rumors or anything of whether there's going to be legislation proposed that might make this even more clearly impossible for us to take on. You never know. Session starts in March. But I think in the end, this is still something, you know, we obviously need to keep an eye on it. Who knows, maybe by the time we get through the process, maybe the situation will level out and be a little bit better. We never know. But I think either way, pursuing this research, this data, that we don't really know, if it'll meet any kind of burden that is still vague and unclear in court, but that data is still going to help us, when it comes to planning, when it comes to determining what we need for our community, things like that. I think the more we learn about our community and the more research and data, especially on housing, I hear, Mary, your thoughts on people are buying houses, and often we see the deeds and it's not people, it's a lot of times it's corporations. And, I feel like there's a lot of things that need to be cleared up. And people really ask me a lot, like, who's owning all these houses? Is it all corporations that are short-term rentals? Is it all this? And I don't think we have clear numbers, at least specific to Lake Worth. So I think pursuing that data is just going to be beneficial in general. And we should definitely be conscious about moving towards this direction. I'm not saying being reckless, but also, being a little bit safe and keeping an eye on these opinions and seeing what develops to keep working in that direction, because it's a serious problem that doesn't seem to be going away anytime soon.
What do you say about the March deadline, though? I mean, in terms of if I'm, as I think it's clear, I'm pretty hesitant about going to the referendum part of it, that part of it. Just because, we are not a rich city that can afford to be the test case for Florida.
Right. That's a tough one for sure. And I think it's dependent on, if we do an RFP and see what groups are out there, whether it's university or nonprofit or whatever, and seeing, kind of what their thoughts are on and seeing if we can pull it off. I'm not willing to throw in the towel. I hear you that timing is not great. Like this Orlando litigation, if it happened last year, it would have been a lot more beneficial to us, but we have to work with the time.
And that's just the trial, correct?
Yeah.
And
That's just the very
appeal.
beginning.
So we're talking about at least a year.
And one thing that's concerning, and it's probably not appropriate to say this, but
Go ahead.
the Florida, I will. That's not going to say it.
Yeah.
The Florida Supreme Court in the 60s, 70s, 80s was generally a more liberal court than it has been in the last 10 or 15 years. I've had different conservative administrations in Tallahassee appointing more conservative judges. You see it on the federal level somewhat, and you see it definitely at the state level. So if in 1976 and 1977, the Florida Supreme Court was having a hard time with this, I shudder to think what the current Supreme Court's going to think of this, so I don't want to say, here's the bar, and we jump over the bar. And then when we disrespect their Supreme Court, when we get there, they say, oh, the bar's a little higher than that.
Yeah.
So I hear what you're saying loud and clear in terms of having the data is always a good thing, right? You always want more data. You can maybe use it for grants and for other opportunities. But the more I delve into this, and I think you all know where my heart's at, but I got to put my heart over here and say, okay, legally, this is tough. It's tough. It's tough. It's not impossible. It's not zero, but it's not going to be easy.
Vanishingly close.
Pardon me?
Relatively.
Vanishingly close.
Okay. Commissioner Malega?
Yeah, I'm here. And I hear everyone's concerns, but I just have to go back to 2 weeks ago when, without consideration of redoing an ordinance in fear of a lawsuit, we lifted a panhandling ordinance because we were going to spend, $89,000 or upwards in a lawsuit with the panhandling ordinance. So there's that. We can't be afraid of legal issues with one ordinance or one social issue, but then on the other hand, go, all right, well, we're willing to take that chance. I would support doing research if it doesn't cost us an immense amount of money, because as far as I'm concerned, that money could be going towards supporting the CRA's housing projects and building homes and giving people an opportunity to own a home with a first-time home buyers program. I don't support going to referendum. I think it's not the way that we need to go. I think that we need to stop talking about it and just put money to action. By the time we do these studies and we do all these this research, how many people could we have helped? How many programs could we have put together? And that's just where I stand on this.
And we have set aside $2.5 million of ARPA funds to help the housing.
I understand, but we don't have a program for that yet. And I mean, even if we're talking $200,000, to just go to referendum, have it fail, or get involved with the lawsuit. This is the same commission 2 weeks ago who was like, no, we can't be sued over, a panhandling ordinance. But now we're okay with possibly opening a huge lawsuit with something like this. So I'm just confused, and I support it.
I wasn't arguing with you, the Commissioner.
No, I know you it's hard to do this Zoom thing.
Are you finished? We have, Commissioner Stokes has something to ask or to say.
I definitely want to put an RFP out there because it's crazy to talk about this when we have no actual numbers that we're looking in front of us. Like, put it out there. Let's see if it comes back. We're saying $200,000, but I'm assuming that's for the whole thing. So I would like to do this study. I would like to know two things about my limited knowledge from a few sociology courses and my general education, the great University of Florida. There is a huge connection to poverty in areas that are suffering from an economy like what we're seeing, and crime and homelessness. So to think that this is only going to affect the person whose rent is being increased, I think is not true. And I would love to see whoever comes back to talk about this study to be able to communicate that as well. I think it's an opportunity to educate the public, because I hear sometimes like, this commission cares so much about a certain group of people. What about us? And it's like, well, we all work together, and what happens to one group of people affects the other group, and you can't get around it. You can't separate that. So I think that if people are starting to feel the stress of additional rent burdens, they're losing their homes, they have no place to go, they're sleeping in their car. And I'm not in any way saying that it's going to lead to crime, but when you see even people that can stay in their homes and they're getting squeezed, there is a correlation there. So I think that could be an interesting part of the study. I do feel like it's beyond inflation. We have a war in Ukraine that's driving energy costs up and other things that are happening. This is not natural inflation. We have a pandemic, and we're still in a pandemic. There are a lot of other circumstances going on here beyond just traditional, typical inflation. So I think that there's some room there. So, I mean, I would really like to get the RFP out. The other thing I wanted to ask about is, I don't think that when the study comes back that we might have the finances to take on a lawsuit as a tiny municipality with our budget. But the difference between the lawsuit last commission meeting is that it was being brought on to us by these like more social oriented groups. Is there any chance we could get them to actually take on our case and help us move if we decide to go in that direction, and ask them, hey, we know that we're, here we're on the same page and we care about the same thing, protecting the most vulnerable, among us from these increases.
We could look at that for sure.
Yeah, so I don't think that it's all hope is lost, and I think we could see some creative things come about, but I really do think I would love this report also, like I said, to help educate the community of what happens. Everything that happens to your neighbor it affects the community as a whole. It just does. So,
Commissioner McBoyd?
So two very concrete things to come out of the discussion we've had, which I think is very helpful, and great idea on seeing whether we could reach out to the attorney firm or nonprofit, whatever they were in, I believe in Gainesville, and see, would you be interested in looking ahead to take this on? Yeah.
Is there a time out on that?
That'd be
So
specific.
So we have, there are public interest law firms, and I'll use the ACLU as an example, that will take on causes and not really charge for it. But the private sector firms, it's almost like the personal injury firms that you don't pay unless you get a recovery. And these firms get paid in the settlements and in the lawsuit. So, the law firm we're talking about, there was $89,000 in the West Palm Beach case. I'm sure that they took a fair amount to cover their time and expense. So I'll look into it, but I don't want to have your hopes raised that they're going to come and do this for free. They're going to, and this isn't a case like a discrimination case where you're entitled to your fees if you win. If we won this in the sense that we got sued by a realtors group and won, we're not going to get our legal fees back from the realtors group.
Right. So, and thank you for that clarification. the two things that come to mind to me is when the RFP gets prepared, and this is a directive to staff, I think we would like to see it before it goes out, because I think
Oh, yeah.
what I'm hearing is this RFP should think as broadly as possible. I think the points that Commissioner Stokes made are the right kind of research and pulling from existing research, of which there's lots, to show the links between different things. That, okay, here's the data of what's happening in this community. Here's research from elsewhere that says when those things happen, these other things follow quickly on. That would be part of your case for grave menace. So I think we want to see that RFP to make sure that we feel it is broadly enough constituted. The other thought is, okay, we're hearing that this may be an avenue that the data level of it helps our community, but we're not too sure about beyond that. I think what the message comes out for me is, okay, that doesn't mean that we stop at that point. That means that we have to be even more imaginative about what are our other angles that we can take. Are there angles that maybe are not as black and white as rent control, but maybe ways that we can honor those landlords who have had very reasonable rent increases and indicate those who have chosen not to, and make that information public available? That's public record stuff, it seems to me. We could be proactive in letting the community know who's doing what. Are there other things I mentioned at our pre-agenda meeting? I would like to equip renters who receive a notice, hey, we're raising your rent by some amount. If it looks to the renter like that notice is in violation of our 60-day requirement, I would like to see us have some sort of a letter that the renter could send out with, not a legal opinion, because obviously we can't do that, but one that says, hey, landlord, we passed this ordinance. It looks to us like, or it looks to the renter like this might be a violation, that we're calling it to your attention. Something to that effect.
I'm glad you brought that up because Carmen and I have been working on that. We have a draft notice that we've been editing back and forth. As long as you're all okay with it, and we think you are, put on a website that says Lake Worth Beach has passed this ordinance. This is what it provides in a paragraph or so. Here's the phone number and contact for legal aid, because we have a contract with legal aid. And I sent that to Ms. Miles at Legal Aid to make sure she's okay with being named in this notice on our website. And I know you're looking at it.
Yes, and the team has, it has been forwarded to the team to place that on the website. It'll be the ordinance and also what one could do should they find themselves in that situation.
And I'd like to see a
Contact.
to add to that, I'd like to see a mailing go out for any rental license renewal. Mr. Waters?
Already on it.
Oh, you're good.
You have a
Our
proactive,
new,
you have a proactive group here.
manager, and we have added a sentence to the business license that are being mailed out now, the
Okay.
actual piece of paper. And it mentions the ordinance number, the date it was passed, and what it requires. The other thing I might suggest, if we have the RFP go out, we might ask that person to investigate what other options legally are available
Mhm.
that the city could get voluntary rent control, such as some kind of moderation of property taxes.
Huh.
Other areas in the country kind of do this, but it would essentially be a voluntary deed restriction saying, oh, I agree from this time, whatever, I'm not going to raise my rents more than the 10%. And in return, there is some kind of reduction in the property tax, both county and
Something.
city. But there should be
Some incentive.
that will give you more evidence and documentation as to, okay, we have exhausted all remedies available to address this issue. Maybe there aren't any. And we've investigated that, which would help strengthen your case on the facts if you do decide to go to referenda and you get a challenge.
Right. And along those, I was really interested when the folks on the 16th were coming up about, the anecdotal things about their rent rising and I would love to know, and I think this really actually makes a difference in my heart, was that landlord someone that newly bought the property, or was this a landlord that has owned the property for a long time and just raised the rent because they could? And I think there's a difference because, anecdotal example, across the street from me, a cottage like my cottage, which I can't even believe, sold for like $450,000. Now he rents it out. He's got to charge higher to cover his expenses. But if he's owned it, like I own some properties, I've owned them for years and I just don't raise rent. But, you know, to find out how that works, I think that makes a difference, because if you're paying more for your operating costs, your covering costs, you've got to pay more rent. But if you're just being taking advantage of the situation morally, that's just my moral, you know, it's kind of along what you're saying.
Yeah.
Commissioner Diaz.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out, because there are landlords who are doing the right thing for sure. I don't know if they're the majority, but maybe you, after this, you have a fine career in teaching landlords how it should be done, because you're a good landlord, Mayor. On your note and on Commissioner McBoy's note, yeah, like public interest, a nonprofit organization, preferably over those, you know, a law firm like that, I would say would be the primary focus for our sake. But to Commissioner Stokes's point, I was kind of taken aback, because I agree on that, the general, you know, the general public standard, whatever we want to call it, this question that needs to be answered by court. I was kind of taken aback at how little to non-existent there is in terms of the research and data that looks at the housing, and pretty much almost everything I see focuses so much on just the economic impact and the damage that does, which of course is substantial. But I'm no sociologist, but you know, I can see the potential for a cross-field study that says, look, like these situations do bring about so many other community planning issues, and
Ripple effect.
yeah, and I was blown away at how there's nothing that really points
Wow.
that out. So the research, the data needs to be there. And I think there are groups that are at this point are progressive enough to, you know, really consider that and make that connection in terms of testing it in court. So that's why, you know, partially I'm curious, and I think that data would be helpful. Because, you know, I hear the comments, especially on our ordinances and on the house list, and how, you know, one of the comments I'm seeing a lot is don't San Francisco my Lake Worth. And I, you know, to those people's surprise, I probably agree with them, except for a different notion. The reason why towns like San Francisco and Seattle, they're dealing with these problems is because for 20 plus years, they've planned their community without consideration for having the inclusion of everyone in the community. So they plan for one segment of the community, and you know, decades down the line, they have this colossal problem that they just made it even worse on themselves. And they've never really made that connection of, well, shoot, 30 years ago, we should have been planning to find a spot in our community for everyone, no matter their economic level, their contribution and whatnot. And let's, you know, prevent us from having such a colossally bad problem. We're never going to solve houselessness. Let's be realistic. And this is a problem that has been a problem for humanity since the dawn of, you know, recorded history. There's always going to be some subset in every urban area that we're going to have that problem. But we as a city can do our best to lead as an example, to, you know, put our skin in the game and say we're doing our best to make the situation, the quality of life better for everyone. Because that's really what we're talking about. We're not just trying to help the houseless in their situation. We're also trying to help everyone in the community to feel comfortable and to say, well, this is going to benefit all of us, because if these people don't have a place in our community, we're going to see more of the problems that we're hearing about.
Yeah, I was San Francisco, it was the .com. I mean, all of a sudden, crazy. Okay, so everybody was displaced. The people were living in you know, the new millionaires from, you know, IT stuff were getting on buses to go down to Santa Rosa and, you know, to work, and then come back at night on the bus, and there wasn't. And one of the issues, and I don't disagree with you, but one of the issues that we have, and I've gotten emails about why don't we do this, ownership. And unless the city or the county owns the property, we have very little control over what happens. You know, we can LDR it, we can zone it, we can do those things, but if we don't own it, we can't say you need to do this. And if we upgrade or downgrade the zoning, then we've got Harris issues, right? Lawsuits. Downgrade, you're right. Doesn't matter, yeah, okay.
But we heard, I believe it was from Susan, all right, about land trust opportunities and things like that. So when we're talking
Again,
about
right.
dealing with the CRA and the money that we have set aside, I think we should definitely be exploring land trusts.
Absolutely. And they've been successful. They're
Yeah.
great. But again, it's not privately owned at that
Right.
point.
Right.
And that's the thing.
Very quick, last one.
Quickly.
Mayor's, Commissioner Maliga's hand has been
All
up.
right.
Let,
Sarah, come on, come on.
I'm just, I thought that the rule was that if we're gonna spend this much time on any topic, we're supposed to workshop it.
Okay, well, I think we're at the end.
very quick one. You made the point very correctly, Madam Mayor, that San Francisco, it was the .com boom. Remember what we're hearing here, Wall Street of the South. It's very, very similar that you have a whole industry coming in that's pretty high end in terms of salaries that is part of what's pushing up things. So, let's learn from what they did and try to avoid some of the mistakes.
Madam Clerk, do we have?
I just one last.
Well, yeah, sure.
It's just real quick. As we're talking about the RFP, I just wanted to mention that we're seeing that we have vacancies. Our students are not having teachers. They're being taught by subs. They're getting pushed into auditoriums. This has a huge effect on the general public. We have one of the highest rates of homeless students in our schools right now. That has a huge impact on their ability to learn and grow and what they can do and become contributing members to society. So-
Also healthcare. I've been in the hospital 3 times in the past 6 weeks, and every time I talk to the nurses, there's a terrible shortage of healthcare
Right,
workers.
so that is in the public.
But not for our community
So
necessarily.
I'm almost hearing
Okay,
two RFPs.
let's pay attention to what Commissioner Malega
I know
said.
because October 6th is your next meeting. And I
Right.
think if we're going to get you something to see, we're going to need to add it on to that meeting. And we can do that because we've been working on it. But we've been working on something that's like laser focused on this court opinion or this statute and how to get a study that supports that. And you're all talking
Sounds like
about,
we're getting broader.
I think you're getting broader.
Yeah.
So I don't want to, right, I don't know that you want to lose this opportunity. You might want either a 2-part RFP or you do 1 part now and 1 part later, because whoever is the successful bidder for this, they're gonna have a short window to get it done too.
I can't see it happening, frankly, especially.
So if it's
we're
okay
going
with
to
you, we'll
referendum.
keep it narrow for this one. And then start working on maybe a second one that's a little broader after you look at the first one, because to me, I think it's impossible for anybody to take on a broad scope like that in a 6 or 8 week period of time.
Yeah, go ahead.
My suggestion would be when we put it out for bid, make an opportunity in that for whoever bids on it. Make sure that the request mentions that one of the legal standards we have to anticipate holding is grave menace to the general public. And ask the applicants, is this something that you could do in a time frame that, pulling other research that you could include it in?
I can't see.
And let
Okay.
them say, no, there's no way, or yes, that's quite possible, or whatever. Because I suspect that will be more literature review based and less.
But it's got to be factual. It's got to be our
Literature
city,
review is fact,
not to Lake Worth Beach.
it doesn't matter. If you have that gravity makes apples fall, you don't have to establish, you just have to establish that gravity happens in Lake Worth Beach as well as in San Francisco. So if there's a link.
We have this conversation, science and law.
Yes. Okay, so, and I frankly, I think practically speaking, if we want to, I feel like if we're aiming for a referendum of March 8th, I think that's unwise. I think it would be better for us to take the time to actually look at this deeper, because we do have money set aside for housing. If this referendum passes with the county, there's going to be funds available for building things. We have $750,000 from Representative Frankel. We have, we're talking about other creative ways to look at how to deal with the problem rather than just the rent control, which is, rent control is a very narrow area of how to help that. And by the time we went through the court case and the appeals and everything else, it's going to be 2 years from now, whether we win or lose. So, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
I do not on this item, and just to remind you, we had one held over from the last meeting that should be.
I have that in my hand. I believe I have that in my hand. From
Yeah,
Mr.
I put Post-its on the ones that were from the last meeting.
Castay. Yeah. Okay, are there any other public comments on that? I'm not for the. Well, you need to bring it up, darling. We don't know if it's there. If we don't get it. Just give it to me. It's fine. Save Carmen if you. Okay, the first one we have, this is, I guess, from last time. Mr. Castay, are you in the audience tonight? Okay, Cedric Castay, 219 Third Avenue South. He's against the housing crisis update. When can I go sleep on Palm Beach for free? This will destroy our community. And this is Daniel Morgan, come on up. Now you should know, Daniel, you got to give us.
I know. I just came in late and I didn't want to interrupt. Daniel Morgan, 331 South J Street, apartment 4. Listening to the conversation right now on the update about the housing crisis, I just can't help but take this time now to tell you or reiterate something that I think I've said a couple times here. I moved here about 6 years ago, and since I got here, the headlines that I've heard, especially emphasis on the pandemic, right? We had the lowest attendance rate in our schools compared to all the other schools in Palm Beach County for the remote learning. We also have some of the lowest performing schools in the entire county. The highest level of homeless students. We had the highest rates of infection, I believe, compared to other cities in Palm Beach County. Working at the Guatemala Maya Center, working directly with some of the most impoverished people in our community. Some of the issues that really take me aback are, when you have so many people living in one home, trying their best to make it happen on a single family, you got like 6 or 8 people. You know what I mean? A lot of things happen that the general public isn't aware about. I don't have the statistics exactly, the exact numbers to back it up, but I'm telling you, from working at the Guatemala Maya Center for 2 years, talking to thousands of people, a lot of them here from Lake Worth Beach, real issues regarding sexual assault of children in our city, the disappearance of children in our city, right? People who, they fall off the roof from working a whole day out in the sun, find themselves devastated. There's no coming back. They hurt themselves gravely. They went to the hospital. Their life's practically ruined. They have to depend again on this multi-people unit working together, you know what I mean? And in some really harsh conditions. Absentee landlords. There's some things that are happening that, especially in this population, especially in Lake Worth Beach, unique aspect of the fact that a lot of these impoverished people, immigrants who are afraid of approaching authorities. I remember back when there was a headline about people stealing rents, some people pretending to be realtors and showing undocumented people apartments. They specifically targeted undocumented people because they knew they were very reluctant to approach the authorities, right? So we have this
I'm sorry, that's time, Mr. Morgan.
I just want to say, these are things that constitute a problem, a threat to the general public. I think the issue is that a lot of us are insulated from it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, next we have,
It's not to the.
smoking. Now we have Commissioner, okay, it's 7:42. Commission liaison reports and comments. Commissioner Malega, are you up to giving us a report or comments?
Yes.
Okay, you're first.
Attended Rolo, residents of Lake Osborne meeting, this past week, along with the CRA meeting, that you were at, Madam Mayor. At the CRA, I welcomed everybody, to the new board. And I was a little, taken back that some of them don't know where their rules and regulations fall, which we talked about at our pre-agenda meeting. I also attended the NAPC meeting. And just really wanted to touch base with citizens and getting a lot of feedback on some of the stuff that is taking up our time on the dais. And I'm getting a lot of feedback from business owners who are upset with the fact that we're not talking about how do we help the business owners in this city, and that our focus has been on certain populations and not on the whole population. But other than that, I spent the weekend at IEMO2 training for elected officials in Fort Myers and got a lot of important data. I will make copies of the workbooks they gave me and pass them out to everybody on the dais. I did get permission to do so because they're usually a little skeptical about sharing stuff like that. But otherwise, it was a good weekend brought back a lot of knowledge, and sorry I'm not on the dais tonight.
Well, we hope that you feel better. Is that it?
That's it, ma'am. Short and sweet.
Thank you. And we really do hope that I'm sorry that you're not feeling well.
Thank
District
you.
two.
Just very short, was happy to attend and happy that it occurred. The 100-year centennial celebration of Lake Worth High School or Community High School was really a pleasure to hear some of the history from folks who took the trouble to come and put their comments together and share some of what has happened in our city, including, I talked to one principal who was part of when Palm Beach County had black high schools, black only. And so it's important for us to remember that we've come a long ways. We've got a ways to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stokes.
Gosh, so much, but I just want to talk about the 100-year celebration. It was amazing at the casino. They did have something at the Irish Brigade on Friday, and I was able to run into a bunch of teachers that I taught with at Lake Worth High and who also graduated from Lake Worth High, who are now in schools throughout the county. And what blew me away is hearing about the teacher shortage at the schools out west, like Park Vista. It's not just the Title I schools that are having hard times getting and retaining teachers. It's the A-rated schools as well. It is huge, and it is an issue for us. And I think we're gonna feel it in our schools too. But when I went to the open house at North Grade, I found out there that through their dual language program, they have some of the highest retention, and their teachers that teach dual language, they stick with it. And so I'm excited about that because teacher retention is really important. I was able to sneak away for about 30 minutes last night to attend the Parrot Cove Neighborhood Association meeting, so I could talk to them and try to ease some of their concerns, because there's a lot of stuff floating out there. And when you pull it all back and you have conversations, I think there's a lot of middle ground and understanding that can happen. And I can't remember when, but I did do. I don't have to talk about all this. I'm not trying to remember everything because we didn't do this 2 weeks ago either. So we can move on with the meeting.
Thank you. Commissioner Diaz.
Yeah, I'll keep mine short as well because of time, but same thing for the high school. It's amazing that when things last 100 years, especially when it's education, it was a great time. Education is always a top issue for me, and reform and what's needed in our area. So I'm always happy to help in every small way that we can in that regard. And I always love seeing the progress that's being made despite their circumstances. I also attended the TPA meeting, which was great. And we've talked about, in a previous meeting, we mentioned talking about upgrading our bus shelters. And so meetings between staff and, Palm Chan and others, that those are going to be happening soon. Excited to see, what we can do, because those numbers spoke for themselves. We have more people using Palm Chan here than anywhere else. They talked about bringing in electric buses, which is really exciting, except the technology isn't quite there for our routes because our routes are so long. But it's just kind of an exciting time to talk about, the future of transportation, of mobility and planning, and overall, we're headed in the right direction.
Thank you. I'll keep mine short too. We're all very aware of time tonight. I was also at the 100th on Saturday night. It was great to see a lot of people. It was great to hear the band, our wonderful Lake Worth High School band, the rhythm section. They were amazing. And really exciting, the new principal at the Lake Worth High School, Dr. Epps, has retired, and our new principal was the principal at Highland Elementary. So it's a young woman. It was very interesting because we had her there. We also had
David Campbell.
Mr. Cantley, who was the, older, so we had an elderly gentleman who was for 19 years the principal, and we had photographs taken with the new young Hispanic female principal. And so she knows our community, and she's very excited about being in Lake Worth High. She said, which I was very surprised to hear, that our graduation, and unless I misheard it, that our graduation rate at Lake Worth High School is 95%.
Yeah.
So, that's amazing. That's so wonderful to hear. I also, the CRA, I was at the CRA meeting and there was one member who did seem confused about their role in what they could vote on. And I checked because that concerned me as well as it apparently did for Commissioner Malega, that each of the new commissioners were met with, each of the new members were met with and explained. So they'll learn hopefully as they go along. So I was honored to be asked to be on the Hometown Housing Task Force, looking very forward to working on especially rehabs of our housing stock. We're going to be very active in that, looking for money to help people in our town. And I emailed everyone a brochure about a upcoming workshop regarding transportation. And if anybody's interested, I'm going to try to go and see what we can do. That's all I'm going to have because it's now 7:49. And we're not even going to ask you, you're later, right?
No.
You want to go now, Commission? I think the city manager goes later, but if you would like to do it now, you'd be welcome to do that.
No, she goes after you, Madam Mayor.
I mean, oh, there it is. Okay, sorry.
That's okay. I just have a couple of things, you know, I always keep it brief as well. Just want to let you know, on Thursday, this Thursday, I'll be attending the Facing the Crisis. We're talking about the crisis, which is sponsored by the Palm Beach County Community Services and the Community Recovery, the Hub. And that event is virtual and in person, but I'll be attending it virtually from 8 to 1. But it says the scope of the meeting is to update the community on progress of the county's opioid response, present the concept of recovery capital, present surveillance data collected to date, and host a community feedback session. So that'll be interesting to hear what's happening in the progress in our communities. And then also, I'm not sure if you're aware, on October 13th, we are hosting the Palm Beach League of Cities ethics training session here at our casino from 9 to 12 for elected officials. So we'll have elected officials from around the county here in our city. So we're excited about hosting that event.
What time is that on the 13th? Do you have that?
9 a.m. to 12 or 1 p.m.
Okay, great.
Just half a day.
And it's probably our very own Christian who's doing some of the painting, I guess.
They've got me leading off the sunshine law, and I think it's only 8 o'clock. Almost 9.
Let me verify that. It's one time.
Could you share that information with us? Okay, great. Thank you.
Sunshine when the sunrise comes up. That's
pretty good. That's pretty good. And we all need refreshers on that, God knows. Anything else? All right, now we have the public participation of non-agenda items. I have some here. Madam Clerk, do you have any non-agenda item public participation?
I do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay, great. So we're going to start with Peggy Fisher.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. Each of you represent our city, and in what you say, especially from the dais, is public. It's given to our public. We should depend on what you say from the dais as being accurate. And several times we've had comments made about how much money we have given to the Gulf Stream. And I think that needs to be clarified in terms of in kind versus actual dollars out of our budget, because the figures being thrown out are not actual dollars being given out of the city budget. And I think that's important to be clarified for the public. We talked about sunshine laws, and I'm sure the city attorney has stressed to you all that operating through a conduit is a violation of sunshine laws. And finally, we've often been chastised about abiding by the rules for public comment, public decorum. Well, on the back of your blue card, it says time limits for you all. And just as Commissioner Malega pointed out, 30 minutes, it goes to workshop, and it needs to be called on you because otherwise it just keeps going and going and going. So thank you.
Thank you. We get out of control sometimes. And actually, we would ask the clerk, perhaps this would be helpful because we do get into conversations sometimes. Madam Clerk, if you could time us so that you and
I
call it.
would be
at
very
the-
happy to, Madam Mayor.
And I bet you would be. So if you could do that in time, because then we know, I wasn't watching the clock, so I appreciate that, Peggy, for keeping us in line. Let's see, non-agenda items. Joseph Torres, are you here? Okay. Hi.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Thank you all for your support and the housing project that we have here because our homeless population is going through a lot. My name is Joseph Torres. I reside at 512 North H Street. 10 years ago, when I purchased my home, I went to code enforcement with numerous complaints regarding unpermitted building, construction, digging, wall of vegetation, and an enormous unpruned tree for decades at 509 North H Street. The code officer at the time had ignored and was eventually fired for numerous cases and bribes. Then came Tamika Harris, my new code officer, who I then continued to make the complaints until the unpermitted build was demolished, and rightfully so. Then came COVID and the city shut down. The city reopened and I was told the builder's proposals for 509 North G Street are not being approved. A couple of months ago, they started to build and lay concrete. A few months ago, I contacted the city to find Tamika Harris is in another position. I found the builder was approved for duplex and 2 homes on this lot, which was previously 1 home. Currently at 10th and North G Street, there are proposal signs for a new build. At 509 North H Street with new construction, it posts available soon, duplex with office, 2 homes. Where are the 3 families and 1 business going to park? Not in front of my neighbors or my home, as we are homeowners and have rights. Never once has this block had any opportunity to voice our concerns over this project that's almost complete. Not once posting any proposal for the community to have a voice is a slap in the residents' face. I pray the city does the right thing here and addresses this premise owner with these issues that the community had no voice on. Numerous times, premise builder was told to stop building, yet he continued before being approved. Now appears all is approved, and how so with such a bill? Additionally, next door to me is an empty lot at 516 and 518 North H Street. For well over a decade, it's full of weeds, which the owner is using as a parking lot, and they continue to park on the weekends and at night. I am about to deal with the city regarding that as well. It's the weeds are going everywhere to my neighbors and my lot. We can't even grow any grass here. They continue to try making a parking lot next to our homes when residents are needed for families at this lot that's residential. And it should remain residential. When are affordable housing going to be built here? Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to refer the 509 North H Street to our community sustainability. And I hope that they will get in touch with you, Mr. Torres, who lives at 512 North H Street. Thank you. Non-agenda items. This is from Sherry. Please read. I don't know who Sherry is. Oh, Sherry at 512 North H Street. That sounds familiar. Okay. The Comprehensive Vision Zero Safety Program is of great concern and is much needed in this community. North 8th Street, which is a residential street, is barely a big enough lane for 1 vehicle to pass from North 3rd down to North 10th Avenue. Currently, it's 2-way. There is no need for highway traffic to come down North 10th Avenue on North 8th Street and head south as they continue speeding through dangerously at times. Dixie Highway is only 1 block over. 18-wheelers enter and exit the same exact way they came. Last year or so on 5th Avenue and North 8th Street, neighbors as well as myself have had our vehicles hit. That's not, okay. Okay, happens all the time. Mine personally several times. One neighbor's was totaled. She immediately moved after barely 7 months, indicating poor road conditions and nighttime alley and garage traffic unresolved. North 8th Street needs to be 1-way northbound with speed bumps to curb the ongoing speeding traffic into the community. Bike lanes as well. Additionally, more lights are needed around the community and alleys. Some streets, like between 6th and North Dixie Highway to North J Street, where prostitute and drug dealers last Saturday pulled up at 9 p.m., female hops out and starts strolling down Dixie between Sunoco and the 2 bars within the blocks. This street is pitch black as they continue to utilize for over a decade as their primary location for suspect business. Trees need to be removed, cut back, and lights put in this block to deter this continuous deteriorating conditioning of the community. More has to be done from our elected officials than just taking office and smiling. Oh, trust me, we do more than that. The city needs leaders pushing this community in a positive direction. I'm going to refer this to our community police and to our building and planning folks and to, but I'm going to give it to the city manager because that's where all things begin. So I'm going to hand this right over to the city manager. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, trust me, we do more than smile.
Let's see.
Any other, give me just a second. Finish business. Station development and, okay. I think that's all the public comments. Approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion for the approval of the minutes?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Oh, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
To approve?
Do I have a second? Second. Commissioner McVoy made the motion. Commissioner Stokes seconded. Do I have a vote? All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. Okay, item A. Okay, we're gonna go ahead. Well, no, this is, we're gonna take a short break,
5 minutes.
5-minute break.
To be.
Run.
Right.
Run.
Madam Mayor, it is 8:08 and we are live still.
And we're back. All right. Okay, now, public hearings. Let me get to where we are. The first item on the agenda is an ordinance 2022-6, excuse me, that's 16 for the second reading, establishing a business advisory board. And I had to leave at the last meeting because I just couldn't take it anymore. But I had a couple questions before we go into it. In terms of the businesses that are included, and again, I wasn't here, so I don't know. I didn't see when it talks about the board shall be appointed by city commission and the different things. I didn't see restaurants and bars on that list, and I wondered if we're considering them retail, or I think restaurants and bars are such an important part of our city that we might want to add them as a separate category. Does anyone have any thoughts on that?
Glenn, I believe that we thought that was under, I don't have it right in front of me. Customer services or something?
Well, it says retail business, professional service business, personal service business, industrial business, commercial realtor or business broker, certified property manager, community bank representative, attorney, and commercial property owner. And I don't think
Under retail.
I'm sorry.
I thought we said it was going to be under like
Well,
retail.
like I said, I didn't hear, but I frankly think retail is a separate category. My feelings, and you could disagree with me, of course, but that they are such a part of our city. Commissioner Diaz?
What about hospitality, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Because that covers restaurant, bar, hotels,
Yeah.
service industry.
Excuse me,
McGoy?
Madam Mayor,
Yep,
city attorney has to read the ordinance by title, please.
I know he does. I'm not ignoring him. I've
Okay.
But I just wanted to get this out before we did that. Commissioner McBoy?
Let's add it.
I think he's supposed to do that first.
He can read it. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but go ahead.
Okay.
He has to read it before we vote on it.
Ordinance number 2022-16 is an ordinance of the city of Lake Break Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 administration, adding a new article 16.3. Business Advisory Board, providing for a new Business Advisory Board terms, composition and duties, providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and effective date. And what I'm hearing is you want to add hospitality industry.
Do you think hospitality covers it? Is a restaurant hospitality? I think hospitality.
And you
has
weren't
a-
here last time. And so last time we added attorneys and theoretically they're under professional services, but
Right.
Commissioner Maliga wanted to call that out specifically. So you could do the same thing. You could say hospitality industry, restaurants and bars. I mean, the
Yeah,
more
because we do have-
inclusive.
We do have some hotels and we're going to have another hotel. And
Works for me.
I'm sorry,
Works for me. Hospitality.
which would include bars and restaurants and hotels.
Yes. Yes.
Do you, anybody else have any thoughts on that? Maybe hospitality, including bars, hotels, and, bars to define it more. Because hospitality is usually hotels.
Okay.
So could we do that language?
That's fine. There includes, I'm not quite sure why we have gone into such detail of businesses. My concern that I raised last time, and I continue to have, is that we have a lot of small businesses in this community that I suspect collectively have quite a bit of influence economically.
Yeah.
I don't know the numbers. Very small little restaurants, laundromats, we have
Well, that would be,
small grocery stores.
well, that'd be retail.
Are the small restaurants?
That would, restaurants would be under, that's why I'm adding that.
And my other concern with it is how do we want to write anything in here to make sure that we try to represent broadly the businesses in the community? If we're going to do this and if it's city sponsored, I would be hesitant for it to be dominated by one section of the city or one portion of it and not without, and I think that will happen naturally if we don't make some effort to be inclusive.
Well, it's up to the people to apply to be on the board, and we can get the message out that that's something that's happening.
Correct, because we didn't do that with any other board, and to single out the business advisory board is not equitable at all.
Yeah.
And I hear what you're saying. I mean, my goal is to try to get as many people in District 1 who represent many different facets of business is to apply.
Mhm. Yeah. So I think if we add, and it's our business, it's our job then, challenging though it may be, is to get the word out to people that we have this new board. This is what we're trying to do. Please apply. We can only pick from the people that apply. So if we can add, Mr. Tracivia, would it be a big change to add hospitality, including restaurants, bars, and hotels?
No problem.
Okay, okay. So, and this is a new board. We're gonna find, you know, as we go through, we'll find things that are gonna be, we'll have to amend it and look at it and that sort of thing. I had a couple other questions about it, but nothing that I think that was my biggest concern, was that we have such a large, so with that amendment, do I have a motion to approve with that amendment, including hospitality, including bars, restaurants, and hotels? Do I have a motion?
No, I thought Commissioner Malega would want to make the motion, but motion.
No, I don't, yeah. Commissioner Malega, you want to make the motion?
No, go ahead, Commissioner Stokes.
Go ahead, Commissioner
Motion to
Stokes.
approve with those additions.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. All right. Moving on, second reading of the repeal of, let me get my script here.
Maybe while you sort through that, I just want to, on Commissioner McVoy's point, I think it's an important thing to factor in, and I would say that's probably more appropriate for each of the board's bylaws to consider that maybe, and certainly would encourage the board that already exists and, to take a look at that and factor it in, because it's
What?
the equitability of representation by each board. I think that's something, certainly a conversation to be had.
Let me just prepare for this next one. All right, great. Okay, now we have second reading of 2022.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, do you have any comment cards on the business environment?
No,
No?
not that I could find. I was just, these get a little confusing because you have to kind of read through each one. I'm looking here now, and if I miss one and I come apart, I will read it.
Okay.
But right now I'm not seeing that. It's mostly about the. Yeah. It's, yeah. No. Panhandling, okay. Second reading of ordinance 2022-18, repealing the, you can read it, Mr. Attorney.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance number 2022-18 is an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, repealing sections 1590 definitions, 1591 prohibited acts regarding panhandling, and 1914 right-of-way solicitors and canvassers of the city code of ordinances, which make certain instances of panhandling or soliciting in public areas unlawful, run of severability, conflicts, codification, and effective date, and other purposes.
Thank you. I just have one comment that I want to make before we start, because I know there's a very controversial one. My vote to repeal this is based specifically on the fact that the history of this ordinance is not a good one. And other cities have been challenged and have lost to the expense of a lot of money. Mr. Torsivia and I have had more than one conversation about alternatives to come through. And please don't anyone think that we are not acting on this, that we are actively working on this. I'm actually doing a little research myself to see the most efficient way that we can cover the things. And as Mr. Diaz pointed out, there are other ordinances and statutes that we can use to deal with some of the problems that we're looking at, right? If we don't have this specific panhandling, but I really want to get something back to us by Christmas. So, do I have a motion?
I'll move. So
Okay, do I have a second? I have public comment. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
I do, but I believe some people might be in the chamber who submitted online comments, so do you
Why
want to
don't-
go first and then I won't read anybody that gets up and speaks?
Okay, why don't you call a name out?
I think I just saw him go up. Joseph Torres?
Joseph Torres, are you still here? I believe he left.
Oh, okay. All right, so do you want me to go first? I have, I think, 5 or 6 only.
Go ahead.
Okay, Joseph Torres, 512 North H Street. I live on a business alley block, 5th and North Dixie Highway. The Sunoco is there. On the side and rear of Sunoco, constant drug dealing and suspect activity. It has died down recently, though. For now. Now the homeless, they loiter, sleep, and panhandle on business lots within the community. Once they have declared it safe to be there, they then become non-housed residents with their aggressive activities within our community. I've pulled up to my home to find people lying around benches, the ground, or just bathing nude, female multiple times. I had to video her and advise will be forwarded to police in order for that to stop. I grew up where loitering was not tolerated, period, in any area or business, especially with the suspected drug activities. It continues in my block and surrounding ongoing, but thankfully nothing like it used to be. Please continue to deter panhandling and loitering within our beautiful beloved city and 95 exit ramps where they walk up to your car and ask for a smoke. I yell, get away from my car, and they have the nerve to get mad at me. I have a right to sit at the light in peace. Please enforce this loitering and panhandling. It has been long overdue. Next is Elizabeth Dole, 632 North Ocean Breeze. It's clear that free speech must be protected, and the Lake Worth Beach Panhandling Ordinance did not deny free speech. Aggressively, forcefully, and/or threatening someone for something is against the law. Blocking a citizen's path on a public street, sidewalk, or other public walkway is illegal. I strongly encourage all members of the Lake Worth Beach Commission to reconsider the changes previously agreed upon at the previous commission meeting. In addition, I would suggest having an independent and knowledgeable attorney review and make suggestions for a new ordinance. City Attorney Glenn Torsivia's letter casts strong doubts as to his abilities in this area. Plus, he appears to live on Village Boulevard in West Palm Beach. Therefore, it's doubtful he cares about our downtown.
We don't allow personal attacks in public comments, and so I'd ask you to skip over to the rest of what she has to say.
Okay. Note the West Palm Beach ordinance appears to be significantly more elaborate and more inclusive than the Lake Worth Beach ordinance, which has been heavily retracted. Therefore, a full comparison between the two should be considered. Nick Pagliugi, 429 North D Street. While I'm glad the city is being forced to repeal panhandling ordinance, I'm disappointed by the way the lawsuit was filed against Lake Worth Beach and other cities as simply the work of opportunistic lawyers, as if no one could possibly be concerned about such an infringement on the rights of all to free speech, not to mention the implications of those rights being contingent on how much money you have. Plenty of grassroots civic groups have fought to defend the constitutional rights of the poor and homeless for years. If an opportunistic lawyer did jump on the chance to exploit a city making a blatantly unconstitutional ordinance, the city government that passed it has only itself to blame. I believe one reason some of you felt compelled to distance yourself from doing the right thing was the hostile crowd at last city hall meeting, some of which put themselves on public record that night, making not so vague threats of violence against the city officials with talk of resorting to the Second Amendment if the commission doesn't do as they say. Like the homeless that they demonize, they also have First Amendment rights to advocate for their reactionary cause. But threatening violence against their opponents at a city meeting is grotesque and not something that should be ignored. City officials playing to this crowd by betraying their principles will not placate them. Mary Lou Machin, 27 Harbor Drive. Legalization of panhandling will not improve the lives of the unfortunate, sick, and suffering on the street. The city has worked hard to decrease crime. This will again increase the problem since it would attract increased number of panhandlers from other municipalities. These panhandlers make untaxed money and hurt the local businesses that must pay for taxes, insurance, rent, and utilities. Before any change in the ordinance regarding panhandling is considered, the commission should assess expert opinion regarding the dangers that this would bring to your citizens. In addition, even though the city is facing a lawsuit, there is still time to make changes since there is an order of stay that just needs a short report every third week to stay compliant. There are other towns and cities that are dealing with this problem and have been successful in writing ordinances that can be enforced. It is in the best interest of the citizens to pursue these options first. Adrian Copeland, 127
Cities
North
that
Palmway,
fought this ordinance. I'm sorry.
Unit 1. Good evening. I'm unable to attend and speak for many.
Madam Clerk, could you just read that again? I talked over the,
Yes, Adrian Copeland, 127 North Palmway, Unit 1. I am unable to attend and speak for many who don't agree with what is being proposed as appropriate action regarding panhandling, and with nobody acknowledging what the city attorney advised was an option for you as to the judge's motion of stay. If the city is taking the time to draft appropriate and acceptable language now anyways to protect us and businesses, why can't the judge be provided those reports every 3 weeks? In other words, show due diligence by filing the reports, draft the language, and then repeal. The mayor even stated the language is in her possession already. You cannot put a price tag on the health and welfare of your constituents and that of the businesses, and by passing the proposal, you will have done precisely that by not protecting your constituents, your fellow commissioners' business, or any business for that matter. And we ask you to reconsider. Tracy McMinn, 3 Lakeside Palms Court. I understand this item is partly in response to a lawsuit. However, I also understand many other cities, including our neighboring cities in Palm Beach County, have responded quite differently. Allowing panhandling is one thing, and that is bad enough for the city's residents and visitors alike. But allowing public sleeping is a completely different issue, which does not benefit our city, its residents, businesses, or tourists. This commission should not allow public sleeping in our beautiful parks and other public places. The city should work with neighboring cities in the county at least to develop a cohesive plan for homelessness and housing, which does not include the easy way out, just allowing anyone to do whatever they want, wherever they want. This would be horrendous for Lake Worth Beach. Don't do it, please. That's the end of my comments.
Thank you. We have 3. Ginny Powell.
Jenny Powell, 224 North Palmway. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I stood up last time, first reading, to say that I supported repeal. I was contacted by a friend who lives in Palm Beach, and I guess this issue has come up in some sort of citizen committee that he's on. I know this gentleman spoke to you, Mayor Ron Matzner. Apparently some citizens expressed concern over there that by us repealing our ordinance, that would affect Palm Beach. The West Palm Beach Police Department did did say that there hadn't been any reported increase in crime as a result of us not enforcing our ordinance since January. And I did talk to Sergeant Cisco with the Lake Worth Sheriff's Office, and he said pretty much the same about what's going on in Lake Worth, that there hasn't been an uptick in issues related to panhandling. And I just want to say that I personally have not had any issues or fear from panhandlers. I've been in the city for over 30 years. And I know you were asking at one point for anecdotally if anybody had experiences like that. Also, since we maybe are going to save $90,000 by not having a lawsuit filed against us, maybe we can use some of that if there's discretionary funds to seed money for how we can tackle some of these issues in our city, pay for some short-term measures to improve things. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kara Jennings, North C Street, but she doesn't put her number there. I forget what it is. It is long overdue to repeal this unconstitutional ordinance. I hope we would be guided by your humanity to vote yes and repeal the ordinance. As policymakers, we need you to fund the programs that address the poverty and addiction underlying the need to panhandle. And last but not least, Jay Marcus or Joe Marcus, I'm not sure who that is. Is he here? She here? Okay. I think it's Joe Marcus. J-A-E. Okay, thank you. 1224 16th Avenue North. Please vote yes to repeal this discriminatory ordinance. So that is the end of the public comment. Commissioner McVoy.
Thank you. Since this is a topic that has gotten a lot of attention from people, and since there are lots of people in the community who are very concerned about quality of life, a very legitimate concern, I think we ought to, before we vote on it, try to address some of the misinformation that's out there. Ms. Powell just addressed some of it. If we could ask both our attorney a couple questions that are relevant and Captain Bear, I think that would be helpful. So, flip for it, who goes first? The question for Captain Bear, since he's coming up quicker, he beat the punch.
Get there at the same time. I was deferring.
They're both so anxious to answer questions.
Well, I think it's very important that, we have a difficult job as a commission to try to balance all sorts of things. The attorney has similarly difficult. Captain Bear and PBSO has even more difficult job to balance things and make sure that we don't do anything that's in violation of state and federal laws. So at least if we all start from a basis of accurate information, that would be helpful, I think, to help reassure people. So I guess my question for Captain Bear, are you generally in seeing that when PBSO stopped enforcing in January, not because of anything the city did, but because of PBSO's choice for the same underlying reasons, did you see a particular change in panhandling either at the exits or the so-called aggressive panhandling that's the other part?
I mean, I'll focus on the solicitation. Honestly, this is old news to us because we started dealing with this in December, January, and I will say it was effective. Panhandling aside, the solicitation ordinance didn't permit anyone on off ramps or the major intersections of 10th or 6th. And that's the main thing is it's not safe to be out there in traffic, whether you're panhandling or holding a boot asking for donations for fire rescue or any of the other charities. That was the ordinance we used the bulk of the time. The aggressive panhandling, I believe I mentioned last time, was strictly for aggressive panhandling, and it was very difficult to enforce because not being a misdemeanor exception, which the mayor is familiar with, we have to witness the entire act. So we basically would have to be there when it's happening. Even if you called us and we showed up in 20 seconds, it's probably already over and we can't use your cell phone video. We can't take your statement. It's not a misdemeanor exception. So it was very difficult to enforce. We probably only enforced it a handful of times. with that said, at the time in January, I talked to Mr. Torsivia's people and we talked to our own legal, and everyone's in agreement that it was going to be a really tough uphill battle to win. So our agency no longer wanted us to enforce it. We ceased it immediately based on the case law at the recommendation of both our own attorneys and the city. Honestly, since then, on occasion, I mean, it's all anecdotal when I'm coming or going from work or out and about. Sometimes you see more, sometimes you see less. In all honesty, I thought it was going to get out of control. I wouldn't say it got out of control. I would say, you see a few more here and there at the off ramps mainly, which is where it was enforced probably 90% of the time. You rarely would see it at 6th or 10th in Dixie. And the other location was at the under 95 on Lakewood Road at the Tri-Rail. We didn't see it there very often. It was mainly the off ramps for us.
So I guess the summary is that the ordinance as it was used and probably was somewhat effective or maybe quite effective at the off ramps off of 95. Unfortunately, everyone, all the legal departments, both PVSO and the city said, this is not possible. It's an effective tool, but it's not a constitutional tool, so we can't use it. So we're stopping. What I'm hearing then, the downtown, the aggressive panhandling portion never was really a very effective tool. And so us changing a vote on that is wise from a legal point of view. And in terms of law enforcement, it's really a non-issue. It doesn't change things.
Well-intentioned, but very difficult to enforce on the aggressive. And there are still options. If it's private property, you do have things like trespass or battery or assault, things like that. On this public sidewalk or roadway, it's a little different, but as it should be. So there are, it will have an effect. It's not having the effect you might have anticipated, and it's not the end of the world. We went since January and most people didn't realize we weren't enforcing it.
And other cities have repealed them, I understand. Well, for some reason, we get a lot of attention when we do things.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any that are enforcing in this area.
Yeah.
And if they are, they're not aware of that case law.
My biggest concern, are you finished?
I was going to ask the question to the city attorney. We hear a lot that there are other cities around the country that have successfully written things that address this. What I heard from you the last time was you weren't aware of any.
Right.
It was in fact not a vanishing zero, but a zero.
If there are any cities that have ordinances,
Could you speak into the mic?
sure. If there are cities that have these type of ordinances, they just haven't been sued yet.
Right.
That's really the truth, because every city that's been sued that we know about, they've lost. Fort Lauderdale right now is under an injunction, a federal court injunction. West Palm Beach repealed theirs. The Palm Beach County repealed theirs. So, Lake Worth isn't an island where it's going to be okay here and not in the rest of the county or the rest of the country. So we'll look. And my understanding from the last meeting's direction is you'd like something, if we can come up with something that we believe is lawful, maybe more scaled back, maybe more focus on solicitation. We'll try to get that to you by the end of the year.
My concern is, I see people in the off ramps, and some people anecdotally have said, they approach the car, they bang on the window. I've not, just because I haven't had that experience doesn't mean it hasn't happened. My concern, though, is more for the downtown businesses. And I don't know the solution. I think that's where we need to focus. Somebody eating at Dave's or Irish, the new one, or any of the restaurants, to sit there and spend money and having a pleasant evening for dinner and to have somebody come up and demand money and not go away, that I see as a more pressing problem, because that really does affect quality of life. The light's going to change and you can drive away at the intersection, but I see that as a very different thing. And I don't know if there's any solution to that. I've heard from many of the downtown business people about that is hurting us, that's actually hurting our quality of life and our businesses downtown. So I don't know if there's a solution to that, if we could make if we could talk to DOT and give them an easement that becomes more private than public land, something like that. I don't know if that's a possibility, but then it would be private. Last Saturday, 2 people came into La Playa followed the help into La Playa that were angry about this ordinance repeal and actually followed the people into the restaurant harassing customers. I didn't understand why they would do that, but that happens. So I mean, if it's private, if it's somehow, maybe that's just the solution. Because to me, that's the most important thing. You know, the light will change, you can drive on. But downtown having, you know, we have, our businesses are suffering and, you know, struggling anyway. So that would be my main concern to see if we can do something. So having said that, do I see a hand up from Commissioner Leg? Okay. Did we do a motion in a second? We did? Okay.
I
thank you.
moved and.
It's hard to keep track sometimes. So do I have all in favor?
Okay, wait, is this the panel? Yes, we have Commissioner Diaz and Vice Mayor McFoy.
Okay, thank you. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Thank you. That's 4-1. Okay, next. Now this next one, let's all turn to our pages. And this next one. Next is, it's a quasi judicial hearing. The title of the case is Ordinance 2022-15, first reading, approval of a mixed-use urban plan development, major site plan, conditional use permit, and sustainable bonus incentive program request for a project commonly referred to as Lake Worth Station located at 930 North G Street to construct a 5-story, 81 dwelling unit mixed-use development with 39 multifamily units proposed to qualify as workforce housing and office space. The sustainable bonus request is for additional density and height. The property is zoned transit-oriented development. Now, since this is quasi judicial, would you read the ordinance by title? Mr. Attorney.
Thank you. Ordinance number 2022-15 on first reading is approved, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending the official zoning maps by approving the creation of a mixed-use urban plan development district located at 930 North G Street to construct an approximately 5-story, 81-unit mixed-use development, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, located within the Transit-Oriented Development East, TODE, zoning district with the future land use designation of Transit-Oriented Development, TOD, subject to specific development standards set forth in Exhibit B and conditions of approval set forth in Exhibit C. Approving a conditional use permit, approving height and density bonus incentives through the city's sustainable bonus incentive program, approving a major site plan for the development of a mixed-use urban plan development, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Well done, thank you. I just, if there's somebody in the audience that has not filled in blue card but wants to have a comment on this, please do that now before we get into it. I have very few cards here about that. So this is quasi judicial. Oh, here's some more. 2 more cards. Okay. Thank you. So I have a question for everybody. Has anyone here had any ex parte communications with the owner, developer, applicant in this issue?
No.
Commissioner Lega, no. Commissioner McVoy?
Nope.
Commissioner Stokes?
No.
Commissioner Diaz?
Nope.
And I have not either. Has anyone taken any money or any contributions from this group? Commissioner Lega? No.
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 Nope.
No.
No. Okay, great.
I was informed by the attorney that I should indicate that I have spoken with staff about the project and I have walked the site recently, within the last week or 2.
Okay, great. I think you need to speak up a little bit when you, I heard what you said, but it just in
Do you
general.
want me to
You're
speak more?
No, I want you to speak clearer and louder when you do speak. So all those giving testimony, please stand up and raise your right hand to be sworn in by the city clerk. Madam Clerk, go ahead.
So do you swear or affirm that in this proceeding you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say yes.
Yes.
Okay.
As you testify, please state your name and address for the record. If you represent a party, please also state who you represent.
Thank you. Mr. Waters, is there a presentation from the staff?
Yes, for the record, Community Sustainability Director William Waters.
You need to
Yes, we
speak
have a
more
presentation
clearly into the mic.
and Aaron Sita is going to be providing that as our Assistant Director.
Okay, and please, I listen sometimes over the summer to hearings and it's really, you really have to speak into the mic to be heard and speak clear, enunciate, please.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the record, Erin Ceda with Community Sustainability. As stated and read into the record, the ordinance is ordinance number 22-15. And this is consideration of a mixed-use urban plan development generally located at 930 North G Street and commonly referred to as Lake Worth Station. You can see the location here is in the southeast corner of 10th Avenue North and North G Street. And walking you through the request, this is a mixed-use plan development to construct a 5-story, 81-unit multifamily residential structure with 2 office spaces and additional site improvements. 39 of the 1-bedroom units will be deed restricted through the Palm Beach County Workforce Housing Program. This also includes a major site plan, conditional use for multifamily greater than 7,500 square feet, and sustainable bonus requests for additional density and height. The 50% of the payment of the sustainable bonus coming to the city will be approximately $195,675. And then the remainder of the sustainable bonus will be comprised of the workforce housing, deed restrictions, sidewalk improvements on the west side of G Street, and an on-site public plaza and sculpture. There was a recommendation of approval with conditions by the Planning and Zoning Board and a unanimous vote on August 3rd, 2022. You can see here is a bird's eye view of the existing conditions. And the site has been predominantly vacant since it was originally platted, except for 2 lots, which had single-family structures. One of which was demolished because of a fire.
Erin, excuse me. All I'm seeing is the first slide. Has it been advancing?
Yeah, sorry. Let me see if I can't share it a different way.
I just see the first slide and that's what's showing on
Hold on one
YouTube.
second.
What we're seeing is a photograph of the existing conditions.
1 second.
All right, well, I know there's a little delay on YouTube. Now I see all of you.
I see the whole screen with, it's not moving forward. The slides aren't moving.
Okay, and I don't see that
Slides
it's shared anymore. You have to share the screen.
I'm working on it. Hold on.
Okay, no worries. Do we want Alfonso to come in and give a hand?
No, we're good.
Okay, thank you.
Just let me know if you can see it now. Can you see it progressing?
Yes, ma'am. Perfect.
Okay.
Great.
So as I stated, here's the zoning map showing the general location. This is the background slide. I just walked briefly through the scope of the project, that it is 5 stories, 81 units with 39 deed restricted workforce units. There was a recommendation of approval by the Planning and Zoning Board. Here is a bird's eye view of the existing conditions. And you can see that the site is vacant. The surrounding properties include the 10th Avenue North, which is mixed-use commercial, single-family home to the south, a platted unimproved alley, and then residential lots to the east, and then the North G Street right-of-way to the west with the Florida East Coast Railroad right-of-way further to the west. Here is a clip of the site plan. Again, you can see the building is predominantly located in the northwest corner of the site and has 63 1-bedroom units, 18 2-bedroom units, and a co-work space, as well as a leasing office. There are 98 parking spaces, 97 parking spaces with 1 bike space. It includes the required 4 electrical spaces, and then inclusive in that number is the 12 on-street parking. Here's an architectural rendering of the proposed site, and you can see in the front is the plaza with the sculpture. Again, here's the rendering. This is looking south from 10th Avenue North. This is the west elevation, the east elevation, And then flexibility. As we've discussed before, as part of a plan developments can request to the city commission to waive or relax land development requirements. This particular plan development is requesting flexibility in two areas. The first area is to reduce the setback along the west property line. You can see the circle along the west, or the oval along the west property line, from 10 feet to 9 feet. This would be a 1 foot reduction. This is something that we had discussed with them during the review process to add additional landscaping on the eastern property along the alley. The second request is to reduce the living area of the 1-bedroom units and to reduce that by 16 feet, which is approximately 2.67% reduction for a total living area of 584 square feet. Again, the total sustainable bonus fee required for this project would be $391,350. The project would yield, if approved, is a payment to the city of $195,675. This would include, again, the deed restricted workforce units, the on-street improvements to the west side of G Street. This does not include the improvements along G Street adjacent to the property, which are required as part of the development, the public plaza on 10th Avenue North, and the public art sculpture. Again, here's the location of the public plaza and sculpture. This is some information about the artist provided by the applicant that's in your packet. The subject request as conditioned is consistent with the comprehensive plan, the strategic plan, and as you know, for all the different types of applications, we have different review criteria, and we have reviewed that and have made conditions of approval. This also includes for a tree mitigation survey, they have an additional payment of $14,000 as a condition. And the conditions of approval also include, for consistency with these criteria, the improvements on the west side of North G Street. There are some motions available, and I'll pull up the applicant's presentation. I believe they're here this evening and to speak on the item.
Thank you. Okay, applicants, come on up.
Well, good evening, Mayor and City Commissioners. It's very nice to see you.
Please speak directly into the mic and clearly, and then see, because out there it's very difficult.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So as you can see, this is our presentation. This is what we'll see on pretty much on the intersection. It's going to be a 5-story, 81 units. We're proposing to the alley, all the surface parking. Irene, next page. And the building will be located pretty much along the two main streets. We're proposing a co-work space along in front of the plaza where Irene is indicating right now. Then we have our leasing office, our club room on the ground floor. We have 2 main staircases, elevator, plenty of storage per floor. We have the 1-bedroom center pretty much in the middle of the building. The corners are the 2 twos. Can you move on to the next slide, please? That's our that's our ground floor plan. You can see on the top left-hand side, that's the co-work space. We have 4 offices with a little conference room, bathroom. And on the south left side corner, that's the leasing office, club room, and a little amenity area. This is what we're proposing on, that's exactly the little club room. We have a packaging center, leasing office. That's the co-work space. Next slide. That's our typical floors. Corners will be the 2 twos. Centers are the 1-bedroom. We have 2 staircases, plenty of storages, and our elevator in the center. Next slide, please. Those represent pretty much the 2 and the 1-bedroom units. Next slide. And this will be our last floor. It's not a full, complete fifth floor. We have opened and deleted 3 center units, and we're going to create an outdoor amenity. We're planning to do an outdoor barbecue area, a space pretty much for the tenants and the residents to come up and enjoy the scenery. We're going to have an outdoor ping pong table and other different activities in that terrace. Next slide. That's pretty much the area that I was describing. Next slide. These are the elevations. We have worked multiple times the colors of the project. We started with a different selection of colors. This was the preferred color and suggestions that we took from planning and zoning. They wanted us to use like a taupe and a blue color. The rest of the building is pretty much white, and the bottom has a really light taupe gray color. It's very, very pretty. These are the 2 sides that we see. On the top image, you can see the terrace, the amenity terrace. And on the bottom, it's pretty much a typical elevation. The building is going to be, I know you're seeing it very flat right now, but it has a lot of flow and a lot of movement because we're not enclosing the hallways for the building. We're keeping them air. So we're creating these breezeways to break also the length and the scale of the building. And that's our rendering with the plaza in the front, the sculpture, and the 2 public activities that we're proposing, the office and the leasing. This is the sculpture that the client is looking into. This is pretty much what he does. It's very modern, contemporary. It's very, very pretty. And it will be located with a beautiful upscale of that whole entrance.
Thank you. My name is Ricardo Hernandez, 10135 Southwest 75th Place in Miami. I am the developer of the project. I was able to bring 39 units restricted for workforce housing. I worked for a year with Palm Beach County. They have a program called Builder Exchange Program. I was able to get these 39 units, and they are going to be, divided 25% in each category over here. And if I don't get, for example, the 140%, I can move to the lower step in order to fill the units. This is going to be first come, first serves as soon as we finish the project. And this is what we are allocating here in this project. I tried to do the entire project workforce housing, but as you know, there is a big competition out there with the county, and the resources are limited. And I was able to bring only 48% of the project is going to be workforce housing, restricted for 30 years. Next, please. I want to mention that we did a community meeting on August 25th. This is the map of the people that we invited. We opened a Facebook page. We send out brochures. I have here that I'm going to provide to you guys the list of the people that we invited, the neighbors, and also the list of participants that show up to the meeting. Move forward. This is a meeting. We did it in a local restaurant over here. We explained the project. We have some food, wine with the local restaurant over there. And there was a lot of questions about the project. We clarified the questions. And this is what we did. This is not, I want to mention that this is not mandatory by the city, but we did it, in advance of this meeting today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we start with our questions, I'm looking at my script here. Are there any affected parties? Well, there are no affected parties who have requested to make presentations, is my understanding. So we're going to go to public comment. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comment cards to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, you go first.
Now I have one from Ginny Powell. Is she going to speak during the meeting?
I didn't realize I'd sent it in.
I can skip it and you can speak.
Ginny, Ms. Powell will speak.
Okay, so I will skip her comment.
Okay.
So the first is Deborah Robert, 127 South K Street. I'm absolutely for the Lake Worth Station project. It is exactly what our city needs. A fresh new residential building with workforce housing. The construction will provide much needed jobs in our area. We will increase our tax base. And at a time where we are so desperate for housing, we cannot have this project soon enough. This can be a gateway for 81 families to have solid, secure homes in a building we can all be proud of. I ask that you vote yes for Lake Worth Station. The next is from Amy Cabsinel, 20 Harvard Drive. I support the Lake Worth Station development plan for 930 North G Street. It is good to see additional residential units coming to the city that include much needed workforce housing. Philip Materio, 811 North Dixie Highway. I'm in favor of the Lake Worth Station project. Kathy Casella, 9 Harbor Drive. Please approve this request in its entirety. We need more developments like this in our city. Thank you. Alexis Shapiro, 355 South Federal Highway, Apartment J, Boynton Beach. I'm a realtor and previously would manage multifamily properties across Lake Worth Beach for the past 6+ years. Lake Worth Station has been brought to my attention and couldn't be happier to see more new units coming to Lake Worth Beach that the town desperately needs in order to assist in the housing crisis. I was very impressed to see the developer incorporate workforce housing units, making this both an affordable and safe living option for the hardworking community. For years, I've seen landlords who have poorly managed their 50+ year old properties take advantage of renters in the marketplace, as there were no other competition to keep these landlords in check. This will do exactly that. It will hold other property owners accountable to how they keep up their property and to what they can reasonably charge as these new units start to come online. I can't tell you how many properties around the area without dishwashers, central AC, laundry, et cetera, are charging the same rates as this beautiful, fully amenitized building would be. It will not only attract hardworking tenants, but with all that will come more businesses and opportunities that this growing city has been working towards for the past decades, as well as assist in normalizing the rental market. More new units equals more affordability and competition in the market, not the other way around. I'm 110% for Lake Worth Station and hope you all can see the bigger picture as to the benefit this development will bring to the community. Diane Hutchins, 335 Princeton Drive. We would like Lake Worth Beach to stay the safe small town feeling it has maintained over these many years. It is the charm of our city that is unique and desirable for our community. Please do not turn our town into a metropolis. So many are fleeing from the north. We do not need another Seattle with their tent cities and crime. Lee Simons, 121 South Lakeside Drive, number 2, apartment 2. No more bonuses for developers until affordable housing units are built. These construction plans are not worth sacrifice old growth pines. Gail Silverblatt, 414 North Ocean Breeze. When I saw the project name Lake Worth Station on the planning and zoning agenda, I requested the backup and site plans. I had concerns about the 81 units on the 1.08 acre combined lot. It seemed a very high concentration for our town. When I saw the building drawings, I was concerned for the lack of style and compatibility and the disregard for a feeling of being in South Florida with the dark, heavy colors and plain box shape. This project seems like a developer's project looking for a piece of land to put it on and not a developer's project designed for this piece of land. It is squeezed on to this lot with very little green space left. It is like a corseted opera singer bursting at the seams. I know the commission wants to get rid of the sustainable bonus program, and this development shouts the reasons why it should not be applied to this project. The bonus amenities are a very small area along 10th Avenue North with 2 small benches and a sculpture. Does this really benefit the community? Members of the Planning and Zoning Board had major concerns and shared them during the meeting with staff and the developer, but were poo-pooed, saying they did not understand the idea of a planned development. The concerns included the entrance and exit of the parking lot on 10th Avenue North being so close to the alley. The developer's team stated the alley was not used, but it is heavily used, and this close proximity makes for an accident-prone area. Other concerns were, why is the project allowed to be 5 stories under the TOD requirement of having a train station when it clearly does and will not have a train station? Why are the zoning ordinances ignored in favor of a too large project? I would like to see a 3 or 4 story building with parking underneath and a smaller shaped parking lot around the building, saving the existing trees. I would like to see a more creative approach to new development, not this sterile box. Kara Jennings, is Ms. Jennings there?
No, but she left a comment, and she asked that I read it.
Okay, so do you want to read it or you want me to read what she submitted online?
Oh, she asked, actually, she said, please read the one she left tonight, not the one she left online.
Okay. Sue Welch, 1331 North Palmway. Good evening, staff, mayor, and commissioners. I am writing to express my concerns about the Lake Worth Station development. This project would be built in a working class neighborhood. Why are you considering giving a 60% increase in height and density without requiring no truly affordable housing? City of Lake Worth Beach has refuse workers, recreation workers, beach employees, and others starting at $15.80 wage. Most staff members would not make enough for any of the units in this building, including the workforce housing they are asking you to subsidize. This size bonus is huge and uncommon, and its code compliance is questionable. This will give the developer double the income on this rental property for the life of the project. I would support that kind of increase if it resulted in affordable housing based on the Lake Worth Beach median income, which is much lower than the county median. Vote no on this project for this reason and the other community concerns discussed today. Thank you for your time. And I have one more from Donna Kerner. 1012 North J Street. I'm writing to express my concerns regarding the proposed mixed-use urban plan development, Lake Worth Station. I believe this project has serious flaws and needs to be reconsidered and redesigned. 81 units on a combined 1.08 acre lot is too dense for this location. The building design is sterile and incompatible with the surrounding area. It would benefit from having a metal roof, awnings, and balconies. A 5-story building under the TOD-E requirement of having a train station at 10th Avenue North is absurd. A 3 or 4-story building with parking underneath and a smaller shaped parking lot around the building will be a more practical way to deal with parking. Having mixed-use commercial space on eastbound 10th Avenue North with egress out of North G Street onto 10th Avenue North is unsafe. There are concerns about the entrance and exit of the parking lot on the 10th Avenue North being so close to the heavily used alley. It is an accident waiting to happen. Sustainable bonus points should be offered to create a passive a passive public park that protects the historically significant native trees that are located in the southern end of the proposed project boundaries. These include sand live oak, slash pine, southern live oak, and huckleberry. Just to let you know, all of the comments posted for the meeting are on the website.
Thank you. Is that it?
That is what I.
Okay, thank you. Then we're going to have the ones that I have, the cards that I have. Ginny Powell, you're up. Followed by Flavia Franco. Is she here? Ms. Franco? Okay, I'll read it then.
Mayor and commissioners, I do not support the reference project without some major concessions. I'll cover 3. of my concerns. As proposed, many large, valuable, old and rare native slash palm and sand pine trees will be removed. As a tree board member, I have a real problem with this. There is no way to successfully transplant these trees because of deep tap roots. So that's not an option. I propose reconfiguring the project to save as many of these trees as possible. Number two, the project is way too large. Developers claiming a sustainability bonus incentive credit to allow them to double the height and density that the property is zoned for. The project is way out of scale with the surrounding community. The project needs to be reconfigured and scaled back. And by scaling back, some of the valuable pine trees can be saved. Number three, the developer is claiming a $50,000 plus bonus for an art sculpture. I don't know where this value comes from or how it can be documented. It does appear there's something in the backup in your packages for that. I find it upsetting that they only are going to pay $14,000 for all these rare, old, valuable trees, but yet they want $50,000 credit for an art sculpture and perhaps no bonus credit for the art sculpture, and instead plant a nice native shade tree in that spot, if that's possible. So I recommend voting no on at least some of the requested bonus credits. We need to see a project with truly affordable housing, more in scale with the surrounding community, and that preserves at least some of the old pine trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Flavia Franco, is she here? I will read it. Flavia Franco, 417 North B Street. This development is incompatible to the area. Please vote no, and the developer can amend the project, lower the height, preserve the unique ecosystem, and add some affordable units. Thank you. Oops. J. Marcus is not here. I will read it. She's at 1224 16th Avenue North. Please vote no on the Lake Worth Station. I am concerned over the misuse of the sustainable bonus incentive. First, this development is double the height and density limits. We should not change characteristics that keep Lake Worth small. My next concern is that this development is not affordable. The workforce housing units designated are ridiculously overpriced and not suitable for working class people. Finally, this project will wreck an ecosystem with historic native trees. This space has one of the last stands of sand oak and native pine in Lake Worth Beach. We should not give out handouts to developers. We should give hands up to the people and protect nature. Please scale this development back and bring it back to the drawing board. Richard Stowe, you're here. Do you want to address?
Hi, this is Richard Stowe, 414 North Federal. I asked the commission to reject ordinance number 2022-15. I oppose every aspect of this application, especially the removal of indigenous trees in the southernmost 160 feet of the project boundaries. I support saving the sand live oak and slash pines in a passive public park setting. There is no station at Lake Worth Station. I want to read the land LDR's section 23.3-19 without transit station, additional height under sustainable incentive program along 10th Avenue North is limited to 5 feet, not to exceed 3 stories. The following language is arbitrary and capricious, and that is, says, for a mixed use plan development, a project may, which it doesn't set the standard of what that may be, obtain a 25% bonus on density, intensity, and height over the baseline. I assume the baseline is 30 feet. And if you, that 25% above that is 37.5 feet. Therefore, that's really quite a bit under the 54 feet and 10 inches that the application has put forth. If the baseline is 35 feet, then it would allow for 43.75 feet in height. That's still a problem. That's way under 54 feet. It says may obtain, the definition of obtain is to come into possession, get, acquire, or procure through an effort or request. One definition of procure is to bring about, especially by unscrupulous and indirect means.
Thank you, Mr. Stowe. That's time.
Thank you. Sukhi Jang?
Hello, Suki Dion, 2381 Sunset Avenue. Yes, I would urge you to vote no on this development. It's to vote no on the sustainable bonus for the development because it does not merit the bonus. It's not affordable housing. It has a limited number of units designated, this workforce housing, which is for households making 50K with a single head of household or 80K for 2 adult incomes. This is based on a countywide estimate of income. We need to look at what percent of Lake Worth residents meet this, because I think we're quite a bit lower than that. I'd also urge you to vote no, because as a lot of the previous people have spoken about, it's home to one of the last stands of sand oaks and slash pine trees. We really need to save our pine trees in Lake Worth. Some of them are possibly 100 years old. Okay. Also, the station development is not compatible with any of the adjacent properties. It's going to stick out there like a sore thumb. There's a 3-story one a little bit in front of it. I would urge it to keep it at 2 to 3 story. That would be a lot more appropriate for that area. Also, it's calling itself mixed use to apply for the sustainable bonus. And to allow to have a reduced parking area and maximize their profits. It's not truly mixed use, as there are only 2 office spaces on the site. Also, I have a real problem with that sculpture. I wouldn't give a dime for it. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last one I have is from Kara Jennings, North C Street. Based on staff's pro-density, pro-height interpretation of the code, you are being put in a very difficult position. This project is incompatible, and per the zoning code, and the public's interest should not be 5 stories tall. Every time a development comes before you and you express concerns about the height or density increases, your concerns are shut down by staff. Members of the public and even P&Z board members are belittled, told we just don't understand the code. I am not a certified planner, but I was on the commission when we reviewed these zoning districts and codified the heights. We had many charrettes, received a lot of public input, and then put into law what constituents wanted, predominantly 2- and 3-story buildings with an additional story given for specific areas. The interpretation by staff that this parcel is allowed 5+ stories is questionable. And it is your important, albeit uncomfortable, job to question it. Vote no or table it for greater review. The community would welcome the developer to pull their application and work with community members to modify the plan, reduce it to 4 stories, improve the site plan, and make it somewhat compatible for the neighborhood. That's the end of the public comment. Does city staff have any questions of the applicant? Does the applicant have any questions for city staff? The city staff.
Yes. Can you clarify the sustainable bonus? What is the density of this property? Because there is some misunderstanding. The density, the bonus, the height, please clarify.
As explained, as William Waters, Community Sustainability Director, as explained in the city staff report, there have been changes, and they've been significant since the reference of the comp plan that Ms. Jennings made. Changes were made in 2012, 2013.
Could you speak directly into the mic?
2017, 2018. and I appreciate Mr. Stowe mentioning the fact may, the changes that allowed a planned development, and we have several different kinds, offer the possibility to increase density, intensity, and height by anywhere from 25% to 100%, depending on where it's located. And on top of that, transfer development rights are also available that increase density, intensity, and height, except the height is not increased if it's east of Dixie Highway. From the changes that were made in 2017 in reference to the table that was adopted in 2013, the baseline for planned developments is the height that's referenced in the comp plans table. And so with TOD East, yes, you can get the baseline is 5 stories and 55 feet if a accommodation is made for a train station. And no, we do not, and I think I've mentioned this to a couple people, the plan that to do the East Coast link and have train stations at 10th downtown at Lake Avenue and by the City Hall, and another one around 9th or 10th Avenue South, were all based on plans that were put in place as early as 2008 or 9, and they haven't really come to fruition. So that is out. However, the TOD designations are still there in anticipation that maybe one day the East Coast Station or East Coast Link will come about. It may or may not. There was plenty of money to actually get it up. There was no money to operate it. And actually, Lake Forest Beach served as a basis for the study of what was appropriate in a TOD designation. And those zoning districts were adopted in 2013 and then amended in 2017. So the baseline for which this is referenced would be a 4-story building at 45 feet. If you go with straight zoning with no planned development, the limit at this site is 3 stories and 35 feet. We have a plan development which changes the rules somewhat when it comes to interpretation of the land development regulations. Also, the density on a straight zoning is 40 units an acre. However, the comp plan table references 60. So from a plan development standpoint, it starts at 60 and they can increase that by 25%, utilizing the urban plan development, which requires a half an acre or more. And so the 60 ends up going to 75. And that's how the 81 units comes about on the acre side. At the same location, if there were a property that were 2 acres large, the height and the density intensity could be increased by 50%, which you experienced with Deco Green is the most recent one that went the 50% route. It's in a different zoning classification, but it's quite similar. And the location is just down the street, maybe 8 blocks. So I know that there are concerns about how staff has interpreted it, but the intention and how it was written is valid. The interpretation has been consistent because we've had basically the same staff wrote the ordinance and wrote the comp plan, interpreting it for the past 12 years. So the way that it has worked, and I've heard your concerns about it, and some of the things we have made moderations with the sustainable bonus. The developer now pays half of that to the city. We have ordinances tonight that will reflect the requirement to do affordable workforce housing and projects, but it's not a requirement today. It is a way to utilize the sustainable bonus, but it's one of like 19 different categories the developer could choose to utilize the sustainable bonus. We are bringing forward, and I want to appreciate Ms. Stokes, and we'll get to this later. I'm working with me a lot as well as others to have a requirement that in the future, moving forward, projects that look at doing sustainable bonus will have to have 15% of their overall unit count be attainable workforce or affordable. That is not a requirement today, though. And I'm not able to apply rules that are pending or rules that have been suggested or rules that have been drafted on developers until they actually are codified in law. The other aspect that was brought up, and this is a challenge, and I know that many of you do appreciate historic landscapes, and I have a certification in that, but it's on British landscape architecture, not Florida. We have a disconnect in the landscape code is that it actually facilitates the removal of almost any tree unless it's been landmarked. And we only have one landmark tree in the city. That's at Banyan Court, which is an affordable housing project. And we actually ended up losing a lawsuit over that designation of that tree, which was done, I think, in 2007 or 8, because we designated it after the developer already bought the property. That is something we do need to look at. Because changing the rule under the landscape code halfway into the project or at the end of the project is really arbitrary and capricious. But under our landscape code, there are mediation requirements that you can plant additional trees to make up for the ones that are being removed, or you can pay a fee, or you can pay a combination of the two. And this project is making a combination of both those two. You've also mentioned under the Detroit Street project, your openness to having other types of trees other than native trees is being able to meet the landscape code when it comes to deciduous trees. We have not been able to bring that forward to you as a palette or a list of trees. Pines are not even listed on our preferred tree list right now and have not been. And there are actually some that are prohibited, such as an Australian pine or a caesarina. And we also don't allow palms, and this came about a while ago, cannot count for more than a certain percentage of the required landscape. So there have been a number of issues that have been brought up over the past, actually more than the time that you've been in office, of concerns of where certain aspects of the code are lacking. And we're still awaiting direction and working with you at a workshop as to what all that direction might be. But again, we haven't codified it and we have not brought forward changes. So the developers, when they come in, work with the laws we have on the books at that time.
Thank you. It's time for, I'm going to start. I'm just going to take my privilege and begin. I have looked at this. I've looked over it quite closely, and I do have some serious concerns. I'm just going to go down the list, and they may be duplicates of what you were concerned with, but let's just not go to the next. Okay. My first concern is we have 81 residential units, 63 will be one-bedroom units. Of the 81 residential bedroom units, 39 of the one-bedroom units are deed restricted. We're talking about workforce housing. Workforce housing, we're talking about people with children. I really have a serious question about how this should not, how the two-bedroom units are excluded and why they're, and let me finish. I have a list of questions, so you might just want to take notes. Why there are so many one-bedroom units. One-bedroom units are fine for a single person, but we're talking about workforce housing, we're talking about teachers, we're talking about educators, we're talking about firemen, policemen, and those people have families. So I think this high concentration of one-bedroom apartments is unrealistic for the needs that we have in the community. And the fact that only the one-bedroom apartments are deed restricted to be affordable is, and it's not even affordable, it's workforce, it's not affordable. And I don't know if the requirement is that it's Palm Beach County medium income or like Worth medium income, but it's true. Ours is much lower. So that's my first and very serious. Why aren't, I mean, cynically, you can get more money out of a one-bedroom apartment, a number of them, than fewer two-bedroom apartments?
Can I talk?
Sure. And I'm not giving up this is my.
It's not restricted for one bedroom, can be two bedroom units. It's first come, first served.
It says here 39 of the one-bedroom units have been deed restricted.
No, it's open to any units.
Well, you've only got
It's open
18
to,
two-bedrooms. So why does it say that?
no, city staff may be a mistake, but it's open to all the units.
Okay, and why?
I have here the restriction of the deed, and they don't restrict the one bedroom or two bedroom is open. If I have 39 people lining up the day I open the building and 80 of them want the two bedroom, I have to give it to them.
It doesn't answer my question though about why 63 of 81 units are one bedroom. We're talking about workforce housing.
Well,
We're assuming, let me finish, please.
Okay.
We're assuming that either young single people or older people will be living in these apartments. And I believe that we have, and I've heard, we've certainly heard from the community that people with children need places to live. This does not accommodate, in my belief, the need that we have expressed in our community for at least two bedroom apartments.
Okay, can I answer?
Sure.
Just to have a debate right here. To put more two bedroom units, we need more parking because there is a lot of parking requirement for two bedroom units and we don't have the space. So is why we put 18 units, two bedroom, 63 unit, one bedroom. I wanted to have more two bedroom units, but there is no more space to put the parking. And also the height. We can go up to 7 stories over here, but people doesn't want to have
high buildings. So we lowered the building to 5 stories. So it's one or the other one.
Security to get into the building, in order to, if you rent an apartment there, is there a code to get in?
Yes.
Okay, and I noticed that you have on, outside cameras, because and I'm gonna jump around a little bit as I went through this. There's a shower on the top floor. I don't, I really don't understand why it says on the plan, there's a shower.
Yes.
It says shower
Now we have a shower.
up on the 5th floor.
Yes.
Somebody's, they can brings the kid or the person and go out.
And also the top, you've got ping pong tables and furniture with no covers.
Yes.
You have a pergola, which is not really shade. That's a little shade, but it's no protection from the weather. It's no protection from.
It's partially protected, yes.
Partially.
50% covered, 50% uncovered, but with a pergola.
I did not see a cover
Yes.
over the ping pong table or over the furniture.
The ping pong table is not covered,
Right.
but
Useless if it rains.
We can put the cover.
we can put a cover.
I can take the shower,
I think this is great. If you're gonna, it's a nice amenity to have the rooftop amenity.
We are here to listen. We can take the shower, we can put the cover, There is no problem.
And are there washer dryers in each unit?
Yes.
Okay, okay, that's just a question I have. I am real concerned about 10th Avenue North is a disaster now. And with these units, 81 units, there might be parking restriction, but there are parking waivers as well. You only have 2 handicap spots, which maybe that makes a requirement, but speaking as a fairly handicapped person, I don't think that's enough. Where was I?
10 Avenue.
The entrance, the egress and the getting onto, now I know that it's a right turn only and there is a barrier on the island. There's an island at that, what?
We changed it. We went to the planning and zoning and they didn't like to have the egress in 10th Street. So we have only an egress in 10th Street. So
And you can only go eastbound.
no, you can only ingress the building. You cannot go out the building.
So you can only go out on G Street?
Yes.
Okay, so that's not what we're seeing here. So you.
No, it's here. It is.
Well, what I looked.
We have the comment, we talk in the planning and zoning board, but we have to check, we say we're gonna try, we have to check with fire at that moment, if that was allowed. And fire told us, yes, it's allowed. You can only have ingress. You don't need to get out of the property.
Well, the plans that we have show.
Well, maybe they.
And that's all. Okay, it's up there, but I'm telling you, what we were given as a backup, it doesn't say that. So it's really hard.
It's literally 2 lanes with a turning arrow out to 10th Avenue.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what we're
what-
looking at most of our drawings.
Well, this is the plan that we provided to the city after the planning.
Helpful for us, because that's a question that would have.
After the planning and zoning board, we had that discussion and we told them, let's check with fire, and they give us the green light, so we change it. So there is no exit out on 10th Street.
Mr. Waters, wasn't there a requirement that we were making people improve alleys adjacent to their projects?
If they utilize the alley for the service of their project, they do have to improve it. If they do not utilize the alley, then it stays the way it is.
Okay, thank you. I have some more things. Let's talk about the landscaping for a second. There are some old trees. They might not be designated historic trees, but there are some very beautiful old trees up there. And I see what you have, again, you've got your parameter of medium trees on the edge of the parking lot. But that doesn't give any shade to the parking that the actual cars being parked, only on the furthest east side. Otherwise, we have pretty much a row of small hedges, which in my experience are never maintained, are never preserved. We end up with sad looking little empty, dark islands that don't really work. So I would ask that if we can, and you've got a big tree right where you're going to replace it with another big tree. So if there's any way to save that big tree that you show on the existing property, I would ask that you try to do that. And we don't have, we are trying, this is a city that we're really trying to improve our tree canopy, and taking that couple old trees away, if there's any way to preserve them, I think that would be certainly worth something to the city to do that. There was another thing I had, give me just a second. So it looks like, and however, whoever putting, a corset on an opera singer, it is a very dense site for a very small lot. And 1 acre, you're putting 80 units. Yeah, here's the 10th Avenue unit stuff, okay. So those are some of my concerns. I have to come up with my other one that I've got written down here in my notes, but
But I think it's clear that
oh, here's my other question.
Okay.
What makes this a mixed use project
we have office space,
for your tenants?
no? For anybody can rent.
I find that a real stretch of mixed use. I really do. And maybe that's just my non-planner opinion, but I really feel like using a couple office spaces to call that, when I think of mixed use, I think of retail, I think of, other, how will this community know that there's office spaces to be rented? I just feel like, and I'm not casting any aspersions on anyone, but I just feel like this is really kind of an end run to get sustainable bonuses on a mixed use project.
It is very common lately. And
I'm sorry, you want to come up to, if you're going to speak into the.
It is very common, and we're seeing it more and more in our mixed-use projects to do co-work office spaces. And anybody can come down the street or 2 blocks and let's meet at this location, and they rent and they lease that micro space, and that's their space for an hour or 2 or whenever. But it's very commonly used.
Yeah, well, I think it's pushing the envelope of mixed use. And the sculpture, sculpture is a matter of taste, but $50,000, I think, $14,000 for the mediation of the trees, I find completely.
Well, we're exceeding in the landscape requirements. We're adding more trees, believe it or not. Can you put back that
medium-sized trees,
please.
Which are how tall?
Unfortunately, the landscape architect is not here to defend the plans, but we're proposing big trees along in all the islands there are in our parking space.
There's 3 islands. There's not that many islands.
Well, we can count them right there. It's all those red little dots. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And it's only half of our.
And why not try to use some of the space for the existing tree? There's a big tree right in that one where you have an island.
Well, let me tell you, we have only 5 medium. I have the arborist report over here.
Yeah.
And we only have 5 sand oaks and 1, 2, 3, and 5 slash pines on the property. Unfortunately, they're right in the middle of where the building needs to be.
I believe as I look at the
Here's the existing tree survey, and where my circles are, it's where the big trees are.
Let me just get to this. There's an over.
Pines grow really, really fast. But they cannot take any transportation. You cannot translate them to another or transport them to another location. They'll die. They will never survive. Oaks are very different.
If you look on the east side, and I don't mean to monopolize this, but I just have to say it. When you look, and I'm looking for the overhead photograph right now, there is one, and somebody help me. What is the tree that's on the east, like the center and the east side of that of the lot?
Do you want to point it out here? I have the tree map here.
No, I'm looking for.
I'm gonna have to pull it up.
actually, which is more helpful.
Very slack finding,
I'm looking for the existing, oh, there you go, yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
I want it.
You can get it back. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking right here. And I'm not a tree expert, but I mean, this tree right here is in the parking Why not just keep that tree? These trees are down at the bottom of the parking lot. Why not save it? This tree is, some of these are in where you have. the
We could
parking.
definitely take a look into it. That's for sure.
And on the east, on the west side, there's a whole stand of trees that look to be within the setback. So those are my initial comments.
Number 22.
I see Commissioner Diaz has
It's a-
his light
it's a
on.
palm.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Malega had her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Has it?
Commissioner Malega.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
number one, Commissioner Maliga extended her apologies, but she really was not feeling well and has left the meeting. Number two, there is one person, Andres Montero, who is on Zoom to answer questions, and he has his hand up, but I don't know, maybe William or Aaron can help me out with what questions he would answer.
Landscape architect.
Sure, he's welcome to join in.
Okay, so Mr. Montero, you can speak.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm out of the country, but I've been listening to the presentation. And yeah, we made every effort possible to save the trees. Unfortunately, first of all, there are only 5 pines, /pine, and on site. And most of them, or the 5 pines they're not very large. I mean, they're big pines because they grow very fast. The arborist just sent a report where she believed these pines are not older than, 30, 40 years old. A 100-year-old pine would be 3 times the size of those the existing pines. Right now, the existing pines, the caliber of those pines is between 14 and 15 inch DBH, which is not they are big, but they're not that big to be 100 years old. And there's only 3 sun oaks on the property, and they are between 6 and 9 inch caliber. They're not very large oaks. And yeah, we made every effort to save them, but unfortunately, they're in the middle of the property. They're not on the perimeter. The ones that are at the perimeter of the property, most of them are, large mango trees and some other smaller trees and palms.
How big? I'm
And
sorry.
we are mitigating, not just with money. The money, the $14,000 donation to the tree fund is just because, we're mitigating for all the caliper that we're removing from the property, but we didn't have enough, even though we're putting more trees than we're required to add to the property. There's not enough room to mitigate with trees. So the option is the extra inches, the shortfall we have to mitigate with money. And it's all by the city code, the landscape code.
How large is a medium tree?
It looks like in their landscape plan, they would be in ranges, but I'm just showing here, pulling up their landscape plan. It looks like there's going to be 6 gumbo limbos at approximately 16 feet in height. There's going to be 3 green buttonwoods at 16 feet in height. Typically, our height installation is 10 to 12 feet for installation. So they probably would have gotten a credit in the analysis for planting a larger tree than the minimum tree required. The pigeon plum is 14 feet, and there are 18 pigeon plums, 1 Dahoon holly at 12 feet, 12 Simpson stoppers at 12 feet, and 7 live oaks at 16 feet. And it appears in the table that there is 1 existing live oak that is going to remain.
Yeah, can I speak? We're definitely exceeding, we're exceeding the height of the trees, the required height, which is 10 to 12 feet. We're planting trees that are much larger, between 14 and 16 feet tall. Because we just don't want to do little trees there. And we're trying to add as much canopy as possible. And there are trees along the east side, all along the east side. There are trees in the medians, in the landscape islands, the parking islands, and there are trees at the entrance and the exit of the parking lot.
I see no trees in the median of the parking lot. I see bushes, I see dwarf fire bush, I looked at your chart, I see no trees in the.
Here, these are large trees.
Mayor, I think what you're thinking is the median, it does read that way on the plan, is actually part of their exfiltration trench.
Well, I'm looking at the L3 landscape plan. And I'm looking at what could be the trend, but where there are number 6, number 8, different numbers of the different numbers of the shrubs. It looks like shrubs. I don't see any trees on that median, in the plan that we were given.
No, there's about 15 or 16 trees along the east edge of the property.
I understand that, but I'm talking about in the median of the parking lot.
There's not a median.
There's no median.
So
Sorry.
where are the shrubs that I'm looking at? What?
Those are the names of shrubs over. That's actually an exfiltration trench down the center, right here.
So there are no trees in the center of this parking lot.
No, that's the driveway. That's the driveway of the parking lot.
I think we need to look at our requirements about tree heights. I think that 16 feet is just, can I see that?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, there are, and maybe I'm just a tree crazy person, but there's a lot of, when I go to a parking lot, I look for the shade. And there's a lot of unshaded spots here. And again, maybe you're meeting the landscape requirement or exceeding it, but when you have number 10, the large trees, how big are they? How tall do they have to be?
Oh, sorry.
We're proposing.
So they talk about the large trees here, but then they give the specifications of the trees. So large trees here would be probably I would say the gumbo limbo is generally considered a larger tree, the green buttonwood and the live oak. Typically medium trees are the hollies, of the pigeon plums and the stoppers.
But at the time that they're planted, the time that they're installed, how big are they?
The gumbo limbos and green buttonwoods will be 16 feet. The pigeon plums will be 14 feet. The medium height trees, Simpson stoppers, will be 12, and the hollies 12. That's about typical. That's actually kind of a little on the bigger side for those planting. And then the live oak will be 16 feet.
And are there in the rendering, the renderings, are there balconies on these apartments?
Yeah.
There are, okay. I thought I saw that, which was hard to tell under what we were given. Okay, I'm gonna give up a little bit now and give it to Commissioner Diaz, who I think had his light on next.
Thank you. You covered so many of my same concerns really well, Mayor, so thank you for that. But to add on that, I do appreciate, Mr. Waters pointing out the shortcomings of some of our tree protection, if you will, and that is something that needs to be worked on. But I think what you're seeing here is that this property is a rare gem. This is obviously a very tree-friendly town, clearly. And I was pleasantly surprised at the amount of comments regarding that. But what we're seeing here, we have expressed flexibility on other properties to bring in other shade trees and tropicals even. But this property, I think what we're seeing is pretty unique. You have a gem of a property here. It is really tight, and I can appreciate the challenges of the design in that. But this is probably the only property, or at least part of it, in Lake Worth that likely has never been developed. And what a lot of people often forget, I know we talk about that these are just 5 slash pines, and often what people don't remember or they forget is if you look at this town's history and environmentally, when Fannie James was here, this was largely a pine forest. There was deer everywhere. That's the habitat. This is a remnant of that, right? I'm slightly disagree with the landscaper that these trees are only up to 40 years old. I think that's really significant. I think when it comes to pine trees, the height is not just the indicator of its age. I think the crown shape is really important. And some of these trees very clearly have been there for a very long time. And obviously people are really interested in protecting that. And, you know, I echo that. Clearly, I'm a professional environmentalist in my day life, so that's an easy one. But I also want to bring it back to the units. When I hear workforce housing, you know, workforce housing and affordable housing, these are two things that we clearly need in this town. When I appreciate the ask for reduction on the 1 bedroom, right? And that's how I live my life. And it's just me and my girlfriend. So 2 people, 584 to me compared to where I'm at now is spacious.
I've got no problem with that.
Right, like, so I really appreciate that. To me, like, if we're gonna talk about affordable, like true affordable housing, I'm thinking, and the mayor is absolutely correct, you know, we're looking at single and two people in a unit, not necessarily a family. We need the 2 bedrooms for sure for families as well, where we can get them. But what I'm seeing here, and I agree, I'm concerned that this has been a problem for us in the past, the sustainability credits, and I'm looking at this co-work offices. And from a practical standpoint, to me, they conspicuously look like they would be easily converted into more units, because I don't see that being, I also agree it's a stretch. I don't think that's going to be a successful part to truly be a true mixed use, because people aren't, you know, we have a public library, we have spots where you can get those kinds of temporary work offices. And I just don't foresee people going well out of their way on 10th Avenue with heavy traffic to seek these spots out. I think we could find a better use for that, or something that would be more permanent, because, you know, I see co-work offices. I don't see anything that's going to protect it to always be a co-work office, right? So maybe a few years down the road, those might be converted to more units, which, you know, I'm not necessarily against that, but I think we need to be honest in how we deal out the sustainability credits. I think you have a gem of a property here. It's a challenging thing to design, but I think I've seen what you guys can do. And I think, you know, you can make accommodations and kind of do better than what we're seeing here, because you hear it from the community. There's a lot of concern with how this is going to play out. And I think the big concern is not just the environment and the old growth trees, but, you know, the true affordability, and what are we going to provide for people that, you know, really need this.
Thank you.
May I clarify something, just so the public, what's unique about the project being a planned development, that space is actually going to be required to stay as co-work space. If it were converted to units, as long as you weren't beyond the allowed density, it would have to come back through a urban plan development amendment, which would go through the planning board and then to you. That space could not be converted to units without it coming back before you. Just clarification.
One question. Along the same line with the co-working space, is there any requirement in our code that says X amount of some percentage of a planned use development has to be mixed use? Because would one little office?
It doesn't. And Aaron and I are working on because it's come up before, but we haven't, it's going to be applying to projects moving forward. I can't always implement some of the feedback that you have backwards. We're going to reference a comp plan requirement that the minimum of the mixed use moving forward will have to be 25% of the project has to be the mixed use component, and 75 can be residential. It could be more than 25. That's based on a section of our comprehensive plan.
Yeah, I find this. I mean, if we don't have a rule, I understand that we can't enforce it, but I'm saying to the developer, this looks like a joke. This looks like you've added a couple little offices to make.
Yeah, but what, you know, I can take it out.
The bonuses.
No, it's not that way. I can take it out. I cannot put another unit, unfortunately, because I'm up to the limit on density. But, you know, tell you guys, the city, what is your recommendation over here if we take it out?
My biggest concern, aside from the landscaping, which is a concern for a lot of people, my biggest concern is the number of 1-bedroom units. If we are talking about in Lake Worth Beach, workforce housing, teachers, firemen, nurses, one bedroom's not acceptable. We have people with families. That's who's really hurting right now. Now, you know, if I understand that there are people that just want a one bedroom, single people starting out, older people downsizing. But right now, the hue and cry that we're hearing from our community is, I've got kids and I need a place to live. So I mean, maybe there's a way to talk about waiving some of the parking or something, but I just find that amount of one bedroom apartments on that piece of it's a 1 acre property, that many one bedroom apartments, I just find it
But I'm happy to put two more bedroom units, but I have to go higher. So that is gonna be allowed as well, or, you know, it's give it or take it.
Are there
So-
any living units on the 5th floor?
Yes.
There are. Commissioner McVoy?
I think you're hearing sort of a flavor of concerns from the community here, both the community and from the commission. And they come with the whole, many of them, my concerns are very similar to what's already been stated, the mayor has stated, the Commissioner Yes has stated. I would also add, what is the basis for calling this compatible area? And that question can go either to you or to staff, whoever wants to tackle. But
Well, I can start with it. Compatibility is not totally and completely referenced on what is existing there. The TOD zoning district was put in place in 2013, which did allow for various buildings. If you looked at the TODs that are in place, there's almost no building beyond 3 stories. However, the TOD was taken into account that our goal was to have a higher density in those locations, which cannot be accommodated by a shorter or mid-rise or low-rise building. So the TOD area is very small. It's only 1 block. And in this project, we did require them to move the project over to the G Street, which has the greatest separation from the buildings to the east, which are non-conforming under the current zoning. And we have the depth separation from the west side across the railroad tracks. So from that contextual standpoint and what the vision is for that area on 10th Avenue, this building would be compatible. It may not be compatible perfectly in today's eyes, but as 10th Avenue is developed, and there are quite a number of parcels that are not developed, it will fit into the context of what is visioned there. Now, if you're not open or happy with that vision, we can visit that, and that's a different conversation.
Yeah, because 10th Avenue North is a disaster. We all know that. 8th Street and 10th Avenue North to get up to 95, it's terrible. So I think we do need to look at the future of the zoning up there. Commissioner Boyd, anything else?
yeah, I have similar here.
So let's not duplicate too much. Well,
Look at that.
oh, we need a motion to go
Am I
beyond.
saying, yes, I was going to ask for a motion to extend to 11, please.
You read my mind.
Motion to extend.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
I would say that the issue of compatibility, if you were to ask most people who go travel 10th or live there or move through that area, a 5-story building, just, there's no way to argue that that's compatible with what we're doing in the city, what we're doing. So I think that's one big thing. It just is not.
So can I mention something?
Sure.
You know, we are putting 39 units workforce housing. That's two stories. The building are workforce housing. So we can take the workforce housing and we have a 3-story building. So it's give it or take. So you have to decide what you want, but everything that you ask is impossible to put in this piece of
I
land.
understand that. I suspect that many of us understand that there are some trade-offs between if you want housing that is truly attainable or affordable for people, you're probably going to have to go smaller on each unit and maybe go up somewhat. The question for us as a commission is part of what makes this project possible for you is that we have discretion over sustainability benefits. And we have to make a decision, what are we getting for what we're giving? And is it a sort of fair trade-off that benefits us enough versus what we lose? So on the loss side, 10th Avenue has a lot of traffic already. So this is only going to add to that. That's a concern. On the loss side, in my opinion, I don't know about the rest of the commission, the workforce housing rate, it would be in the range of 1380, so almost 1400 up to 2070. For our community, that's not very excessive. So yes, the workforce, and I do want to state that clearly. I do appreciate that you work with the county, and I'm aware enough of that program that took some doing to get that to work. So I do appreciate it, but in terms of, the median income for our county has nothing to do with the median income of this community. And the flavor of this community is pretty different than other places. And that's part of, I was thinking about it this afternoon. One of the difficulties of our job sitting up here is the same difficulty that, say, Boca Raton has or Delray. The community has certain expectations of what the community will be like, feel like, quality of life, be, a whole bunch of features that come with that. And that's their job, to protect that community. Our job is to protect ours, and this community is very different from what's going on in West Palm, what's going on in Delray, what's even Boynton. And I think what you're hearing is we're not seeing this as particularly compatible. If it had wonderful environmental benefits to it and wonderful attainable housing benefits to it, we might say, okay, the downsides, maybe that's a reasonable balance for our city. But the way it is now, no, I don't think so.
But do you have a program to offer to do more affordable units?
My
you could-
question is,
We're working on a number of angles. Certainly, we're not there, I don't think. Something that I caught my ear. We've talked a lot about the vegetation and trees. They're a big deal in this community. We tend to talk when we look at site plans of individual trees. Well, there's so many trees. What I want to point out to you, and Commissioner Diaz correctly alluded to it, but his comment was a rare gem for this property. And again, I understand the city doesn't own them, but I would like you to understand what you're dealing with here. And I've spent quite a bit of time in Miami, so I've thought about it from their angle too. In South Florida, there's 2% of the original scrub vegetation left. There's 2% of the coastal hammock left. There's maybe a little bit better on pine flatwoods. But there's almost nothing. When we talk about historic preservation, we typically think of buildings, and that's fine. But in this community, there is a degree of interest and recognition. It's not just trees. It's the habitat as a whole. It's certainly not pristine scrub. It's not even pristine pine flatwoods. But the estimate that was made of 30 or 40 years old, no, I'm not buying it. And you could do some things to check. I can make some suggestions of how one could do it. But that almost certainly those pines and some of the other, the cabbage palms, which are easily transplantable, I get that. But the collection of things that are there and the random layout of the things there represents a habitat that is the history of this city. So if we're going to let you knock it all down and put a bunch of stuff, your list is native plants, I agree, but they got nothing to do with what was there. And they're going to be high irrigation ones. They don't give very good shade, most of them. The trade-off better be pretty darn good for us to get excited about approving that. So my suggestion would be, and I recognize, unless we're willing to buy the lot, we're probably not going to be able to preserve much of that habitat. I get that.
By the way, the lot was on sale for 2 years.
What's that?
That property was for sale for 2 years.
Yeah, well, we weren't on the commission 2 years ago, unfortunately, and we didn't think about it more recently. But are bad on that. I think if you were to come back with a proposal that put parking on the first floor of the building underneath, so it's shaded parking, which addresses a lot of our concerns about heat and things like that. Go up 2 stories, maybe 3 stories above that. Now you've got much more of the site, which is pretty small, available, and maybe you could hold on to a little bit of those trees.
So 6 stories?
No. No.
But
Parking on the
I
first-
cannot fit 81 units in 3 stories. It's impossible.
I think everything. that
You know,
I've
if I
heard-
can do a smaller units, 400 square
I
feet.
think what I've heard from a lot of people who've looked at this plan is, you mentioned it also, you know, the opera singer in the chorus. I don't know why we're picking on opera singers, but it's very stuffed. You're trying to get as much as possible squeezed into this thing, and as a result, all of the environmental history is gone. Traffic issues get worse. You've got a building that's way incompatible with the height, and we're not really getting attainable, affordable housing out of the deal. So I would say, go back and look at it, see what you can do to work around it. There are examples in this community of people building around existing trees. It does happen. And there's examples other places. Put the parking underneath, go up 2 stories, 3 stories above that of housing, and have some more. And one that is particularly important to me is you do want to have kids. And I kind of agree with the mayor and thought about that, but the balance of 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom. But even if you got 1 room, you're still going to have some kids in. And I look at how cramped this project is, and I see nowhere for kids. And yes, I understand there's stuff on the roof. But I want kids in this community, not in New York City, not in West Palm Beach, but in this community. I want kids to people get onto some real plants, some real soil on the ground. Maybe they're even digging a little hole, or they're making a little fort, or they're doing something. And being up on the 5th floor roof isn't the same thing. That might be fine for some adults, but it's no good for kids. And I have one grumble. Because on a different project in this city, I raised a concern about a concrete roof. This has nothing to do with you, and this is more with our staff. I raised a concern about a concrete roof and the potential for it being eventually closed in the future. And the issue was raised, no, we can't do cloth covers, more temporary ones, because there's too much wind problem. Either there is a wind problem or there isn't a wind problem. If you can do it on yours and we couldn't do it on the other one, I don't like that. I think there needs to be consistency on that. And I do have a concern also about the mixed use. It looks a little bit like, hey, we need a mixed use. We'll stick that in there. And I can't tell you how often in a regulatory setting, somebody comes back years later and says, well, I know we asked for this, but really, it really helps out if we can get this. And what happens to the regulatory body? They don't want to be sitting saying, oh, we're the bad guys, and holding the line. It's okay. And we know that that's how that sort of thing happens. So that's my suggestion.
I have one question. Is there a requirement, to use the county or the city? Is there who chooses which median income to use?
Well, since this project is proposing to use the county's exchange program, it would be the median household income of Palm Beach County, not the city.
And I don't really understand what that exchange program is. I mean,
Exchange program is developers who are doing projects in the county, unincorporated, are asking for certain types of preferences, variances, density increases. And in exchange, they have to provide a certain number of affordable units. Well, the county created an exchange program at the request of developers that said, we can't always create those affordable units on the projects that we're building. Give us a mechanism so that we could exchange those affordable or workforce units and have them built somewhere else. And we will pay the developer the fee to ensure that those are built somewhere else. The Bohemian has 60 of those units in it that are deed restricted. They were exchange project out of the county. This one is 38 proposed. Those are 2 of the larger receivers of exchange units. And the county doesn't really care where they're built as long as they are built. And there is a time frame between the associative project where they're coming from and the creation of the project where they're going. As an example, the final COs and sign-offs on the county project that was approved with exchange units going somewhere else can't receive all of its approvals and be finished unless those exchange units have actually been built and created. So there's a time frame that's under on this developer to provide these. I'm not sure what it is, but they would have to get them completed and CO'd by a certain date.
So this is, so part of this, and it's a whole language that's really hard to understand.
Yes.
Forgive me. So there, this developer is building something out in the county.
Not this developer, another developer.
Any
Let's say it's GL Homes as an example. They're building tract development. They got extra density. They're supposed to provide a
But
certain
this
number.
developer is not using the exchange program.
This developer is.
I am the receiver, they are the giver. They gave it to
So
me.
you're receiving a benefit
From a county developer.
from the county.
Right.
Not from the
No.
county, it's directly from the other.
Directly from the
Right, but
builder.
it's something not in the city of Lake Worth.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay, Ms. Stokes, Ms. Stokes, you had your light on.
I have two questions. One about the co-work office space is the way that it's being designed. If people aren't using it, if there doesn't need to be a demand for that, you don't see a demand for those spaces, can it be redesigned into another more retail kind of use? Or I'm just not sure how limited the design is there, because I agree, we all.
It can be office or retail, doesn't matter. But retail, I think, is not a good location for a
Right.
retail.
So,
Not even the parking or the curb.
right.
Where is the parking for the co-working?
Incorporated as part of the
space?
project.
What
It's part of the overall parking in the project.
requirements, the parking
Now,
requirements for the?
if you're up to address Ms. Stokes' concern, you do have the ability as part of the plan development to say that that co-work space could be co-work space. It could be retail, it could be a cafe, it could be personal services, all meet the requirement of, in general, being mixed use. You could leave it open as that if you wanted to, and provide that provision as a component of the conditions of approval on the ordinance itself. Versus just having it be co-work space for perpetuity unless it came back to you and was amended.
Now, our intent, we're providing parallel parking all along
On G Street.
on G Street. So the intent is for somebody that would like to use that space and park over here, walk into the building, obviously go through the leasing office. They will be the one opening that co-work space for the person that is coming to work in here.
There's no gate to get in here though.
Yes, the
For the
entire
parking?
building will be gated. Now.
Not the parking, the
Not
building.
the parking, the building.
The building.
Building is all gated. It will have either some sort of a fob key or phone key, whichever way the developer decides.
Commissioner Stokes?
Okay, yeah, so just echoing the concerns, and I'm sure William's hearing it loud and clear that I think we need to have a workshop, not just on mixed use development, but exactly what height we're comfortable with in what areas. My question about that, I think that Commissioner McVoy brought up an interesting point and just trying to think of the geometry of the site. So it looks to me, looking at it, like almost half of the site is like surface level parking.
Mhm.
Which surface level, it doesn't seem like the best use of land when we have such limited land available. So if you were to, I'm just trying to think if you could chop off 2 floors or even one floor from that building, if you had the parking structure under the bottom, then you would be able to build up that entire part, the next door of the building now. So you wouldn't just be, you'd be like taking the units off of the existing proposal and shifting them on top of the parking structure. And that might actually give you more room to have a different layout and more 2 bedrooms, because if you take 1 floor off of there, but you're adding 2 floors above a parking structure. So I'm just curious if you.
Parking structure, it doesn't work because it's extremely costly. A parking structure right now, it's between $25,000 to $35,000 a space. It really kills the entire project. Now, what you're saying is a podium building, like we
Okay.
did on, on Deco Green.
Yeah.
Building number 2 is a podium building. You have parking on the ground floor underneath the building, and then we went to 6 stories.
Right. That is,
And then your footprint of your building could be bigger.
Yeah.
actually.
Well,
If you take away some of the parking from the parking lot, the footprint of the building would be larger.
yes, that could be a possibility. We'll have to
Yeah.
look into it.
Podium building, I didn't know the correct term, but that's what I was thinking. I didn't mean a.
We will keep the lobby, the elevator, the staircases, and the front of the building, which is facing 10th Avenue. That will be our leasing office. All that will be, ground floor habitable space, and then the rest becomes a parking. This just becomes a little more complicated. But it's feasible.
I just want to add that in your consideration, if you're giving them direction to reduce and to widen, that might come with a shift in impermeable. They might need a waiver in impermeable or something else as they adjust the building. So just be aware that if you're making adjustments other places with height, that they might need to come back with a waiver in another area, maybe in building lot coverage or an impermeable lot coverage. So just be mindful of that.
Commissioner McBoy?
And to that point, which is a fair point, that we're juggling, part of your exercise, juggle a lot of different pieces. My personal preference, and I, again, can't speak for the commission, but my personal one would be and I'm a soil and hydrology guy, so I would be willing to make adjustments on the infiltration and the permeability in exchange for some more actual soil that kids might conceive of, even a sandbox, something or other, and some native vegetation, some real stuff. That would be mine.
Right. I mean, just briefly, I guess to close it out, I think what you're seeing is like, we want to be flexible, and it's because of this rarity of having an undeveloped land. Once we choose to let go of soil, healthy soil, that, relatively healthy soil, that's a remnant of habitat, like Commissioner McVoy correctly pointed out. It's not that, raising all of that is off the table. It's just that in our perspective, you're going to have to really show us that it's worth giving up this rare gem. I mean, I don't think there's any other property in this town that's like it. So any kind of protection of what's there is highly appreciated. And, I think you can do that. You guys are talented. So I think it's doable.
Okay, so we've had a lot of questions, a lot of comments. We have a motion, we have a second. I'm asking the developer if you would like the opportunity for us to withdraw the vote tonight, table it, and come back with some different, rather than a flat rejection, because I don't think that's anything that we really want to do.
No, we are open to do, as much as we can to take into consideration all the comments that you did.
And you've certainly heard a lot.
Let's try to enumerate or list out some of the areas where you were giving some consideration or bartering in furtherance of a better project. What I heard, and Aaron's been listening as well, is that you're open to modifications possibly or plan development waivers in terms of building lot coverage, but you do want some traditional open space that may be usable where some of the sand slash pines and other things are that could also be the area where the kids could play.
Right.
You also mentioned, I call it a tableau podium building, parking under that, and 3 stories above it. Are you on Deco Green? They actually stair stepped their building. So part of it was 6 stories and part of it was only 5. First question is, are you open to the building reaching farther east at the height that it is in exchange for being able to get the units and still having parking underneath? And are you also open to possibly, and you have to see it, whether a portion of the building could be 5 stories, but the rest of it is 4?
I think we're open to suggestions. I mean, I think
for me, we do need housing. We do. And I think along the the railway makes perfect sense because you're not intruding into the neighborhoods.
Mhm.
And we do like to protect our neighborhoods. So to me, it makes sense to add density there. I think of like, when I exit, I live off 13th, so I always exit off 10th Avenue. What are the people entering our city thinking like the feeling of our city is? So if it's a wall, if we end up with all these 5-story buildings, so you're welcome into Lake Worth is just in the future, like a wall of 5-story. But I think if we have, like you're saying, a smaller height facing right there on 10th Avenue, and then you go back and nobody's going back there unless they're living in that building or going somewhere else along there because it's the railroad. I think that would help a lot with the conformity and blending in. But again, without seeing the rendering and stuff, I have a hard time.
But I think that's a possible creative solution. And I like the staggered height. I think that does add rather than the monolithic approach. Come to the main.
I would like a clarification. So along 10th Avenue, we can go 5 stories?
I was asking that question. I think their preference.
Because remember,
that-
ground is kind of,
Right.
we have now parking on the ground floor,
And we're talking
So-
about parking underneath the building.
underneath, exactly
I
underneath.
think what they were saying is that they're open to 4 stories along, along 10th Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And the portion that would be 5 would be along G. But if you had like a U-shaped building or a building with a leg, the legs that reach east should not be more than 4 stories.
Okay.
Yeah, vary the height a little bit. And I would like to see more, two
No,
bedroom.
two is fine, but less parking. So less.
Well, no, the parking would be, you'd make up for the parking underneath the
In
building.
the plan development, you can ask for a parking adjustment,
Mhm.
because parking's been a, issue with you all, and it is
With some of us,
everywhere.
not all of
That
us.
we, work with you in a certain direction. There's another direction that's available to them where you could do a 25% reduction, but it's based on the number of deed restricted units. And we also have an ordinance coming forward tonight.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, 2-3 of them actually. You can actually adjust the unit sizes by 15% if those are deed restricted. And then you can also reduce the parking requirement of those deed restricted units by 25%, as long as you have at least 1 parking space for each unit. So I think we can work with you to come up with a parking pro forma that works, that hopefully won't kick your project out the door.
Yeah, we don't want to kill the project. We just wanted to be more compatible with what we have. Who owns the property across the street? Or is that?
Stay on that.
The
A
strip?
little strip.
No, you own that.
We own
I own the one that is up front, but
Okay.
you own the other two. This one?
The ones from 9th to 8th and 8th to 7th.
This one.
The eighth and eighth.
Those little skinny pieces.
You own 10th to 9th. We owe from down there.
And those were John Adair's properties for
Right.
decades.
I think Chad Drake might own some north.
He owns one on the north side.
North, yeah.
But it is
He only
along,
owns the skinny pieces. He doesn't own any that are on the east side of.
But the station was supposed to be there or not?
The station was envisioned to be on your side of 10th, and utilize that skinny piece of property as part of the station
Parking.
or where the platform. However, the East Coast Link, and the TPA talks about it, Treasure Coast talks about it, Miami-Dade and Broward County have been on the bandwagon to get that kind of working, has gone by the wayside because the funding just wasn't there to operate it. Now we have expansions of Brightline, but Brightline is never going to stop in Lake Forest Beach unless we pay for the station, and it's too close to West Palms. So
What's your plan for that strip along the railway?
Working with you guys to do something together.
Well, what I'm thinking is maybe that could be parking, that could be landscaping and parking, and then you could use it
part of
to
the.
make up some of your parking.
Yeah, part of the application is, that does include street improvements along that property. So part of this application, staff conditioned the west side of the street to be improved. And that's part of their sustainable bonus is to provide some sidewalk and some street signage and curb and gutter on the west side.
I'd like to see some shade. That might be a place that you can plant a bunch of trees and if you're talking about a public, plaza in front of the building, I think that's a bare strip. And if you put some trees on that and landscape it with natural, not lawn sorts of things, that would also be are the windows in this hurricane windows? Is that okay? Yeah, okay.
it's a building code requirement.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're the planner. On the way.
Something else, I mean, they did not include that portion, that sliver of land as part of their plan development.
Mhm.
If they can contextually have a harmonious, compatible building and incorporated that piece, they actually possibly could get more units.
If we count that,
That little
That little strip.
strip is part of their project.
and I mean, it's a dreadful little piece of property right now. It's a sand pit. But if we could put some, make that, and as a matter of fact, as people are coming into it, we're concerned with the vision as people come in, that's a main thoroughfare for people. So instead of just this building that they see, if there's kind of a buffer of trees before it, it would create shade, it would be a sound, barrier for the trains, and it would be pretty.
It might be a good location for additional parking.
I can't,
And-
I'm sorry.
Oh, parking. I was going to say parking, but William said you already said it.
Yeah, possible makeup for the parking. I mean, it's an unused piece of property.
Yeah, it could soften the visual
Yeah.
blow for sure.
Yeah, and just to clarify on William's questions, I would try to keep it to 4 at the most on 10th Avenue, maybe even 3 and step it back in 3, 4, 5 for the majority of them.
I think 4 on G Street, because that's what people see when they come in.
Well, that was my concern. I don't know what to do with the 5. I hear that you'd like to have a little more height on some portion of it. But G is what's going to be very visible as you come down the hill on 10th. There'll be a little bit less so if you do some trees on that strip along the railroad.
That would really,
They're not going to go up 4 stories. So
we'll be happier.
I think you're hearing a good deal of flexibility on use of that strip on the other side, whether it's partially parking, whether it's partially native vegetation. If you want ideas on native vegetation, go down to the town of Hypoluxo. That whole stretch, it's probably several miles long along the railroad. It's the same piece of land, that little narrow piece. All of it is native vegetation. And it, to people who know something about it, it's like, wow, that is pretty cool. And I think you could do a lot of it relatively cheap. And a lot of it, if you picked native to here, to this particular area, not native to South Florida, but to here, you could probably get away with pretty minimal irrigation once it was established. So
Yeah,
I think
native
there's
plantings,
flexibility there.
butterfly, I passed around something that I want to promote at some point is instead of having medians with grass on them, like at 6th Avenue South, have natural native. Once they're established, don't need a lot of care, butterfly,
Pollinators
what?
and pollinators.
And pollinators, that's it.
We need to go visit Lady Bird Johnson and her native
Yeah.
flowers
Yeah,
that she did in the
that-
70s.
Exactly, that kind of thing. So let's get creative. So it's
So-
10:23. Who made the motion to, no, we have no motion
There
yet?
has no motion, Madam Mayor.
Well, then, folks, it's, I think, up to you to say, please don't vote. Let us come back.
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
We agree.
great.
Okay,
Thank
Well,
you.
we need a motion to table then, or we do need some sort of motion.
William speaking, William speaking.
I was gonna say,
When William speaks,
there's 2 options so that we don't end up with a legal issue later.
okay, yeah,
We can table it to a date uncertain,
right.
which would mean when it comes up after we
Advertising.
advertise it. Or you can, working with them, we can say we will table it to a date certain. And, how much time do you need? I don't know if you can come up with that, and we can give it a specific commission date. That might be the 2 of you having a conversation and seeing, do you need a month? Do you need 6 weeks? Do you need
Right.
till November? Or we can just leave it open and have it
And
come
But-
back.
But I
just
have
have
a
to
question. Do you need to review what we are going to produce or
We're
is
going to
that-
have to review it so we can tell them, does it meet the compliance of the LDR? So we will need a 2-week turnaround from the site plan review team, and that will be pushing it before it has to go to them, which will be 2 weeks before the meeting. So we need a submission basically at least 4 weeks before the commission.
And we have the holidays coming up, which I can't even believe I just said.
At least.
Hold on. What did you say?
I just said we have the holidays coming up. I mean,
That's what I'm getting is
Yeah.
that, it might be best. if
the
we
only
table
difference
it.
is they'd have to advertise again.
It seems like a date uncertain.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
is the way to
uncertain.
go.
Yeah,
I just want to give them the option of.
sure, of course.
Okay.
Thank you for listening. We don't mean to beat you up,
No,
but this is
I'm
important
not.
stuff for us.
We definitely appreciate you listening and you're getting a bit of flavor of the.
Yeah, and if you can use that strip for part of your parking requirement, that might let you leave some of the older trees alone. which we'd like to see.
Motion to table to date uncertain.
Do we have a second? By Commissioner McCoy, all in favor? Aye. Thank you. We look forward to,
Travels back.
yeah, you've got a long ride home. Thank you very much. We appreciate your flexibility.
Is it, so Commissioner Malega not with us?
She's gone now.
I mean, well, she's with us.
Well, she's not, I mean, she's living,
She's not here.
but
on
she's
the
not a
meeting
member of
anymore.
our commission right now.
I'm curious if we want to, the next item is the one that she was very passionate about bringing forward.
The business,
No, the,
where are we? Oh, we've postponed that one already.
smoking and vaping.
I mean, I don't. I mean, I don't know how you want to vote on that, but
I'm not opposed to indifference that it was one that she wanted to be involved with.
What? I
guess
mean,
now
I
we're
brought
short
it, I
on
mean,
time and-
we all, I mean, a few of us mentioned it to the city manager. I
Right.
don't know that anyone owns this ordinance. I
All right.
don't think it should be, I mean, we have some public comments on it, but I don't really, maybe I'm just really optimistic, but I don't see this as being that controversial.
Let's try it.
I know Commissioner Malega was very interested in this, but depending on where you go, she might be okay.
I wish we could say how we would vote and then we would know. We can't do that, can we?
You could begin considering it. If you think it's not going the way she'd like, then you could always continue your discussion. So. I think, wasn't it passed on first reading
It has-
unanimously?
No, it was, we passed over it already. This is.
I think we moved it just because we had a busy agenda.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's my recollection.
Is this under, what is this under what?
All right, unfinished business.
Unfinished
A.
business. A, oh.
Is there any urgency to it? Can we?
I don't care. I don't care. Well, because we have very little on the next agenda. I mean, we'd have no easy agendas in the foreseeable future. I'm happy to, if I said, if it's Sarah's baby, I'm happy to put these cards away and, yeah, when
Oh, how many?
October.
I have,
We
let's,
can read the card.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to open this up. Maybe we're spending more time talking about it now than.
okay, I have, wait a minute, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 cards about it. And one is against it, one is. For it. One is Kara, and I haven't read her note yet, and the other one doesn't say for or against. But be careful, Kara, it's Kara twice, Kara, you don't go twice. I love you, but you don't go twice.
Madam Mayor, may I make a suggestion?
Sure, we always love to hear from you with your logical.
Well, just looking at the time.
Yeah.
Hour and a half.
Yeah.
To midnight. We have 3 other
So let's. postpone.
ordinances to consider and new business and traditional.
I don't care.
So we got them out.
It's not an emergency,
I
so.
think you're hearing postpone it, right?
I'm
Let's-
suggesting.
Motion, do we need a motion to postpone?
Why not?
Can we just?
I say
We can move it to
postpone
the
it
next meeting.
to the next meeting.
Okay,
To table the next
I think
meeting?
this postponed to October 6th.
to the next meeting.
Okay, I'll make the motion with the appropriate verb to the next meeting. There's no on the table,
And then I'm
whatever.
gonna give the blue cards to the city
City manager.
clerk or manager to.
No,
give to
maybe
us.
Kara put one in last time and then put another one this time. Because we moved
I
it.
don't know.
Maybe that's what's going on here.
Could be. Okay. We need to vote
Second.
on this motion.
All in favor?
We have a second from Commissioner Stokes, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, gone. Next, B,
No, it's.
no, C.
It's C. But you could get confused easily.
Hey,
No,
What?
one could get confused.
Thank
Let me, I misspoke. A person could get confused easily.
oh, God. Can we postpone? I'm wearing down, I gotta tell you, when we get to 10:30, it's just. All right. So the next one that we're gonna look at is ordinance 2022-12. First reading.
Think her attorney.
I'm pretty well aware we need to do that. Hit it.
Okay. Hit it, right?
Hit it. And reach.
He was holding the microphone.
I mean-
He was writing down.
My leg is starting to scream.
Yeah, I think maybe we should change the rule from midnight being the deadline to 11 being the
Yeah,
deadline.
I totally agree.
Nothing good happens
This-
after 11.
Nothing good happens after 11.
All right.
Um,
That's not part of the title of the ordinance, by the way.
What's that?
That's not part of the ordinance, by the
Oh.
way. Okay, so ordinance number 2022-12, an ordinance of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 23 Land Development Regulations, Article 1, General Provisions, Division 2, Definitions, Section 23.1-12, Definitions, adding a new definitions, annual gross household income, gross rent, overall housing expense, Article 2, Administration, Division 3, Permits, adding a new Section 23.2-39, Affordable Workforce Housing Program, providing for an affordable workforce housing program within the City of Lake Worth Beach, and providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and effective date.
I mean, this is the kind of thing that we would like, there's a lot of talk about this. I had a question, do you want to do a motion second before we discuss it? And I don't see any cards. Madam Clerk, do you need cards on this one?
I do not, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
So we talked about this before and then, so were you gonna give us an overview of some of the changes from last time we
Yeah.
saw it?
And my question are those the highlighted,
There's two series of highlights,
the green and yellow?
green and yellow. Green is where it has been changed that you were not necessarily aware of it, but it was based on input from one or more of you and also comments from the public. So that's what's in green. And then in what is in yellow are changes that were made based on your feedback when we had the original first reading, and we were anticipating coming back as a second reading, but we've made so many modifications and edits that both the city attorney and I felt it should come back as a first reading from the very beginning, because we covered some things that if you cross-reference into other parts of the code, it was clear that certain things wouldn't happen, but there was interest from the public and from some of you that it be spelled out within the ordinance itself, such as the exceptions, the in lieu of payment, the types of projects that would not have to participate in the program. The two largest things, and I think be clear, even though the program is geared as to a fixed median household income of the county, the percentage that we're using actually makes the units more affordable than what you saw from the previous project on the exchange program. The units will end up probably being anywhere from $200 to $700 less for the same type of unit. Trying to get this, I spent over a year on this part, trying to have a program that's inclusionary, which essentially says you're going to build attainable units with no subsidy in exchange for additional height, additional density. I couldn't get the numbers to work if we based the median household income on what the cities is, because it's so much less than the counties. We are actually a little bit less than half of the county's median household income. So I use the county, but then use a different type of percentage. It doesn't preclude, and this question I ask a lot, our program can stand on its own. And this, if you're going to get additional height, additional density, do a plan development, do TDRs, you have to have 15% of your project fall within this. You could meet that 15% by utilizing another program as long as it's as stringent or more stringent than ours. So
State program or.
it could be
county
the
program or
federal
whatever.
low-income housing credits. It could be an exchange program. It could be there's an RFP now from the county to provide money to buy down units, or it could fit into whatever comes out of the bond money. But irrespective of all that, if none of that existed, projects that are over 2 stories in Lake Worth Beach are going to have to incorporate an attainable unit in them. In addition, projects that are in the mixed use districts, which are under our comp plan, have a goal to be 75% residential. There are going to be times where those projects are not mixed use. That project has to pay a fee into our attainable workforce housing trust fund because they're not doing residential.
Because they're not doing residential?
They're not doing residential.
So you're saying in the mixed use, you're anticipating that some projects.
It will be
won't in
rare.
fact be mixed.
But there may be some. And so those that are not mixed and have no residential will have to pay into this fund for the benefit of having a project above 2 stories. We still have the option that you can buy down an additional 20 years of restriction that we pay based on whatever the median household income is in that 20-year increment in the future. We have changed it to all be consistent to be deed restrictions and not a mixture of deed restrictions and covenants. And then there was a question from the public about there are areas in the single family and single family, two family where sustainable bonus would apply. But because you can't get an extra unit in those districts, it didn't really apply. So we actually spelled that out as the exceptions and where that it would not apply. And it would not apply in industrial developments because you can't do residential there either. So those are the areas that you would not, if you were doing if you were utilizing the sustainable bonus program in one of its iterations, this would not apply to you if you were in those 3 different districts.
Is that in the green?
Yes, in part of the green. It's the last section of the green
Mhm.
under exemptions. Like we were not going to, if by chance the city for some reason decided to do more than the sustainable bonus can qualify within the beach and casino area for a project. If that were to happen, you wouldn't have to pay into the affordable housing fund because we don't allow housing in the beach zoning district.
Okay.
So that's our affordable housing program. We, based on your feedback from last time, we already got started on putting together a brochure that can become ADA compliant and be fitted, put on the website. I have held off on finishing that until we get, because it is made some significant changes in edification. So that's our affordable housing program.
I have a question.
Sure.
Why are we using 20 years? Is that like a requirement? I think it should be longer.
Well, it could be longer, but, and I don't think we can go more than 25 because the depreciation schedule for most projects like this is 27 and a half years. So at that point in the 25-year range, owners are looking at either a significant investment to re-improve the project or sell it or refinance it. So we could do 20 or 25. I stayed at 20 because I haven't been able to run the numbers very easy for 25. But if you wish it to be 25, we can change that and make it 25.
And is there, I have a note here that I don't really understand. The 20 years, is it extended? Is there a possibility to extend the?
Yes,
20
you
years? I
have the
think that
right,
that's
first
in-
right of refusal that when that, we have to notify the owner at whatever time that is, that we are interested in extending all the units that were affordable or some portion. And this is the payment the city's going to make to have that be
We would
another
make
increment
them-
of 25 years.
Then I would like to go to 25,
Okay.
because I mean, 20 years ago is 2002, which isn't that long ago.
But
And since the affordability floats with the median household income, it shouldn't be that much of additional impact on the owner or the developer.
But it
to
would give
extend
us
5
5
years.
more years to play
Yes.
with. Anybody have a thought on that?
That's an easy change.
Anybody gonna answer?
I'm good. I agree.
Okay, let's make it 25.
Okay. I also wanted to,
would you then extend if we buy down, would you
everything
make that 25 also?
the consistency of 25
Right.
across the board. Now, what this also allows for, if in a negotiation like we just did, if you wanted more than 15% of the units affordable or workforce, there's a payment plan in here that you could actually say, oh, we would like to have an additional number of units be affordable, which could be covered by either transfer development right funds, housing trust fund account funds, or sustainable bonus funds.
That we would pay them to
Yes,
make it. more.
or you could waive like the payment that you were like past the previous project, if it were coming in now and you said, oh, we're going to waive 100,000 of that sustainable bonus program. How many more units could we have as 25 years? And I think how this is that you might get 4 or 5 more.
Can I ask a favor of
Mhm.
you, William? I know I've read up on this. I'm not an expert in it, but for us in the public, can you just speak a little bit about, in Florida, right, we can't put too many requirements on a developer because they have their rights.
Right.
And so if we're going to put something on them, then we are responsible for making up that difference. I think the phrasing I heard was to make the developer whole or something like
That's
that.
something different.
Okay, so-
The basis of this, and I listen to you a lot.
It's because we're giving them additional
Yes.
height, but if we said you by right can develop 2 stories and we're requiring you to do these extra restrictions. We
Then
can't do that.
We probably that would be considered, we'd be challenged
So
on that.
this is our way of using the tools that we have available to us to try to, guarantee that a range of people can live in our city long
Yes.
term.
And I want to give you an example too, where and somebody asked me, where'd you get the 15% from? Well, actually, it's in our comp plan. But also there's a project that was in the paper today, and I'm kind of floored by it. The transit development project that's going forward to the DDA in West Palm Beach has 986 units in it, of which only 46 will be workforce deed
That's
restricted,
crazy.
which is less than 5%. It's like 3.9, and we're going for 15.
West Palm is unrecognized.
So we have a fairly aggressive program, but I think it's achievable. We may see some slowdown in development, but the development that comes in, I feel strong will be with developers who have a commitment to the city more so than some other ones, and especially in tandem with the other two ordinances. They all kind of work together in a way.
The last question I have is I don't see where it is right now in here, but we had talked about if they fall out of compliance, how
Yeah.
strict do we want to be?
We're doing it on a year by year basis. And if they're out of compliance more than 6 months in the year, then they have to pay. If it's less than 6 months, they wouldn't, because there's sometimes are floating. And that penalty payment will change. It's actually going to be
And
reflected.
they have to give us a yearly audit, correct?
Yes. And this ordinance also has the one where I'm going to be asking you, we'll compare with another one, some additional staff, once we get up and going for a year or two. That penalty floats with the CPI, the Consumer Price Index. And so it starts out at $15 per square foot, but it can float, and it'll be referenced in our annual schedule of charges and fees.
Commissioner McBoy?
Quick one. Kudos to you for working on this and for listening to some of the various things we've talked about. But the hard part for me, and I suspect for some of the other folks, is this stuff is pretty easy. This stuff is pretty technical.
Yes.
And my question to you in that is, I think we all think the intent is great. A concern might be unintended consequences, or have we thought through, how developers look at this, developers that we think would be more favorable to what we're looking for? Have other people been able to kick the tires?
They've been looked at this. The only unintended consequence that I foresee, and it may not be seen as a negative by a lot of our constituents, is that we might have projects not choose to go above 2 stories.
Okay.
And the other one that's related to that, come up a little bit in discussion. That may be fine. Is the one, oh, I'm supposed to use the microphone. Thank you. If somebody moves in and their income, they meet the income requirements, everything's fine, and they inherit some money from their parents, or they get a girlfriend and now or a boyfriend, and now they have more income, or they're an older person and maybe their social security kicks in and their income gets a little better. Who knows what? Things change. How do we, is our philosophy that, well, sorry, you're now above the income and out you need to go? Or do we have some sort of philosophy that we would like, unless it's an egregious amount more and you're really taking advantage of it, we'd like you to be able to stay?
Well, that's where we had the floating non in compliance for 6 months. The affordable unit can float within the project, as long as you have, let's say we've got a mixed.
Right, so unit 6.
It's affordable this year, but it's unit 7 next year. That's why we have to have the annual report.
So the tenants have to essentially provide a financial affidavit?
They're going to provide something to the developer or the owner of the property to demonstrate they actually meet the limit of the household income.
And is it income or is it assets?
It's income, not
Because
assets.
that's different. If you inherit money, you might have $1 million in the bank, but it's not income.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And that, I
do
don't want to
divorces.
get into that because there are programs that are that complicated. This was complicated enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we hear you.
And hopefully Suzanne Cabrera has looked at it and other people from the CRA. And there are nonprofits that the developers could contract with to help provide that annual report and maybe even vet the tenants to make sure they are complied with the income limits of the unit.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Moving on.
The next two are much easier because not a lot changed.
Okay. Did we have you review that ordinance?
Yes, you
Okay.
did.
Ordinance 2022-13, first reading. Could you read the ordinance, Mr. Attorney?
Ordinance number 2022-13 is an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending chapter 23 land development regulations, article 1 general provisions, division 2 definitions, section 23.1-12 definitions, and adding new definition micro unit, in article 4 development standards, adding a new section 23.4-25 micro units, providing for development standards for micro units and providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Waters?
We did incorporate Ms. Stokes' recommendation that the units have the separate electric. Because of the way they're set up and they're mixed use, and the conditional, if they wanted to become hotels or something, they would have to come back for a different approval. I
Right.
can't restrict.
That's a
not
different
happening.
use.
As this project moves, this type of unit moves along and we decide we want to expand it to areas that are multifamily where we can't do the mixed use, then I think we can restrict them. They can't switch from, say, apartments to a hotel,
You would have to
like what happened
fit
in
in the
West Palm.
zoning, whatever the
Right.
zoning is.
You all asked me also to give a minimum of the area because these projects have to be mixed use. I put in 10% of the gross area of the project has to be the mixed use component. If you would like that percentage higher, that's fine.
Oh, excuse me. Well, I think that's kind of what we were talking about tonight with this co-working fiction. Excuse me.
So are you okay with 10 or do you want to go with a different number? I don't recommend going above 25.
I'm thinking 25.
Under this provision, a micro unit project has to be mixed use. And we discussed what is the minimum amount of the area of the project has to be the mixed use component versus the residential. And I added that in and I put a tentative 10% of the gross area of the project has to be the mixed use component. That's not residential, but I was looking for clarification. Do you want it to be higher than 10%? But I wouldn't recommend going above 25.
No, I agree with you. And really, tonight was a good example of mixed use. So this would, I would say 25.
But they could have done 25% of it. They're just
They weren't required
remote
to.
office.
And it wasn't
space,
micro.
though.
There was
But
no
I don't know if
requirement.
that solves it.
Because part of the program, part of the idea behind a micro unit project is to reduce the number of necessary trips. And so the project has to contain uses that those people would need, so they don't have to get another trip.
A bodega.
A bodega, a nail salon, a
Right,
drop off or a dry cleaner,
right.
something like that is because it's a unique animal that we're trying to reduce trips. We're trying to have them not be locked on that project, but it's a communal living situation where as many amenities as we can provide for them and their uses and their enjoyment are all on site. In exchange for the fact that you have a unit that's fairly small. Now, there are other types of ones that we've talked about, like yesterday or whatever day it was, that we'll get into in another round, tiny units or micro units that are like single or smaller number or are not mixed use. But the first,
Now.
Yeah, really.
Blow circuits.
okay, so you want to go 25%.
Well, I suggested that. I haven't heard any feedback from my,
I wouldn't go that high, I don't think, but I agree with you. Don't go higher than 25%.
Well, how about this? I'll just put a range. It has to be at least 10%, but no more than 25.
I'd say 15 to 25. Are you guys okay with that? Because really, I mean, tonight, I'm sorry, but that shared space was,
Well, I think we need to define too what we're counting as, like, do we count shared office space? Is that something else that we can look into, or we can't really discriminate against?
Well,
what
it's two
are
different things because like a shared office space that's just for the tenants could be counted in the common area element that's required
right,
of the project, but not be included as part of the mixed use piece.
because this just says uses other than residential, so it's not really
Okay.
restricting it.
But they could do a quarter of their project could be them leasing out remote office spaces.
In theory.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Which doesn't really. It might.
well, although it does, if you're just living, listen, if I'm an attorney or a planner or whatever, and I'm living in a tiny little unit because I really like it. And downstairs I can get some, shared use of, I meet with clients in the space. That makes more sense than what we saw with this project to be rented by the public, which.
Oh, we do have something. I forgot.
I live in a tiny house.
For
your edification, the mixed use piece shall provide personal service, retail, and or commercial areas, including the required parking. The shared office space would have to fall under the
Reading room, gym exercise.
gym exercise or an additional component of that project.
All right, so we're going 15 to 25?
Yes. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
All right. Motion to approve.
Second,
Second,
all in favor?
aye.
All righty, let's keep moving.
Should
Now,
we just go ahead and extend the meeting now?
what?
Got to extend again.
We just send
Motion
again,
to extend.
Second,
and that was just midnight?
doesn't mean we have to take the whole time.
Yeah.
Quick,
Second,
nature hates a vacuum. So now we're on we're on new business.
14.
We didn't vote yet. All in favor?
aye.
Do we ever not do it?
Just trying to keep Melissa.
Yeah, she's delighted. Could we go back to a screen that shows us rather than, what's the public seeing right now, Melissa?
Are we on,
Public sees all of the dais.
Okay,
are we on 14 now?
Yes.
where are we?
13, right?
We're on 14.
14. Another ordinance. All right,
Ordinance number 2022-14. An ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending chapter 23 land development regulations, article 1, general provisions, division 2, definitions, section 23.1-12, definitions, adding thereto new definitions, social justice and sustainability in article 2, administration, division 3, permits, section 23.2-31, site design, qualitative standards, providing for standards for buildings, providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and an effective date.
Okay, based on the first reading, there was one suggestion that we take this strive to out and make it a requirement under item 16 at line 251.
slow down. Where, say that again?
It's line 251, item 16. There was you asked me to strike out strive to and make it a requirement.
Oh,
So we've done that. This ordinance is actually intended and it should improve the architectural quality of some of the things you were challenged with on the previous project.
Mhm.
It should address a lot of those. Also get at the goal of reducing carbon footprint, greenhouse gases, utilization of recycled materials. And then also for larger projects such as a planned development, you have to provide a justification statement covering 11 items that are important to Lake Worth Beach as exemplified in the strategic plan, the comprehensive plan, and other adopted documents of the city. And so, and you all asked that we would try to, the developer would need to at least touch on at least 5 of those. It's not written here as that, but you've got to at least touch half or more to get beyond item 17, which is on line 273.
And you're working on a brochure.
Yes. It will be probably initially an available download on the website and before we actually print it. I'm in a weird precarious place with the budget. So.
question, and does this mean that, like, let's say a chain wants to come in? I mean, I go to Boca and the McDonald's look like they in Boca. You know, our McDonald's looks like it's, does this allow us to be a little more demanding in what things look like?
It can be, but that McDonald's would have to be a conditional use of a building 7,500 square feet or bigger, and most McDonald's are not that big.
And that's just an example that I use. Under
But yes.
75, they can do it. It's like the Dunkin' Donuts on 6.
It's not anything that they want to do, because if they're on a major thoroughfare, they're going to have a demonstrated architectural style. And we do not allow architecture to actually incorporate or become part of a logo. And so we do have a little bit more grounds, even though the state doesn't like us doing design review unless they're giving something back or asking something from us. So by right products, it would be a little bit difficult. But the larger products would have to meet an architectural standard that we don't necessarily have right now.
So we're going to develop those.
They're in the major thoroughfare guidelines. We have a whole series of architecture that are suggestions. When this is, coupled with that, we will have a stronger defense of saying, when you pick an architectural style, be true to that style and explain why that style is chosen. Because we've been, and we laugh a lot of the time. I'm doing Florida Modern. What is that? And they give us, oh, it's got flat, so we're asking people to, if you're going to use a style, you have to describe a style that's identifiable by an average layperson. And if you're going to go with a more contemporary one, you need to follow the parameters and idiosyncrasies and design details of that style. Because we don't have every style in the world in our design guideline book, but we have tried to encourage a variety of styles in the city because we have had a variety of styles over history.
Right. And there's the major thoroughfare guidelines have been ignored in a couple of places, and I think we all are aware of that. And I would like to see that now. For whatever reason, it have like the auto parts store with no windows and no shrubbery and no greenery and everything else.
It bothers
Makes me crazy.
It makes me as crazy as you. And yes.
And the corner of 10th Avenue North and Dixie Highway, when you sit at the corner, there's the mechanicals. And they're not actually covered by the shrubs anymore. Makes me crazy. I don't know how that ever happened. I'm not asking an explanation, but let's not let that happen again. Okay, do we have a motion?
I have one little one on lines 239 and 240. It's
Yeah, speaking to the microphone.
Sorry, it's the light spillage restriction. I love the idea of the light spillage restriction. It came up with one of the projects in the last year. I'm a little uncomfortable with is minimized. Can we strengthen that somehow or other? I'd love it to say is eliminated, but I understand that's.
We have this under this section. We have another section that limits the lumens that can cross over on a property. It's more specific.
So we cover that in another ordinance.
Okay. Yeah.
Another section of the LDRs.
But I remember that there is a quantity, but I've seen a number of places around the city where you go, what? Doesn't look like it meets our stuff. Okay.
Motion. I need a motion.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Okay.
I think Walt is up.
I feel bad for Walter. I'll be back in time. We can,
You want to take a break?
you can move on without me.
Bathroom break?
Bathroom break. Thank
Let's
you.
take a bathroom break.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you got one in front of you.
Sorry, Walt.
It's okay.
Madam Mayor, it's 11:05. Is the city attorney back? Oh, can somebody, oh, Alfonso, thank you. He's going to unmute the chamber. Thank you. You should be unmuted. Is the city attorney back?
Yes.
Okay, so it is 11:06 and we are resuming.
Punch drunk at this point. Ms. Slayton, would you like to address us briefly?
Thank you for your patience.
And thank you for your patience. She's asleep.
There she is.
There she is.
I'm not, I'm sorry. Do you have any questions about the
Can't
insurance
hear you really
renewals?
well. You need to speak into a microphone.
I'm on my laptop. Can you guys not hear me?
That was a little better.
Shout.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Raise your volume. I found that helped with me. Raise the volume on your computer as though you were listening. I found that made me more understandable.
All right, it's at 100, so it's the highest it can get. I'm sorry, guys. So basically, this is their general insurance renewals. This is our general property casualty, all of our risk policies. Gallagher Bassett is our TPA who does all of our insurance for us. We went out and they went out, our insurance brokers went out and they looked at all the different rates. We came in at about 14%. The general renewal pricing across the county and across Florida is between 10 and 20. So we're kind of right in the middle. The last time the coverage was put out to bid was 2019. So we'll probably be going out to the marketplace next year. The standard protocol is usually 3 to 5 years. The state regulates, government self-insures, that we carry all the excess liability, the general liability, workers' compensation, overage retention, and we report all self-insurance information to the state as required. And I think that's really the basics. Do you guys have any questions?
Motion, do I have a motion?
I think the summary is it went up a bit, about the middle of everybody else's up, and
Yeah.
not much to do about it.
It's averaging 10 to 20%. We came in at 14.
And we'll go out to bid next year.
Yes.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
By Commissioner Stokes, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. B.
Well, you made it.
Walt Gill, Assistant Director of Electric Transmission Distribution. Good evening.
Hi. These are wooden poles?
These are wooden poles, yes, for all the backyards and alleyways that we can't get the bigger poles into. And it's just another venue to allow us to purchase these poles.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Walt, you were brilliant. Next one, Second Amendment to the agreement with Gresco Utility Supply for the purchase and delivery of distribution transformers.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Commissioners, we are asking to amend this current contract due to the supply chain issues that we're up against and everything. And we need to continue to purchase transformers, not only for maintenance, but also for the hardening project as well.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You're still here, Mr. Miller. D, purchase order with G&W Electric for Viper Recloser External CT kit.
These are the current transformers for the new Canal 8-base substation, distribution substation. These go in conjunction with the G&W reclosers that we are installing, which we have standardized throughout all our substations.
And every time you say things like that, we go, you know what you're talking about. We don't.
I try to.
We're good, we're good. We trust you. Motion to approve by Commissioner McFoy.
Second.
By Commissioner Stokes, all in favor?
Aye.
E, agreement with Energy Erectors for the construction of a canal distribution substation.
This is the actual agreement to actually break ground out there and start building that substation for us on the distribution side.
This is Is this the one that connects to the tie line?
Yes, this will be part of the Canal Yard transmission and distribution substation out west.
Do I have a
To
motion?
approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. It's the way a city commission meeting should go. Next, next one we're talking about the. apprentice.
This is when we slow down.
This one's a little different. Okay, the next item up is the electric utility apprentice program. I think we need a little discussion on this one. And we have some handouts to be handed out. Ready.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, what does all this mean? What's yellow? Are you familiar with this?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
You make an opening statement if you don't mind. Madam
Sure,
Mayor.
please.
As you know, there was interest in the commission considering re-engaging in the apprentice program. Currently, we are not active. My understanding, the last program was probably 2020.
Our last graduating class was in 21, beginning of 21, yes.
We are right now currently registered with the state. This is a certified apprenticeship program for the linemen. And looking into whether we are still active and in good standing, or what they call registered with the state program. We are, however, in the first week of September, they were reconsidering, they were considering deregistering our program due to the inactivity. So, but the state agreed to hold out and deregistering the program with anticipation of your consideration at this meeting. So I want to let you know that. So we have prepared information regarding the cost of reactivating the program. Just in general, staff looked into the different costs, which included the salary and fringes for 4 apprentices, which is a part of the 4-year program. Also, the cost of the instructor and other administrative costs. The basic estimation was over the 4-year program. The program is just a little over $1.8 million, or about $450,000 a year for the program. What I passed out to you today is a spreadsheet that I appreciate Vice Mayor McAvoy put together based on a spreadsheet that the team put together, but he reformatted it, which I think is in a very organized manner from the original spreadsheet. And I believe he may have some comments, but I shared that with you, as well as a spreadsheet that show the staff that are part of the line foreman, troublemen, and linemen that we've had within the last, I think this is a spread of maybe last at least 10 years or more of the team. The yellow marks those who were part of the apprenticeship program. And the blue indicated that these were staff members that have passed. Because the desire was to at least see the staffing and the retainage over the last several years, at least 10 years. So I wanted to share that with you, just in case there's some interest to see how long and the tenure we've had with the staff and who were part of the program.
Okay, I have some basic questions.
Yeah.
When I look at the price in this teeny tiny little print, which comes to $1,890,000.
Yes.
Essentially, that pays for 4 apprentices and their instructor over a 4-year program. And the only thing they need to do is to commit to 2 years of working with the city after that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
My next question is, currently, what is are we low staff? Do we have trouble hiring people?
Hiring is, it depends on what's going on with the rest of the utilities in the state as well as the nation and what's going on out there. So it comes in, it ebbs and flows with everything that's going on.
Are we fully staffed right now?
Right now, I'm fully staffed. I have one opening, which we actually just made an offer, and he's going through his background checks and drug screenings right now.
Is this a need or a want?
Me personally, my whole life has been an apprenticeship program.
Okay.
Apprenticeship programs are great tools for any individual that me personally, I had means I could have gone to college if I wanted to. My father, rest his soul, made that offer to me. I'm not somebody that can sit in a school. I don't have that in me. I have to be out there on the field or in the job doing what I got to do and stuff like that. But there are a lot of kids or a lot of people out there that don't have that means or have that option. And I feel that they get left behind or they don't receive the proper tutoring or mentoring that they should get to get them into a skilled trade or any type of job that they would need.
Doesn't the electric union, the electric union have apprenticeship programs themselves that you can become a journeyman electrician?
There are a lot of programs out there for that IBW sponsors and private company sponsor. They're out there all over the place. Yes.
Because I'm looking at the cost. I see the lights on, but I'm looking at the cost, $537. We can send a lot of kids to college for $537,000 to train one person with only the expectation of a 2-year labor commitment. That's a huge investment for the city. And where does the money come from?
Exactly.
I mean, I think this is a lovely idea. But I just think financially, it doesn't make sense for us right now. If we were understaffed and we needed these 4 people, and I love apprenticeship programs. I mean, I totally get that. But almost $2 million to train 4 people. I think that's a lot of money. And I don't know that's well spent on our part at this point.
Understand.
Commissioner McBoy.
Yeah, have a look at the spreadsheet. The total, if the total was $1.5 million or 2 million, I would be right with you in having a concern about it, because that's a lot of money. If you look at the spreadsheet that's in front of you, there's a couple blocks of things that have cells around them. The top block, apprentice regular work hours, that's the cost of paying these folks in the apprentice program for 4 years, or it's actually each 6 months. That's pulled straight off of the spreadsheet that was provided to us. That is for paying these people while they're working.
While they're learning.
Working. No, while they're working.
Okay.
Not while they're learning.
Right.
The next.
After we spent $500,000.
No, stay with me. Stay with me. The top block is their regular pay for their 40 hours of work. Now, it's important to understand if somebody's in the apprentice program, they're not sitting in a classroom somewhere. They're out in the field with the crews. So maybe they're the ground person who's sending tools up to the guy that's up on the pole. Or maybe they're doing something else and they're part of the group. They are working. Something that is worth being aware of. Now, and they're only allowed to do increasing level of things along the way. At the beginning, they can't work on any live circuits. After a while, they can work on a low voltage live circuit. A little bit later, they can work on higher. It's graded up as they do the program, but they are working all of that time. So that cost, in my mind, absolutely should not be part of the cost of the program. In fact, it's a cost savings because you are getting for those 4 years, you're not paying them the way you would be if they came in as an outside lineman at 47 an hour. You're paying them starting at 27 and working your way up to 45 on the end. So you're not getting the full same set of work that you would out of a lineman that's coming from the outside, but you're also not paying them the full rate. They are working.
But they are getting paid as well while they're apprenticing.
That is correct. Yes.
And is there any restriction on, in order to qualify for this apprenticeship program, you should get closer. Is there any requirement that in order to, what's the word I just used, qualify for this apprenticeship that you have to be a graduate of Lake Worth High School or a citizen and then live in Lake Worth?
That's totally up to the apprenticeship committee on the selection on who comes in, but we do focus on internal employees first. And then from there, we'll move out to the community, local kids in the high school and the colleges and in the local community. And then after that, we will go outside.
And Madam Mayor, if I might, I was not quite.
I'm sorry,
finished walking you through the spreadsheet there. The second block is apprentice paid instructional hours. That is a real cost to us that we're paying to teach. No question about it. And that comes to, I don't know, for one apprentice comes to 33,000, for 4 apprentices to 132. And I don't think there's any requirement that we have to do 4. We might say we're going to do it for 2. It probably makes sense.
In the actual program, it actually says we have to have one person in the program. That's it.
Right.
You can have,
we
one
can do
or
2 or 4 or
Exactly.
3 or 1 or whatever we want to do, but it's broken down there. So the real cost to us is 33,000 for the 4 years per person, and then you multiply by however many you have. There's a little bit of administrative stuff, 15K. There's some more equipment. That's all pretty minor, another 15K. The instructor is a significant cost. It's for the 4 years, and the other benefits and fringe and all that stuff is about 70,000. That's a real cost. I would argue, but somebody else might have a different interpretation. If we're getting work out of people for those 4 years, then the savings that we're not paying them the full lineman rate is a benefit to the program. And that's how I got to my total of the program really costs about 100K. If you don't agree with that idea that you're getting a bargain because you're getting them for cheaper, then the program is about 230K. Now, that's the cost side. I think those numbers are all straight off of the other spreadsheet. I just, aggregated them a little bit. So it was because I couldn't read and the real reason. But the other side of it, I think, and Walt can certainly correct me, but my sense is we're a little bit different than our neighbor, FP&L. They are a big company. Guys that work for FP&L probably do a very limited set of things. If they're pole setters, they do pole setting. If they climb the poles at 26 kV, they do that. They don't do other stuff. We don't operate that way. Everybody needs to pretty much know how to do everything. The more that because we're small. And it's probably more attractive to work for FP&L for a lot of people. So we have a danger of losing people. So anything that builds morale and builds loyalty to our system and builds knowledge of our system, because our system's a little bit different than some other places. We got 4 kV, we got 26 kV, we got 138. Not everybody has all those ranges. I think anything that builds the team is worth quite a bit. And I'd certainly say it's worth 200,000. How far off am I from your experience?
Well, if I did not have an apprenticeship program, I wouldn't need to hire apprentices. I would be going after linemen straight out, right? So if I have the program and I'm hiring apprentices, I do get
All those benefits.
all the benefits of the work and everything like that. The only drawback is they're not fully capable to do everything until year 4.
Right.
So it's a progressive through.
Right.
So that's the only drawback of what you have been saying is I don't get everything that a lineman brings to me right off the street.
But when you send a crew out, you almost never send a crew of 1. You send a crew of 2 or maybe 4 generally.
Yeah, based on the situation, yes.
Yeah, it'll vary a little, but it's never 1. And probably when the crew's out, they're not all doing full on lineman stuff. Some of them, there's probably 1 guy on a pole or 2 guys on a pole or up in a bucket truck. And then there's other people helping out.
You got your foreman on the ground and 2 guys usually, two line person up in the air usually doing the work, yes.
So where would the apprentice be?
The apprentices do not get called out until the last year of apprenticeship training because they can't do anything.
They don't get called out.
They're not getting called out for overtime work just because of the fact that they can't do any of the work. Now, if there's like mass conflag or anything like that, bunch of poles down and stuff like that, of course, we'll bring all hands in as much as possible. But for a normal transformer change out or something like that, it's just a normal size crew, a foreman, 2 linemen.
So we're paying them to learn, not to work.
We are paying them to learn and work. We do get work out of them. I'm not denying that fact. We do get work out of our apprenticeships, out of our apprentices.
Commissioner Diaz, has your light on?
I think city manager had a response.
Oh, well, then
Go
let's-
first. Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you. I just wanted to make a remark and add, certainly I agree with Vice Mayor regarding the program and the cost and how we factor in the cost. But I just want to make sure we're mindful, and I'll be remiss if I didn't say this, that however we look at it, the bottom line, there is a cost of the decision that you will make today, and we have to make sure that we're able to pull out that total cost out the budget.
Upwards of $2 million, right?
Well, not in 1 year. This is over.
Right, okay, but we were making a commitment for $2 million over
Yeah.
4 years.
I just want to make sure because
Do we have
to make sure we account for that.
have we identified a source?
I do not have any sources identified right now, no.
Commissioner Diaz?
It's over 4 years and like, I think as stated, it doesn't have to be for apprentices as well from the start. I think, I want to highlight, to me, I look at it, there's another side of this in terms of like, is this a want, is this a need? There's something that's really difficult to quantify. And I guess maybe I only know about this because, I come from a blue collar family, but there's something that's really difficult to quantify or qualify, however you want to put it. And that's the quality of the workers that you're going to get from something out of this. I kind of look at it as, as Walt pointed out, there's going to be a lot of students, especially in our own community, that can't afford a lot of opportunities or a pathway to some of this work. And in terms of need, I feel like we can't discount the fact that, yes, in terms of hiring, Walt can hire somebody from Texas, North Carolina, wherever wherever linemen are heavily trained and fill that need. Yeah, we can do that. But there's something about focusing and hiring locals and local kids who just graduated high school, whatever it may be, they're dedicated to their community. And, I've talked to a lot of these guys, and when they describe the work that they do in the community, there's like this, it's difficult to describe. There's like a pride and an ownership of like, I built that transmission corridor. Like, I remember when we did that 10 years ago. And I feel like that's something you don't get, if they're educated, they kind of grow with the team and they build that kind of bond on the team. I think that's something that is difficult to quantify, but I know it happens. And it's something definitely to consider. We could, the other end of the spectrum is we could probably hire contractors and, not to discredit our contractors, but are they going to be as proud and committed to our local community as opposed to somebody who like graduated Lake Worth High School and went through the program?
And could we impose a requirement that the apprentice has to graduate from Lake Worth High School? Or live in the city of Lake Worth Beach?
I'm not sure.
I'm not, off the top of my head, I'm not sure, but
I mean, if we want to benefit, and I'm sort of stepping on you, and then I might see that your lights on. But I mean, and I think apprenticeships are great. Okay, I don't know where we're going to come up with $2 million. We could send a lot of kids to college and trade schools for $2 million to begin with. And we have the only commitment is, and I'm just playing devil's advocate. The only commitment is 2 years. I agree with you about loyalty and all that. I think that's team building and great, but at what expense? So I'm hesitant to approve this. Commissioner Stokes?
Yeah, I had a question about, because they are doing work. So it's really muddy here to be able to separate the total cost of the program. And if are we going to see savings elsewhere? So I know we've approved the bond to help harden our system, and we talked, I don't know, a little while ago, how we can use some of that bond money for labor. And I think we weren't using the bond money for labor before, we were only using it for purchasing of materials. So if these apprentices are gonna help us become more efficient or have to spend less money on outside labor, then there's a certain level of a wash here.
Well, it's just a step back a little bit. The bond funds can only be used for the shrimp project, exactly. So if we pay a outside vendor to do that work, or we use internal sources to do that work, those expenditures can be capitalized because it goes to the capital program. I don't believe the apprentices would be working at that level on that shrimp project. So you can use those bond proceeds for the apprentice program.
Okay.
Maybe we can get more clarification on that. My impression is that a good deal of the hardening is for hardening of our T&D system.
Yes, it is, but I can probably unequivocally tell you that an apprentice program would not be permitted to be capitalized. Almost can guarantee you that.
Not the actual education portion, but we're paying the on-the-job training that we're paying them for?
No. And I would not recommend it. I mean, you're in a very, very slippery slope.
So where would the money come? Where's this $2 million going to come from?
Right now, the only place for it to come would be your revenues.
Do we have $2 million that we're not using someplace?
Well, right now, the budget is so volatile because of gas prices. Will be coming back. I'm sure we'll be coming back in. They will be coming back in.
But keep in mind, this is over a 4-year period.
That's right.
4-year period, and I think it's unfair to keep saying the 2 million number, because even if you argue that these apprentices, you've already said they do work. Let's say that they only do half work. So we'll take the 40 hours a week and we'll say, all right, half of that we're going to count as instructional. But the other half of it is still work that they actually do.
The problem
That would
is,
have to get taken
But we
off.
have
No,
people doing that work. We don't have a shortage of people doing the work, correct?
correct.
Well, let me.
Well, then, let me, at the end of the day, for each, over the 4-year period, you're going to have to increase revenues to offset the expenses by $2 million. Because you're adding that amount of expenditures to your budget.
It's like
going to Macy's and buying a dress on sale. You know, you could have spent $100, but now you're spending 50.
Okay, let me push back some.
Go ahead. We have 28 minutes.
We, to do the hardening, to do the maintenance of the T&D. Some of that we outsource, some of it we do with our own group.
Right.
So if we were to take on X number of apprentices and they help in some fashion, give it a percentage, 50% of their time, they're actually helping with that. I think it's higher than that, but call it 50%. And that means that you don't have to outsource to other contractors quite as much stuff. Then that comes off the table in terms of the cost. And if they're actually doing useful work and you're paying them less than what you would be paying the outside contractor at full lineman rate.
You're getting into so many variabilities and what if scenarios. Again, and I'm speaking on behalf of you, and I apologize. The apprentices are not qualified to do all sorts of labor. It's as you know, it's a step up program. So again, right now, okay, without being able to go and, attaching this to this contract and this to this contract and this to this contract, and we're going to offset that expense with this expense over here and go through that very laborious process. Again, taking all those what ifs off the table,
from your finance director, prudence would tell you that you have to add the $2 million to your budget. You can't escape that. You may have savings over here. You may be able to pull a little bit here. You may be able to pull a little there, but that's after the fact. That's after year one, after year two, and those funds will go down to retained earnings or fund balance. Okay, which is another conversation that we always have. The electric fund does not have a positive fund balance. And if we were going to make a commitment and raise your fees and your rates, I wholeheartedly agree with apprenticeship programs too, when they make sense. But here we're looking at very hard realities. We don't have a fund balance. You've talked about rate increases.
Right.
You've talked about all these things, but yet we're putting $2 million to a program, which we can't.
Just not buying the 2 million. I don't, but let me ask Walter.
Sure.
When you send a crew out, when we had the apprenticeship program before, and what were the apprentices doing during their 40 hours when they were not instruction, not their time, you know, on the weekends or Saturdays, whenever they did the instruction? What were they doing?
In the first year, they're doing nothing but groundwork. They're not even in the air. They can't do anything in the air.
But they're doing groundwork.
They're doing groundwork. They're digging a hole, maybe, running some tools over to the foreman to send up to the guys. They're not doing anything.
But it's
Lineman
work that somebody has to do that. Somebody has to dig those holes, to put the poles in. Somebody has to send.
Yeah, if an apprentice wasn't there, then the lineman would be digging a hole.
Right, so we.
Exactly. And that would cost you a lot more because you'd be.
But it's the same job. It's the same job that you're using a lineman or apprentice for.
Right, but you're getting the apprentice at cheaper.
But you also have a lineman that you.
But I have a lineman here already that's paid to do this, and he can dig a hole just like an apprentice can.
We're still paying the lineman.
But this gives you an option to not pay as many linemen because you're paying them at the lower apprentice rate. And I think.
But I can't let the apprentice do the same work that a lineman does.
But the reality of going out and work is that there's a mix of work that needs to be done whenever they go out. It's not all guys up on the line. That's why FP&L has some guys that only go up on the line and other guys who are doing the holes and digging the holes and sending the tools up.
Well, FPL contracts out a lot now. A lot of their guys don't do any of the work. They're just maintenance guys and stuff. So, but
I think the big piece that you have to figure out a way to factor in is what is the opportunity cost of not building a strong team that, as far as I can see, for a small utility like us, you better have an apprenticeship.
you also have to keep in mind that once these apprentices graduate,
2 years.
I only have them for 2 years. How many apprentices have I lost since the program was incepted?
Understanding is pretty high.
I've had 14 apprentices apply in the 2 classes that we ran, and 9 of them have graduated. 4 of them dropped out. Two of them were fired for stealing, and the other guys just dropped out because they couldn't handle it. But out of the 14, 9 of them have graduated. 8 of them are still employed with the city of Lake Worth. 4 of them are 4 of them have been promoted to a higher classification. And one of them, as soon as he hit his 2 years, went to FPL.
Yeah. So
After spending $500,000 on training.
Madam-
Ms. Davis, we got
Can
to
I
call.
say, I don't want the impression from staff to be that we're debating whether we should do this or not, or it's not a good
Right.
program.
Right, exactly. Thank you.
Walt say we have retained very good workers from the apprenticeship program in the past. Our concern is just making sure we're realistic about the costs and that we're able to commit to the cost. Now, what I did here is, we estimated 4 and I threw 4 because historically we always captured 4 apprentices.
And you have to pay for the instructor anyway.
And we have to pay for the instructor anyway, 1 instructor. We can say just 1, say 2, since we're concerned about the costs, if it's the commission to do this. But we just want to make sure we know that, and these numbers are a rough estimate, because I think we'll a few percentages off based on benefits
and
right,
FICA, yeah.
right. So we may be a little off. So this is a rough estimate that we've given you now. But if it's the will, just maybe we reduce it from 4 to another number.
Can I add
I
something?
know it's a tough decision because it's hard. We wrestled with this too, but we certainly had to say there is a financial commitment in this, and we want to make sure we brought that to you.
Commissioner Stokes has your line.
Oh, God, I'm sorry. I forgot. I think I talked to my first off.
Well,
And, you know, one of the, I mean, Commissioner McVoy, we struggle with raising our rates. We just raised our rates. And then for the public to hear, okay, well, you raised your rates, but we're going to spend $2 million to train, let's say, four people. Where we don't know where the money's going to come from. We're going to have to raise revenue. We're not going to be able to, I mean, there's a, you know, you're all for not raising rates, and how else do we get that revenue?
I'm for making sure that we in fact have people who, when the power goes out at midnight, they're out there swapping hands.
But have we ever had a shortage of people to work?
Well, look at,
I'm asking,
look at this list. You can look at the years of service. You've got some people who are on potential. You get a certain.
Mayor, is your mic on?
mine?
No, I forget to talk
No,
to
the
it.
vice mayor, thank you.
One of the things I heard.
You are correct. There is attrition that I'm up against, and that's in any job. There's always attrition and stuff like that.
Organization, you're gonna have some.
And I need to point out, the apprenticeship program was designed and built in 2012. It's fully negotiated, and it's in the CBA. So any changes to the program would have to be negotiated out with the union in negotiations as well. So yes, I am up against attrition. I'm not having problems hiring people. I'm getting people hired and stuff like that. I agree with what you're saying. I'm getting quality people that know my system, that know this system, have a respect for this, have a respect for the city, and understand not only the line work of the city, but the city itself, you know, and you know, you get, there's a lot of things that you're getting out. There's a lot of pros that you get out of the apprenticeship program. I'm not denying that fact or anything like that. But again, we did not budget for this.
Yeah.
And I have to come up with
Like
money.
Ms. Davis pointed out, it's a great program. But we don't have $500,000 a year while in the middle of raising electric rates to spend.
My hunch, which I would put quite a bit, although Commissioner Stokes, I believe, is ahead of it.
Yes. Commissioner Stokes?
Oh, I'm curious about the certification, if there's any way that we can, so, because right now it's the time pressure. Or else we could say, you know what, let's see what gas prices do in the next 6 months, and then say maybe now is a good time to start this program back up. But we're about to lose our certification. I don't know how
hard is it to get it back?
Well, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
We should ask Walt.
How hard is it to get it back?
It's going to be difficult, but I don't think it's impossible. It's not going to be an impossible feat to do. But it will get decertified, and we just have to go through the recertification process again.
Commissioner Diaz?
Well, it sounds like we can make this program, if we vote to make this program available and keep that certification, it doesn't necessarily mean we're committing to having 4 apprentices immediately.
No, the program only requires you to have one person in the program. And you could actually bring one person in this year, you can bring one person, you could stagger it out. You know, if you wanted to, one person a year for the next 5, 6, 7 years, however many years you want to do it.
Right.
And it would seem to make sense, and I suspect Walt's already thinking about that, is, all right, let me look at my crew that I've got, make some predictions of who's likely to attrit out. And let me plan it. It's 4-year program, so I gotta look ahead 4 years. Yeah, I think I better have 2. And, you know, maybe we want to make some modifications to the program. Maybe we want to say, look, 2-year commitment for what we're putting in, that's not long enough. You got to commit to 3 years or whatever we think is a reasonable number.
But is
And
that,
maybe we also have that it's pretty intense at the beginning, so we try to screen people out before we've invested a lot. You know, really, you know, working pretty hard the first 6 months or something. And whatever it is that people drop out for, some people don't want to climb poles. I don't know what it is that they find when they try it, but I'm open to the idea of making some improvements to it that maybe give us a little more return on the financial investment. If the 3-year commitment is what's needed, or more stringent selection at the beginning or in the early stage.
I would be more, again, I don't question the validity of the program. I question the finances of the program. And I also think that we should be able, and I don't know if it's allowable or not, to say this is open to Lake Worth Beach residents.
You can do whatever you want.
I mean, but you said it's the committee that,
It's a committee, it's a committee that's between the IBEW and the city staff, and the committee meets, and we put the applicate, or we put the posting up, and anybody is welcome to apply, and consideration will be given to internal employees first, then City of Lake Worth residents, and then we'll go outside.
can you guarantee that the committee will do that?
That's already in the policy.
It's already in the policy, that they already do that.
There's internal first and Lake Worth Beach residents second.
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
They have a pretty strong history of that as well, from my understanding.
I just feel like we're spending money we don't have. I mean, that's my concern. We were raising rates on electric utilities and we're spending a lot of money. It's a hard decision. It's not an easy decision. You know, my initial reaction, oh, this is great. This is great. And I thought, well, where do we come up with $500,000 a year?
I think that there's squish in that.
Well, you can play with numbers all you want. But
I
it
think-
still boils down to an expense of,
Did we spend $2 million when we did the program before?
I'd have to go back and look at it. I'm sure it is $2 million, yeah, for all four apprentices, yes. I'd have to look at the numbers.
I don't know.
well, you can second guess them all you want, but they're the people that no.
Madam Mayor, I hate to say we have 13
I was
minutes and
gonna
one
say-
more item. Sure.
Well, we may not make all the items.
Too.
I'd like to make a motion to approve it. And I'm open to suggestions if people want to work in adjustments to it now. I would be inclined to leave that flexibility to the folks that are right there, you know, your committee.
Anybody?
I'll second that. I mean, there's clearly room for improvement and we gotta figure some things up, but I think, it should be a priority to keep that certification in some small way. If we start with one apprentice and, ease it in, look for other sources, grants, whatnot in the future. I would second that.
So we're not defining how many, because this calls for 4. If we get there. If we get there. We have a public comment. Let's take a. So I would do, in the motion, do we have to limit how many people this is, or just if?
Can you repeat the motion?
Well, the motion was to approve. The second was from Commissioner Diaz.
To approve of 4
Well, that's what I'm asking. Are we approving 4?
or
That's what
I have to ask the motion maker?
I would
agenda.
leave that up to the
Right.
electric utility staff to decide, give them the flexibility. If you don't need 4, do it smaller.
And identify a funding source? I'm sorry, but I keep going back to that. We just raised our rates.
We pay linemen, we pay.
We don't need these people. These are not substitutes. It's not like we don't have to hire a lineman because we've got this cheaper guy to do it.
You
extra.
might be able to have some flexibility about how much you outsource.
As a point of order or question,
Yeah.
if I may, if you're going to raise dollars on your expense side on personnel, wages and benefits, you're going to have it. If you don't want to increase revenues,
Mhm.
then you're going to have an offset to balance the budget
Cutting somebody out.
on the expense side, on the operating side. The budget that you're going to discuss Thursday night is a balanced budget. If you move things around, that goes,
This unbalances the budget.
well, there's a little bit of money in there, but we don't, again, the difference between $100,000 and $500,000 is considerable. Okay, so if the motion is to say, we're going to do an apprentice of one, we can figure that out. If we're going to do a motion that says an apprentice is a program of 4, it's a totally different conversation.
Is one worth it? And you have 2 minutes. We can't just keep going back and forth.
Yes, one is worth it.
And the cost of the instructors, how much?
Let's do one.
What?
Let's do one.
What's the cost of
And
the
that'll
instructor?
keep our program alive at the very.
Right. Right. The cost of the instructor is 16,000 a year.
Okay.
Right.
So we could, it looks like about 50,000 a year. We could do one, keep our program alive.
Mhm.
So do you want to
The
amend your
program would
motion?
be 115
115 for one,
year.
For one person.
for one person for 1 year. Do you want to amend your motion?
I will amend the motion. I would prefer to leave some flexibility, 1 or 2, up to the discretion of the utility to figure out the balance between the cost and the benefit,
Not to exceed 2?
not to exceed 2.
Do we agree with that amendment?
I'll second that.
Okay, so not to exceed 2. Peggy Fisher has a public comment.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. I just don't understand this. You don't have the money. Now you're going to try and find the money on a budget that you've been balanced, you've approved on first reading. Now you got a second reading, you're going to change it. And we're fighting to spend money, as the mayor said, that you do not have. Why? There's something going on to fight this hard for this apprentice program. It doesn't make sense. And as a taxpayer and a utility customer who just got their rate with all the increases, as many people in this city are doing and complaining about online, this looks irresponsible. I'm sorry, it does.
Thank you.
Are there any?
Are there any public comments from the clerk?
No, Madam Mayor.
I'm really torn. I love apprentice programs, but I also think it's like we're putting it on a credit card.
But I think you have to look at the opportunity cost of not doing certain actions.
We've never had trouble hiring people.
I'm not gonna say never, Madam Mayor. That's why the apprentice program was first started back in 2012. It's because they were having issues
10
hiring
years ago.
people. 10 years ago,
And
yes.
it's not just can you hire people, it's can you hire and retain, and can you hire and have people who are going to be as knowledgeable, as committed, and as pride, have as much.
Until they get hired by FP&L for more money. I mean, the retention's pretty good. I'm looking at 9 years, 4 years, 5 years, but I'm also looking at the same kind of like 16 years for somebody that didn't go into the apprenticeship program. And I know, I mean, the sense is, I get the sense that this is going to pass. But I just have to be the person then that says, although I appreciate the program, I just think it's fiscally irresponsible to spend money that we really don't have. So,
I hate the time pressure of this.
yeah.
Because it is really important. And, with talking to Director Liberty, like the gas prices aren't going to go like this forever. When we raised rates, we raised it on a pass-through cost. So once gas prices go back down, we will lower rates again. It's not like these rates are fixed forever. This is what they're at. But the timing of this just seems, it's just really hard. I wish I knew more about how, like, the cost of letting our certification slip and having to re-go through all of that.
Yeah, we don't have an answer.
I don't have an answer to that one.
Somebody told me, I don't remember who it was, but recently somebody said the state recommends that you keep your certification, you keep your apprenticeship program going all the time because they recognize that you have attrition.
We're not,
Lose people.
we're not questioning the value of the program.
No, but I'm saying that the suggestion is the state suggestion apparently is keep these sort of things going because you need, especially for municipal, small utilities.
Madam Mayor, we have 5 minutes.
I know we do. I'm gonna have to call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Nay? Not happily, nay, not because of the program.
One last, well,
Commissioner
two last
Stokes?
items.
I think 2 is too high. The not to exceed 2.
I think you said 1, but not to exceed 2.
Well,
And, you know, if they go back in the electric utility and they look at the numbers and see what they can squeeze, and they say, you know what? Let's just do 1 now, that keeps our certification, we'll probably be okay. If we need to come back next year, if we figure out that there is more left, we'll do 2 in the future, but.
okay, we're done with this discussion. We need a vote.
I think you just voted, Madam Mayor.
Well, did Commissioner Stokes vote?
I didn't vote.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Mayor. If it helps, you could approve 1 today, and at some point during the fiscal year, you can always look at this again and add a second person.
Well, that's the.
Yeah, but I think Commissioner Stokes is concerned because it's open-ended for 2 at this point.
And you're saying we could noodle 1.
My motion to include the suggestion of the city attorney
It's for 1 apprentice.
and that reserve the option to come back.
That's always going to be an option.
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz?
Yeah, I'll second that.
On that, I will vote yes, just because I think it's a valuable program. It's much less money. And I wish we could just say, sure, let's do 4. We have plenty of money, but we,
Yeah, aye.
okay, so it's unanimous for 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, it's 11:56.
Can we get at least utility payment from us?
I'd like to, those are pretty simple, honestly.
Yes, on that item, we're.
Spit it out.
We're requesting that we amend the fee schedule to include the authority for the city manager or the utility director to be able to make payment plans for our customers.
Do I have a second?
No, I have a suggested amendment to it. If, as we're doing the utility payment plans, I think that as we're adjusting them as needed based on whatever's going on, I think that the city manager needs to approve it. The electric utility director can certainly suggest it and talk about the changes that need to be happened, but I think we meet with
Well,
her
no,
every single
only,
week.
you're saying only the
We
city.
can make
Right,
that change.
I think it should just be,
Okay,
and she meets with the director all
Of
the
course.
time, she knows what's
she's
going
a
on.
reasonable woman. Yeah. Okay, so do you amend your vote,
I amend my
your motion?
to reflect that.
Okay, second by Commissioner Stokes with the amendment
Yes,
to just the city manager under advisement, she'll ask questions. Okay, all in favor?
I,
All opposed? Nay. Okay. Next one is another utility thing, which is,
The public education fund, I think.
that's the last one. No, we have another one. No, we
oh, we
have,
have
no.
public
Yeah,
comment though.
yeah, there's,
Madam Mayor, we have 2 minutes and 2 items.
right. And at our pace. So the second one is review the schedules, and what this essentially does is wipe out. We amend, you can say really quick,
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, am I missing?
G.
No.
No, we just did
You
G.
just did,
We just did G. So now we're on H, the resolution.
the Public Education Fund.
Oh, okay. I have some questions about that. I think it's a great idea, but my suggestion would be that if we're gonna do 75,000, there's 5 of us, we each get $15,000. Otherwise, it's gonna be a rush to spend the money.
No,
Now, if I may,
Mhm. Real quick, you've
Okay.
got 30 seconds.
You create a fund, you put the $75,000, and then you have to appropriate the $75,000 out of that fund as a
Which is
vote.
where I see the problem. Which is where I see the
We can do
conflict.
that later. We just, right now, establishing, right?
We're just establishing, and then the next one is to put the money in, and then you can,
This establishes a fund, but not a protocol to how to spend it.
No,
that's correct.
do anything about how to spend it.
Yeah,
Come
we're
before us, so
establishing,
just
making the transfer to the fund, and we can come back and decide how those funds.
Because I see I mean, I think it's a great idea. I see real problems with, who, I want to spend money on this, you want to spend money on that.
Right.
I have a public comment on that. We don't have time. You don't, I mean, I'll read it, Andrew, if you don't mind.
Yeah, the
It's
meeting.
midnight. It's over. We'll bring it up next time.
I would just.
Do I have a motion?
Both of them, they're not.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, it is midnight and the meeting must end.
Okay. We'll be back.
Yes.
Oh, you. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry, Peggy, what? Yeah, we have two things that we need to bring, that we're taking to the next meeting. Smoking on the beach, which we postponed twice now, and the public education fund. So I would ask, what? And the transfer.
Budget.
Well, that's,
budget.
Richard, that's the edge. Oh, there's an improvement or transfer. Okay, so we should bring those up at the beginning of the agenda. And I apologize to those folks that waited so long to talk about this. I thought you just thought we were fascinating.
Madam Mayor, we
Yes,
have to
ma'am.
end the meeting now.
Do
Thank
I
you.
have a Motion to adjourn, second.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.